the things that I just look at like just God has just blessed me over and over and over again. That's why I be sitting back like, how people don't believe in God?
Exactly.
I'm like,
Exactly.
I'm like, he is so real. He is so real. And I'm like, even though man kept on telling me and my husband one thing, we were trusting and believing in God. And me and my husband, we could sit back and laugh at it now. But right before he got locked up, we were just so happy that my parents was moving to Texas because we was just like, wow, we could smoke weed more, you know. I'm like, I would be real, you know. It's like we could smoke weed more. It ain't gonna be nobody around here to pretty much tell us what to do. And me and my husband, we're like this. I did not know when my husband was in New Jersey. He said every single day, God will stop him while he was at work, no matter where he was at, and tell him to drop to his knees. God was working on me too, but we were so much like this that God had to separate us to work on us separately. He had to work on my husband by himself. He had to work on me by myself. And I said, you know what, babe? I said that helped us for what we were getting ready to go through. You
Yes.
know, God gave us the tools and the strength to show us, you know what? You know, if you trust in me, guess what? I'll get you through this. And he has. You know, I used to always say, I don't know what I'll do if I ever lose my mother. And God showed me you'll continue to move on. And I lost my mother. I thought I would fall apart. I did not. He gave me strength, you know, to help my family get through. He gave me strength to help my dad fight and get through, you know. So I said, you know, my husband always said, God says, yeah, show me your plans and I will show you something different.
Okay.
And he's definitely showed us something different. And it's been nothing but greatness. Nothing but greatness.
Amen. Amen. Well, Adrian, I want to thank you so much for coming and sharing your story, your journey to
Thank
the
you.
seven-figure boss. I want to thank you so much for coming and
Mhm.
sharing with us. Thank you so much. And until next week here at the Speak Easy Podcast, may God continue to bless you richly today, tomorrow, and always. Have a good evening.
Amen.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Melanated Homeschooling Families Podcast. I am your host, Coach Dr. Tina Ramsey, and today we are spotlighting one of our amazing members in where the Melanated Homeschooling Family Support Group, which is the largest homeschooling support group for people of color. Right now, we're blessed to have over 11,000 homeschoolers worldwide, and it's a collective of educators, homeschoolers, public schoolers that may want to transition to homeschooling, and a collective of all different melons and hues coming together on the topic of homeschooling, business, wellness, life, and mental health. We have a little bit of everything. So on today, we have this amazing guest. Who is it? It's Brittany Black, and she is from Candy Craze. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to get her on today because I want to know some things about this Candy Craze. So if you are a parent out there, whether you are in public school or homeschooling, this video, this podcast, this interview is exclusively for you, because if you have problems with math, this woman is going to help all of us get our math together. So we'll see you back after this intro, and we'll bring on the amazing Brittany Black. Remember to like, follow, share, and subscribe, and share this out because I know you need help with math. We'll be back in a moment. And just like that, we are back. But I come along with the friend, the person, the woman, the guru. Yes, this woman is just my shero, because she not only homeschools, but she's a math teacher. Oh my goodness. Brittany Black is really taking the sour out of math and making it all sweet. So without further ado, let's bring on Brittany Black from Candy Craze. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Hi, Dr. Ramsey. Thank you so much for having me in that beautiful introduction. I'm so flattered and I'm so modest. I just really appreciate this opportunity. Hello, it's so nice to be here. Thank you.
No. We happy. We are ecstatic and grateful to have you here, because one thing, being in the educational industry for like 25 years, one of the main soft spots for, I don't care if you homeschool or not, you're a public school, it is math. Because at a certain point, even if a child is great at math in the beginning years, something sometimes shifts once they hit middle school. So tell us a little bit first about how in the world did you come up with Candy Craze?
Well, it is kind of crazy how I came up with Candy Craze. But my daughter was attending a homeschool through Elijah Priestley's mother. If you have not heard of Elijah Priestley, he is a 14-year-old, I believe, that attends. He's a physics major and he's majoring in another science at Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And his mother had a homeschool, and one of the projects was to build a business or to make a business. So for my daughter and I, we just made a jewelry business, and we just called it Candy Girls. It had cute little charms, and at the end of the program, we had a little sale of our jewelry. So that was a few years back. So further along, here we are through our changes and transitions with this new, the pandemic. I hate to say it, but we had I had decided to back away from the classroom, and so I said, well, what if I took that name and made it into something, and to tie it into something that I do now. Now, I never intended to become a teacher. I thought I was going to be a pharmacist. Life changes, things change. I'm allergic to all the medication in the pharmacy, I found out. But Candy Craze was created based off of Candy Girls, the jewelry for my daughter's business at a homeschool. And then it became Candy Craze because we were going through a crazy time as individuals, as a collective, and being that we were going through these crazy times, the kids were losing contact with traditional settings, or if they were in homeschool, it was just a change. It was a big change for all, as everyone knows. And so I called it Candy Craze because no matter how sour things are, no matter how things look like in your life, you know, life can be sweet. And so with Candy Craze, I provided, it's like a mindset for the better. So if most people, if they didn't look at math as sour, then I can enhance the sweetness with math with 1st through 8th grade. So that's why how Candy Craze really came about.
I love that. Okay, so you took, like an old saying, you took those lemons and you made lemonade. You saw what was happening around you and surroundings. You also pulled from previous experience with your daughter, with what you formed, you and her like actually formed with the business. And then you built the plan, or I would say you expanded to adapt to the current situation. And you're right. The last 2.5 years have been like a really crazy, unpredictable time that really shook everyone to their core, because for the first time, all of us had something in common, no matter what side of the 4 corners of the earth you live on, number one. And number two, it shook our educational public school system in the fact that we did not have a plan B. Okay, so even though schools, because even though I'm a homeschooling mom, I'm really connected with the public schools around the area. So even though they had some facets of mobility and online, it was very, very little, maybe about 10-20%. But it really pushed the world as a whole to have to shift and pivot into this digital world, and make sure that the children in the public school would still get resources and the education they needed, alongside, even though we was always home, the homeschoolers. But it did something. It shifted the homeschooling world too, even though we was already home for the most of us. But we were so active and mobile. Like, we will be on field trips, we'll be at these summits, we'll do a whole lot of different things. So, Candy, I think we may have lost her connection just a tad bit. So we're gonna see how she can come back on. But I'm just gonna tell you a little bit more about Candy and how it's just simply amazing what she does. And as she gets her video and stuff, I'll bring her back on. But she making math, because normally when we get to a certain point with math, we feel like it's really, really sour. It's a very unpleasant situation for us. And so I like the fact that they're using candy, because most children love candy, and how she used her personal situations and built a business alongside her daughter. And I don't know about you, but growing up, math was not my thing. Okay, math was not my thing. And one thing before I decided to homeschool over 10 years ago was that I had to decide, was I going to homeschool, and was I going to reach out for additional resources when I was homeschooling, especially when I got to the higher levels of math. So most parents are feeling that way. And Candy Craze is actually helping us complete that area. If you are a parent struggling with math, if you're a parent that's feeling lack of confidence in regards to, can I really teach my child these concepts, then Candy Craze is the place, because they have private math lessons and everything to assist you in math. So what we're going to do, we're going to take some commercial breaks, and we'll be back in a moment, hopefully with our amazing guest, which is Brandy Black. We'll be back in a moment.
Hi, my name is Tom Anderson, and I'm the owner of the Potter's Computer System. What we do is we build computers, repair computers, and upgrade computers. Where? In Lugoff, Camden, Elgin, and in Richland County. Now, since we're going through the COVID epidemic right now, our goal is to pick up your computers, repair them, upgrade them, and return them back to you. Sometimes you don't like us coming into your house. so we can meet you at a separate location and get your computer from you and get it done for you. My telephone number is 803-667-5348, and we've been serving the community out here in Lugoff, Camden, and Elgin for about 7 years, and Richland County for about another 7 years. So, if you have any needs, please give us a call. Once again, my name is Tom Anderson, Potters Computer Systems. My website is www.potters, P-O-T-T-E-R-S, computers, C-O-M-P-U-T-E-R-S.com. And remember, most of all, you'll have a positive day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Candy Craze presents Candy Bowl Summer Math Classes for 1st through 8th graders. Your child can build their math muscles using Candy Bowl Math Classes. Candy Bowl Math Classes are offered virtually, private, one-on-one instruction by a math teacher who has raised test scores and is taking students to win math competitions. Candy Bowl Math Classes provides personalized lesson plans for your child, videos, games, printable lessons. Candy Craze LLC will connect drawings as a visual to solve math problems. Learning loss can be prevented this summer with Candy Bowl classes to prepare your child for next 2022-2023 school year. With Candy Bowl math classes, math test anxieties will be a thing of the past. With Candy Bowl math classes this summer, we can prepare your child to be ready for the first test next year. Are you ready to get started? Yes. All right.
And just like that, we are back, and we have our amazing featured guest backstage that we're spotlighting, the genius behind Candy Craze LLC, bringing sour and sweet, making it sweet, which is the amazing Brittany Black. Okay, we're gonna bring her back on because you just had a little tidbit of her commercial there, so you can see a little bit more of what she actually does. So welcome back.
Thank you.
My question is this. So when parents actually sign their children up for your private classes, do you have your own curriculum, or are parents allowed to bring their own math curriculum? How does that work?
It can work both ways as far as our Candy Bowl math classes. The parent can either provide their own curriculum, or Candy Craze can provide a curriculum that's used nationwide pretty much, and that's through Eureka Math, or we have other alternatives as well. So it's the ball is in your court with curriculum at Candy Craze. If you want to provide your own curriculum, we can do that as well to be able to bridge your child with remediation, getting on track, or getting ahead. So past, present, and future at the same time with our lessons.
I love that you allow the parents to pick what they would like to do, whether they want to use their own curriculum or use the one that you guys have. I also like the fact that you also provide printables and games, because children learn a variety of different ways, but one way that seems to be universal is children love games. Right. I don't know any child that don't love games. Right. So the fact that you're incorporating games, you're incorporating printables for that hand-to-hand, for that kinetics, and you have private sessions, and you pretty much do it all with your private online math classes. And you also not only do that, but you tutor as well, and you provide coaching. So tell us about that.
So the difference between tutoring and coaching is, with tutoring, it's pretty much giving instruction through the lesson. It's not as far as just teaching, but just telling them, this is how you are supposed to be able to do this strategy to be able to break down a multiplication problem, or a strategy to be able to do place value with decimal numbers. But coaching is pretty much as if like a coach for a volleyball team or for football. Okay, so they're going through the lesson, and if they're coming across okay, now remember we talked about this, go back, correction, keep moving forward. Just as they're in a game, practicing doing drills, we do math drills, so I'm coaching them through the drills, okay, to keep them going, keep them on pace. So tutoring and coaching, they're so close together. Other than like I said, coaching is actually the child is actually going through the obstacle course, going through the actual skills that's needed, and I'm on the sidelines telling them, okay, this is what you need to do. Okay, moving them along and giving them tips and skills to be able to move forward and win the game.
I love it. I love it because I also hear, even though you didn't say this, when you were saying all that, I hear confidence building, because if you're on the sideline and a child get to a problem and they feel like they can't do it, and you're online, you can't do it. You remember that concept. I know you know it. And a lot of problems that children have in math, after they start having issues, especially if they was good at it at first, and all of a sudden they get to a certain gray area and they just cannot grasp the concepts, they lose their confidence.
Right.
And the fact that you have this active coaching, tutoring, confidence building, mindset development, you incorporate candy in it. You know, I don't know any children that don't like a little candy.
Yes, indeed.
All of that is amazing, amazing. Oh, we got a shout out from my virtual studio audience. He said Thomas Anderson. He's actually the owner of Potter's Computer Systems, and that's where I actually get my homeschool computers for my children from. He been going back and forth with him for 3 years. And he said, this is very creative. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, now, so you have the curriculum. If we have our curriculum, we can use ours. If we don't, we can use yours. You have this active coaching, because that's a twist. I never really heard of a math teacher actually providing that coaching, that motivation, that mindset development. They just usually go in and teach math, and that's it. But I see that you encompass the entire student, the whole process of the child. What made you decide to incorporate mindset development and this coaching feature in? Because I don't know of any active math program that actually builds the child's confidence in conjunction with the math.
Well, I go and reflect back to when I was a math student. I finished in microbiology. However, I was not connected to math. I liked science, but I wasn't connected to math. And so I can remember going through my math classes and getting to middle school where I was like, okay, they're adding in variables and letters. Then I started feeling that my confidence was diminishing. So I basically want to encourage kids that this is possible, that even though that you may not feel connected with it, actually math is connected to all. So once they learn and understand the concept that math is connected to all, you can actually see yourself in math. You can actually see something that you can relate to in math. So coaching is important too, because in order for us to be able to move forward, it starts right here in the mind. So if I can't get in your mind to let you know that you can do it, knowing that, I know it's so cliche, but you can do it because you're a limitless being. You can do it. So with that being said, if I could lead the way for you to think better about yourself, give you the instruction with the curriculum and the skills and the pacing and the different kind of variations of how we work through the math with the games and the drills and the interactive manipulatives that we have, study guides. I'm giving you the safety net and all the tools you need, the videos. I'm giving you all the tools that you need. So if you can just keep moving forward, and I'm coaching you and you can do it. Come on, we can do this. It can be accomplished. So once you have overcome the confidence level, then this is just like, I can do this. They're gone. they're gone, and there's no stopping. The sky's the limit, and that's why it's important for our communities. It's important for us as individuals, our communities, our economy, for kids to find themselves in math, establish a good foundation, a solid foundation, so that we can be able to have kids to go to school, to become go to college, or have their own businesses, be their own leaders, be more active, and again, be able to have more access and opportunities and choices, be able to hire and fire, and not be waiting to be pick me. It's a difference, and it has a lot to do with not only just math, but with reading and knowing how to process words and context clues. So if you can be able to just get the foundation in math and reading, then you can be, the sky's the limit. You can be the boss of your dreams. You can be the athlete of your dreams. And athleticism and math is hand in hand. So this could lead on to building generational wealth, not only for your child, but for generations to come. So it has to start with time invested and prioritizing, because a lot of parents, they have other matters. Everybody does have other things, and you have to pick and choose. And especially at this time with inflation going on, you have to pick and choose. But if everybody is committed and work together as a team, from the parent to myself, a teacher, to even a next door neighbor, I don't care. We all have to work together, and it takes a village. It takes a village. So as long as they have that support system, the sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. Beyond.
Yes, I totally agree with you, because at some point, if you are a homeschooler, depending upon how long you've been homeschooling, because some of us start from the time of kindergarten going up, some of us start from elementary and go up. But regardless, I don't know any human being on the earth that is great at everything. Okay, we might be good or okay, but we're not great at everything. It's some things that we are like phenomenal, exceptional, right? But at some point, whether you're a public schooler or a homeschooler, you're gonna need to outsource for some help. And you're gonna have to, like my dad used to tell me, you need to put that pride in your back pocket, and you need to know how to get some help if you need some help. So if you're a parent right now, whether you public or homeschool, and you about to pull your hair out your head because you see they come home with that book bag with that folder, that good old green folder that we get down here in South Carolina, come home with that folder, and you looking at all this stuff, and it look like a foreign language to you, and you up here trying to do that old math with that new math, then maybe it's time for you to call Candy Craze, because listen, that old math don't work for this new stuff these children doing now. I don't care how you place it. And then you thinking you help your child, they go to school and they come back with a 20 or a 0 and be like, well, that's the way I did it.
Right.
And you don't have time to sit and learn it.
Right. And the thing, it's funny that you mentioned old math, Dr. Ramsey, because it seems like when I started teaching, I was like, oh, what is this? Oh my goodness. But I said time to, process, and it can be done. And if you don't have time, then I'm here for you. I'm here to serve. I really am. I'm here to serve. And guess what? I teach the old math too.
I love the old math, but
I teach the old and the new. I teach the old and the new.
I love the old math. That's what I grew up on. But I'm here
to
teach.
Me too.
With when you have your child in these different courses and classes, it's not so much of the answer that the teacher is looking for. It's the concept and the steps. They're not really even looking. The child can have the answer right, but if they don't have them steps right, they're like, they marked the whole question wrong. Like, okay, yeah, you have the answer, but your steps, how did you get it? Because the steps is not right. So they're not so much of looking only for the answer. They're also looking for the steps, the processes of what you teach, the strategy behind how did you get that answer based upon whatever concepts is valid at the time. Because Lord knows it seems like they always coming up with something new.
Right. Yes,
we have a comment from our virtual studio. He said, respect, sister, teach the students. Teach the students, teaching themselves to create what they need to to first of all, they are responsible for themselves. Sister is building growth and independence. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Anderson. Yes,
Yes.
sir. That's the
You
goal.
are. Because if you're confident, you can read well, and you're confident in math, I mean, pretty much you can do anything because those two subjects float on ESL, which is language arts, it's in social studies. Math is literally in every single subject.
It is. It
From
is.
cooking to washing to
Mhm.
shopping to gaming. It's in
Right.
everything.
Even from the clothes on our back, as far as making the clothes, measurements, that's math. The prescriptions for our glasses, if we have those, even when it comes to cosmetology, hairdressers, the ratios in between the color and the developer and the bleach, if you decide to do that, or even when it comes to if you wear braids, they're all natural, wearing braids, measuring the length. Oh, I want a 12-inch. I want a I want a 24-inch. All it has to do, everything has to do with math. Even when it comes to relationships, I like to let people know relationships when it comes to dealing with negative and positive people, and they coming together with addition. What is their outcome? You know, it's really deep. It really is deep.
It
So
is.
it's amazing.
We have another comment from Virtual Studio on said, OMG, I'm nervous about when Moses start with this new math. I'm gonna need that help. Pride, the way in my pride in my back pocket. Okay, you can use it, but I can't take credit for it. My dad actually told me that. I didn't understand it until I got older. And I was like, okay, sometimes you need to ask for help. That's just point blank. You can't do everything. And Mr. Thomas actually said most all finance and them children, one thing they do want to know is count some money.
Right.
They
And
don't
that's
want
important. That's important for the whole economy. With this inflation, how you need to calculate your finances and see what you need to do to maintain and get ahead. And that's important. And saving money with shopping, saving money with shopping, investing your money, making sure that you have your checks and balances, making sure that you have other avenues, having streams of income, and creating balances and be able to invest in yourself and your family. This is very important, and I cannot stress that enough. This is very important. So that's why I'm so motivated to help children. And speaking of being motivated to help children, Candy Craze is having a fundraiser to help those who are not able to with the student that has a low grade level at this time and coming from a low income household. We are having a fundraiser. Candy Craze on LLC is having a fundraiser to help those in need, so that we can be able to tutor kids to be able to come out of their mindset, if it's negative or in math, to be able to help them to know that they need this to be able to forward themselves and generations to come, so that they can be able to take care of themselves and won't be codependent on others, because we can do it. We can do it. It's important for society as a whole for us to do it, because one day one of these children could be a politician. One day, one of these children may have to present a case in a courtroom. One day, these children could possibly be a coach of a football team and help somebody else's child along the way. We are all connected, and that's why this is so important, to be able to build a future so we can have a better outcome, and we can come together and help each other and help those in need. So that's why this is here. And this is just, like I said, this is a fundraiser to help other students for math tutor services who cannot afford to do so. The resources for grants for nonprofits, they're there, but I'm not a nonprofit. I'm just a homeschooling mom and teacher who wants to help children who can't help themselves, as far as because they may not have the support system at home financially, or they may times are hard. So this is why I want to give back and be able to help somebody out there, whether they're homeschool or in person, as far as they going to a school. I want to help a child.
Well,
Most
thank
definitely.
you so much. And you guys, as she was talking, I actually brought up the fundraiser, how you can actually find her fundraisers going to Candy Craze on Facebook. She has a Facebook page called Candy Craze LLC. Right on the top, you will see pin the fundraiser. The only thing you have to do is click the link. Listen, if you have $1 to donate, please do that, because think about it. If that was your child, you will want them to be able to have these resources to get their start in life and pay it forward. Any amount is accepted and greatly appreciated. Someone said, thank you for your generosity.
Oh, thank you.
One of these days, these kids could be your boss.
Yeah. Right.
Yes, thank you. You're right. They are. They're going to be the bosses. So the thing of the matter is, all of these things that we see going on today and dealing with math, it all kind of doubles down to math. And the more comfortable, the more confident our children is now with math, it's going to ease up a lot of stress and tension that can come in the future when they are not as confident. And it can help them to be able to manage their money properly, a business properly, their life properly. Especially now, like I'm a double back to what you was talking about when you actually mentioned about the economy, and we have to be mindful of how we're spending and saving. You are absolutely right. Another thing that I want to employ on all of you all to pay attention to is the food. The packaging that we had 3 to 6 months ago or a year ago, we may be paying the same price or a little bit more, but the packaging,
Right, the shrinkage.
yeah, so you need to look at how many ounces. If you don't understand ounces and pounds, you need to start going back, get a measuring cup, because listen, 6 ounces is clearly different than 2. So you might see the 2 ounce on sale and the 6 ounce cost the price, but it's more. So you need to really manage that as well, to make sure when you are purchasing with that buying power that you're buying and getting the most for your money at the time.
That's definitely important.
So I have someone in said, let's chat about sponsorships from nationally known companies. Saying, oh, that's saying, hey girl. She's amazing. Stay tuned. We're going to have some different things that's going to be happening, because she does a lot of amazing things as well. But with all of that, I want to encourage all of you guys to go on over to Candy Craze LLC Facebook page and actually go and donate $1. I mean, listen, I know most of us feel like, okay, if it's $1, it's a waste of time. But think about it. If all of us come together to do $1, what chance? 1,000 people, that's $1,000. You know how many children lives that can change?
Right.
How many children lives that can change? Oh my goodness, I got her laughing.
Right.
So, Brittany, tell us about anything else you want our audience to see. I also want to, before you do that, I also want to share with our virtual studio audience, as well as the one that will be listening to us on the radio, on the podcast. I want you also to hop on over to CTR Media Network. Of course, one interview cannot possibly share with you the dimensions of what makes this woman so special. Well, you can get to know her a little bit more by looking at our feature blog, by clicking on the Melanated Homeschooling Families podcast logo, and you will see, and then you will click blog, and then you will see her feature, and it tells you a little bit more about her. Also take you to one of her videos, and it gives you all the links where you can subscribe to her YouTube channel. You can follow her on Facebook, TikTok, LinkedIn, Twitter. All of this, you can connect with her on all the different facets of social media, whichever one that you prefer. Because I know some people are solely Facebook, some solely TikTok. So wherever you want to take your information in with the Candy Craze, you go on over there so that you can stay connected with her in regards to what she is actually doing. Oh, we already got a donation coming in. Woohoo! Thank you, Potter's Computer Systems. Yes, he said he would donate $25. We appreciate that. And y'all, FYI, Potter's Computers is actually running a sale right now, giving $25 off for the first 5 people that actually goes in. And if you want to know all about that, you guys, guess what you got to do? You got to go follow me, because you'll see his information all over my different social media pages, from the Tina Ramsey Show to the homeschooling, all over. Why? Is because he has amazing computers. I personally been doing business with him for 3 years now. My son computer that he used for school right now for homeschool is one of Potter's Computer Systems. So I can back that his stuff is great. And he's mobile, so you don't have to worry about it. And if you don't live in the Midlands area of South Carolina, that's okay. He'll actually mail products out to you as well. You just call him and just tell him that you watch this broadcast, and so you can get that little $25 out, because he's running some sales over the summer and some sales for all of you. So take advantage of it. We said online. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. So we, of course, we're going to keep this show, keep this thing moving and grooving. Pretty much she shared the gamut of what she does in a very, very short time. But what I can say is that if you are a parent and you're struggling with teaching your children math, or you may not be a parent that's struggling with math, but you just don't have the time. You work 9 to 5, a traditional 9 to 5, or you're an entrepreneur and you're working a 9 to 5, or you just need some me time, because it is a thing. Okay. We might not take it, but we need to take some time for ourselves. And you just need someone that's qualified to help teach your children math. Then I encourage you to give Brittany Black a call and go to Candy Craze. Yes, that's Brittany Black. She is the founder of Candy Craze LLC. Her website is www.candycraze.com. For those of you, now don't y'all be blowing her phone up. You better text. Y'all better be texting. Don't be blowing up after business hours. This ain't no Walmart 24 hours. You call her for 9 to 5. 9 to 5. Say, get your appointment. But anyway, but text her first. But that's her business. Thomas, he said respect. Okay, you know I got you, brother, because I love what you do for the community. So we're gonna bring her back on. Thank you for hopping back on. So any closing words you would like to say to our audience, and anything else you would like them to know about what Candy Craze is actually doing?
We have thank you, Dr. Ramsey. We have licorice lessons and videos and math suites. Licorice lessons are basically tying math to life lessons, to what we need to know through life, about grinding for greater, excelling for greater, and doing as much as we can as far as not repeating the same mistakes again, learning for our mistakes, be able to move forward, be able to know that practice makes progress. As long as we practice, we will progress. And also math suites, our videos for math suites, they are tying in what we like to do with math, whether it's video games or whether it's drawing or doing some kind of activity or sports, fishing. It doesn't even matter what it is. If there's a hobby, math is tied into it. And also, with that being said, we also have our Sour to Sweet blog, which basically gives information about turning sour situations with math to sweet outcomes on our website at candycraze.com. And also we have, coming July 5th, we are going into a new month, and there's only, for those who do a traditional timing with school, if you're a homeschooler, just to let you know, for 5th through 8th graders, we have the Summer Sugar Rush Mini Math Boot Camp for 5th through 8th. Summer Sugar Rush Mini Math Boot Camp.
Right now.
And it's from Tuesday to Friday. For the week of July, for 5th through 8th graders, each week we'll be covering a different topic. such as for fifth graders, we're going to be adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing decimals. For seventh graders, we'll be doing consumer math, doing percentages. For sixth graders, we'll be doing ratios. And also for eighth graders, we'll be doing systems of equations, cube root, square root, Pythagorean theorem. So we're just going to do a review and go over for what is new, for what's coming through the upcoming school season. The school year.
Awesome. So as you can see, you guys, if you look over, for those of you who are watching the TV side, and if you are listening on the radio or the podcast, and you need to hop on over to Melanated Homeschooling Families TV and Podcast YouTube channel so that you can see this. Well, you're going to see the replay if you're listening to me now. But you can go over and see all of this because I'm actually showing you her website right now. As she mentioned, she has her own amazing blog that you can also read. You can also see some of the reviews of past clients. You can see when she has her lives. You also see some videos and see what her business has to offer you and your families in de-stressing the math experience. And you will also see an outline of all the different things that her company actually provides in regards to classes. And as you can see, it's the 2022 Candy Bowl Summer Math class. Honey, you're looking for something for your children to do because they like bouncing all off the wall. And you're like, oh, no. Put them in this Candy Bowl summer camp. Let them burn out some of that energy in a good way. And click this button because I'm here to tell you. I know parents like, I gotta find me a camp.
Right. But I have for math.
Yeah, right. Listen. So if you're looking for something for your children to do that's going to be productive, that can actually have a lasting benefit effect, that can carry on to the upcoming school year, where one of the biggest challenges for public school as well as homeschoolers that take a break off is the fact of the gap. It's like the children lose those concepts that they previously had the previous year, and they have to spend most of the first half of the year reviewing what they already learned.
I'm a witness. Yes,
so why do that to yourself? Go on over to Candy Craze and put them in that summer camp, that little boot camp.
let's get ready for the next go around with math and learning. Let's get them ready. And like I said, we'll remediate your child and tie that remediation with the lesson for next year, for the upcoming grade level. Yes, ma'am.
I absolutely love it. Thank you so much for being a featured guest for our show and also being a part of our wonderful Melanated Homeschooling Family Support Group on Facebook. We appreciate your insight and also your expertise in regards to math, because Lord knows we need as many math teachers as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. Thank you so much. This has been a blessing.
Oh, yes, I enjoyed it. So listen, you guys, when learning math is sour, give
Candy Craze will make it sweet.
Yes, you heard it here. So you go on over to candycraze.com. That's candycraze.com and book your consultation on today. If you are a parent, whether you're in public school or homeschooling, and you're looking for wholesome activity that's going to help position your child for the upcoming school year, well, I encourage you to go to candycraze.com and get yourself in that boot camp, because this is unlike any boot camp out there. You know why? Because it's not just about the math. It's about your child as an individual, to build their confidence, to know that they know they can do it. And once they build that confidence here, it's going to carry over in every other subject, because now they know their worth, okay? Because they work on the mind and the math and everything, okay? I don't know any math tutoring that's actually doing mindset development and active coaching and drills and all this stuff like this and making it fun. So kudos to you and thank you for what you do for all of us, because we definitely need you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey, and thank you for those who watched and will watch with the Melanated Homeschooling Families. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure and a blessing to be here. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes, you are most welcome. You will also see Candy Craze in the upcoming July edition of the Homeschooling Magazine, because she's not just a blessing to the Melanated Homeschooling Family Support Group. She's a blessing to the Homeschooling Magazine community, which is a network of 25,000 homeschoolers all over the world. Now, I know we right here hopping on into the Melanated, but the Homeschooling Magazine actually encompasses everyone, every hue. That is the place where everyone is welcome to come, grow, and learn. And it's open to the entire world. So make sure to get a copy next month, and make sure to look at Candy Craze in the magazine, because she's gonna be up in there, because we need this mail. Okay. So you're welcome. So guys, here is the flyer one more time for those of you who are watching the show on video. You can take a screenshot right now, so when you call, you'll know what you're talking about when you go to Candy Craze, because you'll know exactly what you want. And this is another one as well, all of which you can go to candycraze.com and be able to see it and get it detailed. Brittany, thank you so much for being our featured guest today. We definitely enjoyed you, and thank you for helping our children, which is the future.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone from the virtual audience, thank you so much for tuning in today. This is the end of the show. I know it happened very quickly. I said, we don't let nothing stop us over here. A little glitch here, a little glitch here. We don't care, because we're going to keep it rolling. Okay, we're going to keep it rolling. And I thank her for giving some time to us, and make sure to hop on over to candycraze.com to go ahead and sign up for these boot camps. But if you decide that you don't want to do the boot camp, well, you definitely need to sign up for her for the upcoming school year. Okay, go ahead and book her down, because get your child in, which get in where they fit in. With all that being said, you guys, I will see you the next time on the Homeschooling, the Homeschooling Magazine, and also the Melanated Homeschooling Families podcast and TV show. Have a great, amazing rest of your day, and thank you for tuning in. See you later.
Peace.
Hello, everyone. Just want to give my review on Tina with helping me homeschool. I have been wanting to homeschool for years now, and I was not sure of it because of the patience, the time, and just being home with my children that it required. After going on and moving forward, especially with the COVID-19, I decided that it was time. So luckily, I knew Tina, and I knew that she was great at everything else that she provided to me. So going to her was a no-brainer. I did that, and I don't regret it at all. If you're looking for someone who is going to take their time, be understanding, answer your question, and just support you throughout the process, contact Tina. She is the one for you to get you in the right path and to make you feel confident about homeschooling your children.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to this Boss Up interview. Today, we have Joy of Be the Difference Clothing. Now, Joy is going to tell us all about her amazing business. Take it away, Joy.
Yay! First and foremost, before we start, anything, I want to shout out Team Build with Geo. You got Geo Monroe right here. Just want to shout her out. Thank you so much for allowing me to be on the Boss Up show. For real, for real. It's an honor to be here. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, but I'm thankful to be here. And hopefully you guys get to know Be the Difference Clothing and myself a little bit more after you've heard everything. So pretty much, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how it all started. So basically, I was never one to be a clothing brand. I never ever anticipated being a clothing brand or anything like that. I come from a musical background where I was managing a rap artist, a Christian rap artist. And, you know, things happen, life changes, people change, and circumstances change. And I was left just going to the gym 7 days a week. So I was, you know, handling that, whatever. And eventually I decided to make a confession. This is my confession. I made a confession on Facebook that all I did was go to the gym and then eat Snickers bars and ice cream right after when I got in. And for somebody who goes to the gym 7 days a week and is kind of like a health nut, that is like a big no-no. So I was scared. And eventually one of my family members said, you should make that a shirt. And I was like, okay. I had all this free time. So I said, why not? I know how to make a business. I know how to incorporate. I know how, all of those things because I was given those tools. So one thing I will tell everyone is never despise the tools that you gain from experiences and lessons that you are learning in life. Whether they're good, they're bad, they're ugly, or indifferent, they all end up working out for your good. So handle them with care and don't be too upset all of the time if things don't go according to your plans, right? Because our plans are different from what the real plan for our life is supposed to be. And there's nothing wrong with having your own idea and your own plans, but be flexible and know that if it doesn't go the way that you want, remember, it's still going to go in your favor. So anyway, I had the tools. So while I made my little t-shirt, I already knew how to incorporate. I already knew what it took. I knew the cost. I knew how to trademark. I knew how to copyright. Well, not trademark, but I did know how to copyright because I did all of these things for the artists that I was working with. So again, never despise the things that may separate from you, the things that may expire in your life, because it can just help you build quicker in the next phase of your life or in the next endeavor of your life. So I incorporated Be the Difference Clothing in 2014. And then I said, let me take it a little bit further because I want people to know that I'm legitimate. You know, I'm going to back up a little bit. And this is the honest truth that as an African-American woman and a woman, sometimes it doesn't seem like it's fair, right? So you already have this built up thought that, well, first of all, I'm a woman. Second of all, I'm Black. So they're not going to take me seriously. And I always had that in my mind that people aren't going to take me seriously unless I show them proof. So these are the reasons why I incorporated. These are the reasons why I trademarked. I said, well, I know my company's going to be like Pepsi and Walmart and all those other big name brands. So I'm going to do exactly what they did. You trademark. You know what I'm saying? You do everything that you see a bigger company doing so that everybody thinks and knows that you're legitimate. So I took the legitimacy and I'm truly authentic when it comes to taking care of your craft, whatever it is. Even if you think that it might be something that's just a hobby for now, you never know later on down the road if that's going to turn into your main thing. So either way, you're going to have to take me seriously because I've gone through the process of showing you that I am serious about this and that I am paying my dues. I'm giving Caesar what is due Caesar. I'm giving the state what is due the state. I am legitimate. I'm not going to be this one person that takes your sale and then puts it in my pocket and then that's it. You know what I mean? And being that I am about inspiration, I wanted to definitely prove that I was am legitimate, and that I can't be an inspirational company without giving back. So, in the course of all of these things, in an amount of a year or so, I decided that I felt convicted. Not I decided, I just felt convicted. Everybody's convictions are different, but I felt convicted that I cannot be an inspirational company without giving back. It just didn't make sense to me in my head. So I reached out to this local charity, and they said yes, that I could donate. And I've been donating since, let's say, 2015 up into this present day. 10% of all the clothing sales are donated to Hayden's Heart. It's a charity that raises awareness for babies with congenital heart disease. So not only do you feel good about purchasing something that has a positive message on it, but at least you know a portion of your money is going to a good charity, you know? And it's local to my New Jersey area. So it just worked out. And when you start following what life and the direction that life wants you to go, things become very easy. So let me fast forward to what Be the Difference does currently to this day. So I do not only t-shirts, fitness tops, onesies, because I believe we have to inspire from infancy all the way up. I also have these books here. I have 2 representations of books that I've written. They're all quotes, and they're all geared to inspire and motivate you, and to even make you think a little differently about life. They're all copywritten because, remember, I did it for someone else, so it became easier for me. So, you know, if there's one lesson that you may learn from this little chitty chat for today, just know, do not scorn the different processes and the lessons that you may learn in life, because they may be there to teach you how to do things a little bit faster when you come to a different thing in life. So it was easy for me because I already had the thing. So if you want to own your own business and incorporate, go to your local state's website and find out how to register a business.
Right.
The process is all there, you know?
Yes.
So that's pretty much what I do. I'm excited because I just recently reached my 1,000th episode of Hello World on YouTube, March of 2022. And what else is happening? I have a podcast now that I do weekly, and sometimes it's live, sometimes it's pre-recorded. I'm also, you know, tuning into the speaking engagement world. I really feel like that's what I'm being drawn towards more now, is to speak more publicly and have more people that I can reach out to through these events. And I feel like I'll be very useful. I feel like I'll be able to touch at least the one person that needs to hear whatever God, my mega creator, or whatever you believe in is speaking through me. And it's just, don't be afraid to change. Don't be afraid to try something different. Like, I truly believe as humans, we were never meant to be in one thing or do one thing consistently all your life. So whenever you feel like your soul or God or whatever you believe in is telling you to do something different, just do it. Because that door that opens for you may create a little bit more happiness and peace in your own life.
That is so true, Joy. And I really appreciate everything you just said. But I do want to say to the audience and the subscribers that's listening, that Joy has some very good inspirational t-shirts. So Joy, why don't you tell us some of the things that's on your t-shirts?
Look what I'm wearing today. Let's make jobs available for humans again. Y'all, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but the more we throw away these menial jobs, the more these computers take over. And I'm not saying I'm not happy about the progression of technology, but I'm just saying leave room for humans to have something. You know what I mean? It's simple. You go to any fast food chain now, you're not even greeted by a human. You're greeted by a kiosk to make your order, and a human may give you back your food. If you go into your local supermarket, I'm pretty sure there's a robot scanning around your supermarket saying, spill on aisle whatever. That's a job that a human had. So these are type of things to build awareness. I do t-shirts that build awareness, and then I have t-shirts that are just lighthearted. But at the end of the day, they're all there to make us think, all about humanity, all about the way and the directions that we're living our lives and where we're going. So when you purchase a Be the Difference t-shirt, you are purchasing and you're actually making an investment into humanity, because when somebody sees the message that you're wearing, they're going to think about things, and they may change their life because of what you decided to invest in. So,
Right.
It's all tied in together.
Right. And I love her t-shirts. Every time I go over to her lives and she be making them right there in the front of us. I really enjoy that. Also, Joy, can you tell them the name of your website and all your social media contact, please?
Absolutely. You can go on every social media platform: Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, any platform actually, and type in B as in boy, T as in Tom, D as in dog, LLC, and you will be connected. The thing about being on every platform and actually following on every platform, and here, YouTube, Be the Difference Clothing is the channel. The thing about being on each of those platforms is you get different content on each platform. That's the difference between all of them. So you should be following all of them. If you want to subscribe, please do so. And also the website, if you are interested, is BeTheDifferenceLLC.com. And also, I forgot to mention, we do custom socks, and there's only a limited amount, 12, of any design. And once they're sold out, they're never made again. So you have the collector's item, you have something from your friend that you know, and it's just also just creating the idea subliminally that it's okay to be individual in clothing, that we don't have to dress the same, we don't have to look the same. So I like that about the socks line.
Right. Okay, guys. If you want to know more about Joy's business, please contact her. I will have all of her social media down below this video. So, Joy, is there anything else you want to say?
I just want to say thank you for listening. Thank you for taking a little trip down memory road with me. And definitely subscribe to Geo. Make sure you follow all of her pages, guys. She's here to help us all. Thank you for allowing me to be here. And please, whatever you do, never give up, never quit. Know that your life is what you make it, but definitely know that you can't do it by yourself. You got people like us here to help you. So
that is so true, Joy. I am so happy that you came on here, because lots of people need to hear your inspirational messages, and so do I for myself. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been another great Boss Up interview with none other than Be the Difference Clothing, and we will see you on the next Boss Up interview. Bye-bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am the proud founder and executive director of Hush No More. and more support survivors when they're ready to come forward to share their story, to ask questions, to get resources, or just to have somebody to listen to and show them some love. We also provide training in our communities on what I call the hush topics: sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, child sexual abuse, incest, all of those things that families and organizations have a hard time discussing. We talk about it here on Hush No More Champions. Thank you for joining me. This is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, so I'm always excited to be busy, but also to talk about some important topics that are going on in our community and how can we be more aware so that we could prevent certain things from happening to us and to also heal when we are going through some stuff. So tonight we have an amazing guest, and I'm really excited to introduce you to Lady Melinda. So let me introduce you to her. Hello,
Hi,
beautiful
everybody.
Lady Melinda.
Hello. How are you?
I am absolutely wonderful. I am thankful that you are here with me to decide to hush no more and share your story, which is always a good day for me when somebody wants to share, and especially something so personal. So first, I want to say thank you, Lady Melinda, that for joining me and for just saying I'm going to share tonight and I'm going to hush no more. And can you tell I'm excited? Like I got all this energy.
Yes, I can. I don't know. We're cutting in and out, so I don't know if it's on my behalf or on my end or your end, but yeah. I'm excited to be here. Again, for inviting me to be part of this dynamic organization, as well as your to be on your podcast tonight. You and our organizations, they similar. Yours go more a little more in depth, however, but I'm thankful to be connected with you. Yeah, I'm very thankful.
Yeah, well, as it comes to organizations, we all have levels. So we all have like these specialties that we have that we can help individuals. So I'm excited that I'm able to partner with you and we can grow together. Like we're both growing in our organizations, and that is so important. So today we're going to talk about your experiences as a survivor. And I wanted you just to tell us a little bit about Lady Melinda.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did I cut you off? I'm not. Okay, a little about Melinda Hunter, also known as Lady Melinda Sue. I am the founder and advocate for Grace International Light. We take great pride in representing God and helping people to get beyond the sting of the pain and or trauma that they have experienced. One thing with Grace International Light, we like inspiring people. Excuse me, we like inspiring people to ignite so that they are able to make an impact within themselves as well as the world. So we have different we do have different functions that we do community wise, and we're just here to serve and help people to be a better version of themselves outside of they have experience that go on.
I love it. I love it. I think it's important for us to create an outlet whenever we're a survivor. You don't have to create an organization, but do something to help you on your healing journey. And so that's what you have done with Grace International Light. And so I really like that. And I think it's very inspirational for other people to see what you are doing based on where you started from, where you started from, and it was not always good. So I want you to go back as far as what you need to just be able to share with us your experiences of how did you get to this place in the military? Because this is military trauma. And so I want you to get us to that place where you experienced your journey.
Okay. Well, actually, I have, if you don't mind, I have two that I would like to share. Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, share your story. Share your story.
Okay. But the first one that I want to share, I was it was actually my very first duty assignment. I'm not going to say exact installation due for confidentiality, and then but anyway, I was at my first duty assignment. At this one, I had just graduated. Keeping in mind, for the people that may not understand military jargon, I had just left training, getting ready to start a new job. And then you're going in there, so you get processed by someone else of a higher rank. So in the process of me getting in process, by this time we're at day 3, which you're winding down, because you normally get like about a week to actually in process. So we got to like day. It was a male soldier that was in processing me. I was uncomfortable with it because I'm like, okay, well, why are they putting me with a male rather than a female? But I'm like, whatever, Anybody who knows, when you initially come into the military, a lot of people make a big deal about the E4s, the specialists, because they're saying that, they're proving themselves. They're right next to being a non-commissioned officer. And so you're in good hands and everything. So long story short, this one particular day, we're doing them processes. It's in the morning, and he says that he needs to pay his light bill. And I was like, okay. And he asked me, did I mind him paying? And I was like, sure. I mean, what am I supposed to say? He's driving, it's his car. So in my mind, I didn't know any better. And so he said, well, golly, in his armrest, he played it off real good. He looked in his armrest, and then he says, golly, I left it at the house. You mind if you go by the house and I pick it up? I'm like, I don't care. So we get there at the apartment, and then he was like, well, come here and get my bill. I know I left it in here. And so you can go ahead and have it. So I was like, okay. So I just sat down. So then he calls me, and I was like, okay, he's calling me. So I get right at the end of the door because I didn't quite right. And so I got right there at the door. I didn't go like I'm going into the room, fast forward. I just went like I was at the doorway. And he was laying back on the bed with his penis in his hand. I turned around so fast, it was totally unexpected. This man had never made any kind of passes at me or anything. But in all of that being said, I still kept quiet about it. Why? Because people made a big deal out of specialists. And this particular person was a so-called stud. So people looked high, over, under. And in the end, I ended up creating a very hostile environment. And what made it catch people's attention was the fact that I had gotten to the point where, like, we would be in the motor pool or we would do maintenance or whatever the case may be. And I would just, I need you to go over here. You get it yourself. So when I say I had became very bold, I was very bold, and I was very mad. And so because I was very mad, that's why I was able to just lash out. Because my mind was, if I'm going to tell what you did. So, but in the meantime, so I did eventually have to tell my squad leader. And my squad leader and platoon sergeant, they apologized to me over and over and over. And they said, why didn't I say anything? Well, he told me not to. And in fact, he said, I better not say anything because I'm a specialist and I got a lot riding on the line. I'm getting ready to go to this school and that school. So I'm new to the military. I didn't know. But then it just got to a breaking point and I exploded to the for high-ranking people. And so at that point, I was able to share. But that just goes, I wanted to share this particular one for people. If you're going into a new establishment, maybe you're just getting into the military or going into the military. If it does not have to be, well, if you have an uncertainty on the inside, then don't do it. Because that's your inner being speaking to you. That's the Holy Spirit speaking to you. So listen to that voice on the inside.
For me, I am glad.
And so, go ahead.
I am glad that you shared that. And I did want to clarify some of your story for individuals who are not familiar with the military. And one of them is to really explain what a specialist is. And so we're not a private, you're not a sergeant, you're like right here with them some responsibility, but not all the responsibility. So that is that leadership role where they're about to give you the responsibility of becoming a sergeant, and they let you do a lot of things that a sergeant would do, but you're not getting paid. So it's like that lower level within the organization. And then when she says squad leader and her first sergeant, when you're saying like a platoon leader, that is your supervisor that will be like in a normal organization. That is your middle level management that you would go to when you want to report something. And so she did use the proper chain of command, which is like the proper way that we're supposed to report things in an organization, but when she was ready. And so I like a lot of times when I'm talking to a civilian population, they're like, well, what is that? I don't understand what that part means. So I try to explain just who the people are in the story. And it's hard to really go through this and experience this. And even though there was any penetration, how did you feel, Lady Melinda, even though he didn't penetrate you? Do you still feel violated?
I was disgusted. I did, because I don't want to say he made me, but he deceived me into thinking I was just going to look at some pictures. So it was very deceptive. But instead, rather than looking at pictures, I'm looking at his thing, and it actually disgusted me, because when I left out, so I ran out of the apartment. I was new to the area. I had no idea where I was going. I didn't even know where, because I know we made crooks and turns. I didn't even know how to get to the main street. If I would have gotten to the main street, what direction was I supposed to go in? So yeah, so it's like I was stuck. And at that point, I once he got himself back together, whatever, and I said, I want to go back to the job. I want to go back. Well, we still got no. I want to go back to the job. And so when I still had some more processing to do, paperwork, getting my paperwork done, getting stuff done. Paperwork, doing personal affairs information. I made a request from the female. As a matter of fact, like you were saying, you have your team leaders, you have your squad leaders, and this, that, and the others, team leaders and stuff. So I asked somebody, my request to my squad leader was, which I knew the female, they were the same rank, and it was a female, and she finished in processing me. And it went on from there. So there was a process, but he got, and he did get what was coming to him, and he did. And so as far as him having his promotional status and promotable status and stuff, all that went away. And I can honestly say I did not feel bad, because in my mind, he was conducting himself in a manner to lead anybody. Because if I would have let him got away with it, then who would have been the next person? Not to mention how many people were before me. So a lot of time when you get to hit people where they, where the wall, male ego and stuff, they don't like that. So
I am proud of your leadership, because they did something about it.
I feel bad for the choice that I made in the end.
Yeah, I'm proud of your leadership for what they did for you. And I wanted to know, did you have any embarrassment or shame? Like, did you blame yourself?
You good?
Did you hear me? I said, did you blame yourself?
Yeah. In the beginning, I did. Sorry. In the beginning, well, I guess yes, I did. For like, I would say like maybe a 10%, for the mere fact that I wasn't comfortable, and I still allowed myself to be deceived. So I was ashamed of that. Okay, Linda, you should, Linda, why didn't you have sense enough to know that all I had to do was go into the formation? So, but at the time I wasn't thinking about that. I just wasn't thinking about that. You got somebody that's taking you around, and therefore they should have your best interests at heart. But I realized he did not have my best interests at heart. So therefore, That's when I figured out it wasn't my fault. You know, he took advantage of an innocent situation and made it terrible.
How did you overcome that shame? I think it's important for us to share in that moment. How did you move past that? How did you overcome?
Well, my initial growth was when I was able to lash out at him. I know it was the environment, but at the same time, that gave me an opportunity to release. I might not have released the right way in my mind at that given time, but at the same, it was like a twofold part. I felt like there were going to be consequences. However, because of what I had experienced, I didn't care. So that was my first step of being able to release, because then it got to the point where I just didn't care who knew. So I talked to my chain of command. After talking to the chain of command, necessary measures were taken that made me feel better and that I was protected and that my voice actually did count. I just should have said something sooner than later. As a matter of fact, after that particular situation, that particular person had to give training for everybody as an eye opener for him, as part of his what do they call it in the military? But corrective, as a means of like corrective training. So therefore, he had to give the training based on the fact that was like a two-part. He would have received additional training by studying to be able to prepare and give the class, and at the same time by me being able to move forward with exposing him to what he has said and what he had done, he was able to, at this point, he's getting the repercussions from what he did. So he was actually able to give the training from both aspects of what it was before he committed the act, as well as what it was after he committed the act. Now, if it did any good later on, I don't know. But in either case, it was a good thing. And I saw it was good for me. And it wasn't good for him because he lost all his status. But at that point, my mind was, I just needed to move on. And the repercussions were, I was satisfied in the end. Can you hear me?
I can't. You're going in and out. There's a delay, so I'm allowing you to finish before I say something because you're going in and out.
So, yeah, it's just,
that
I did receive some additional counseling. They did have me to go to the hospital and they set up some sessions for me, and I was good because it gave me another way to totally release. At that point, I was able to release in a positive manner, opposed to releasing in a negative manner, like I did the initial lashing out.
Right.
Yeah. So it became control. I was able to control it and be healed from it. And as a matter of fact, I could actually be around him and not feel any kind of whatever or regrets or anything. Okay. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear
Yes.
you, but it's like a
Now the
delay.
second one is the one you and I talked about previously. So by this point, with this next one, I was actually I was in NTO, so I was like a squad leader. Am I
Now,
was,
you keep going,
which
Melinda.
is like
I
a
think
supervisor.
I really want people to hear you.
You have
You're going in
like
and
you were
out.
saying, you have the team lead, and then you have the floor manager. Well, you have the floor manager, and then you have the shift manager and general manager, as it goes up and up. So from the aspect of the civilian as well as the military, at this point, I was a non-commissioned. I was part of leadership.
All right, y'all. Melinda computer is going in and out, so she's going to leave out and come back in because her story is so phenomenal. I don't want you all to miss it. So hopefully she can get the technical difficulties together and come back in. But it just seems like her story is so phenomenal, it keeps being blocked. And so it is so difficult. Latoya, am I going in and out as well? I couldn't hear Melinda for some reason. And thank you for joining us again. So while Melinda is out, it is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And so I want you all to be aware of all the different activities that has been going on all month in your area. Check out SAM activities. You'll hear it. It'll say SAAM. See what's going on in your neighborhood to find out some great events. Here in Columbia, South Carolina, we are actually going to have an event on Saturday called Stump Out Crime. It is during National Crime Victims Week. We are going to support survivors, families, the community, and bring them together because we believe that with love and just information, we can prevent a lot of crime from happening. And so we are working together with Rediscover Me, Visions of Women, um, my sister's voice. She did that foundation, and it's one more. Rediscover Me. Did I say Rediscover Me? And Restoration and Purpose for Women. We're joining together and partnering with Benedict College to put on an amazing event. So if you are in the area, please stop by at Benedict Football Stadium on Saturday. Rain or shine, we do have a space inside, but we don't think that it's going to rain after 8 a.m. So it should be a beautiful day. And we hope that you come out because it is so important for us to give information out on what do you do if you have been a victim of a crime or to prevent you from becoming a victim of a crime. We'll have free food. We're giving out brand new clothes donated by Versona, purses, jewelry, all kind of stuff, y'all. We got kid fingerprinting, 4 bounce houses. It's going to be an amazing day. We even have car clubs, Changing Lanes Car Club is going to be there, Takeover, 3MC. So it's going to be like a very cool day. So bring your family out, have a great time. And I hope that you come and look in your area if you're not here in South Carolina on some things that you can do. And also on May 29th in Columbia, we are having a holistic healing from addiction retreat. No matter if your addiction is alcohol, drugs, if it's sex, if it's shopping, you can figure out natural, holistic ways for you to heal. And it's going to be at the Sesquicentennial Park. Very natural, a beautiful day. And I'm really excited about that. So if you're interested in finding out just healthy ways how we can heal, you could join us there. And then on August 13th through the 14th, we are having the Niagara Falls Freedom and Releasing Retreat, which is going to be the bomb as well. We are going to just have a day of a releasing. It'll be all women. We are going to Niagara Falls and meditate and have a butterfly release. And on the second day, if you have your passport, you can go to Canada with us and we're going to go shopping, stop at some museums, eat some food, and just have a good day on that Sunday. Or If you want, you can go to church. We have a great church there in that area that you could go and worship and just release and get away from your family, your kids, your spouse, and come join us on a phenomenal day. We would love for you to come out and join us. Then we have our domestic violence walk, October 15th. Please mark your calendar, save the date. If you want, come to South Carolina. If you are far away, and join us in our walk. It is going to be phenomenal. It is at Riverfront Park. The theme for the year in my life and that I want to impact others with is healing. Healing is so important. And I use water to heal. I use meditation to heal. So we will be at the walk and we are going to have fun event. Everything is free. You'll get a free t-shirt, free food, resources. There'll be vendors there. And just going to be a great day. So please mark your calendar, October 15th. And you can also walk in your own neighborhood if you would like. We would love for you to join us and walk in your area or with us, because it's important that we raise awareness and let people know that with love and kindness, we could do so much for the community and so much for survivors, and not make them feel like crap when they come forward, but just to accept them for where they are in their life and how can we be of assistance. So welcome back, Lady Melinda. Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Man, I mean, you know, when we want to heal and we want to share our stories, sometimes all these roadblocks come in, and I don't want you to feel discouraged or even feel any slight, because things happen, technology happens, and we're going to get this story out tonight. So,
Got it.
so you are brand new in the military. You got tried, and he really did play you, because you're like, I'm young, I don't know. And we all know statistically ages 18 to 24 is when sexual assault really happens to individuals, whether in the military or in college. So we know that statistically. And so you fall right in that range of it happening to you. So fast forward in your life, what is this next thing that happens to you?
But this time I'm stationed overseas. I'm not going to say again, I'm not going to mention the area. It's just I had to fly over water in order to get there. And by this time, I am part of the leadership role. I'm an officer at that time, which is like a supervisor. I actually had team leaders under me and stuff. So, just like every human being, we have annual exams, and especially when you are in the military, they're mandatory. So anyway, I went to my exam as usual. They do your vitals and everything. Then from the vitals, they take you to another room. And then the next room is where you actually dress accordingly for whatever exam that you're getting ready to have done. And so a female comes in, female gets me and take me to where I'm supposed to go, tell me what I need to, put on, take off, or whatever the case may be, to dress accordingly. And in the meantime, I'm waiting for the doctor to come. My mindset is, oh my gosh, I do not like these exams. I'd be glad when they come, doing it so I can leave. Well, in the meantime, the doctor does come back with the assistant comes in first. The assistant comes in, and then the doctor comes in immediately behind her. The doctor says something to her, and she leaves out of the room. So in the meantime, I'm sitting there because I'm waiting for the assistant to come back, because in my mind, he's not doing anything without the assistant being there. However, stirrups and everything like we're supposed to do. And so at that point, I asked him, are we going to wait for your assistant? He said, no, she'll be back. We'll just go ahead and get started so we can get finished. And I was like, okay. So in the process of, doing the examination, gadgets are used to start off in the beginning. But as we know, when, for a female, we all know when it comes to the pelvic exam, we have to actually use physical body parts and hands. And normally you can tell because it's like 2 pushes on one side, 2 pushes on the other side, and it's a wrap. Well, I felt more than one push, but the last one actually tore me. And so I remember I scooted back as I felt the stuff move, like I I felt it, and in my mind, I'm like, this don't feel right. Why is it taking all of this? So I don't know if I'm going into the shock or whatever word is applicable as to what is going on, or just being in denial, trying to figure out what is actually going on, because I know how a pelvic exam normally is, how it's normally done. And so when he tore me, I scooted back, and I was told to slide back down. And I said, I don't think so. And so then I was told to slide back down so that he could finish what he was doing. And then I asked, well, what are you doing? Just slide back down. So I was like, okay. Keep in mind, the female assistant has not made it back yet. So I go ahead and I slide back down, and I'm like, what in the world? So at this point, all I can say is I went into a mental blockage or whatever the case. And so he said, I remember him saying, okay, I'm done. You can get dressed. And I felt so dirty. I felt dirty. I felt betrayed. My mom like, where is this person? What just happened to me? I don't understand why I don't understand why I'm feeling like this. I don't understand. I'm like, I'm in a lot of pain, and I'm like, what just happened? That's what I'm saying to myself over and over again. What just happened? Why is this happening? Why didn't the assistant come back in? All these questions just going through my head, and at the same time, I just wanted to get out of there. So that's what happened. And so then I went back to my living quarters, and I showered and stuff, which that's what anyway, that's what we do. And I was in excruciating pain. So as the night went through, I want to say it was probably I know it was after midnight. I want to say it was probably about 2 o'clock in the morning. And I just couldn't take the pain anymore. So I went back to the hospital. Being overseas in this particular area, the emergency room, the hospital and the sick car, all of it is one building. And so I go back. I go to the emergency room. They ask me what the problem is. I tell them what's going on. As the doctor comes in, this is when I was like truly humiliated, and I did not have an answer to the question. Well, I did, but it didn't. By this time, it's not even 24 hours. Go in, and they checked me, and I was asked, so who have you been with? And I said, nobody. Oh, you've been with somebody because you've been torn. Well, I know that. And at this point, I'm crying because I'm in pain. I'm crying because I'm embarrassed. I'm crying because I'm trying to figure out what's going on with me. And so with this, now they're doing rape kits on me, and they're testing me for all these different STDs and stuff. And I'm like, I need to go to the doctor. So then they went to look further in my records so they could see that I was there, that I had been there a few hours prior. And the doctor said, I see where you came in, but this doesn't look like something a doctor did. So I'm going to ask you again, who else have you been with? And I hadn't been with anybody else. And so they gave me some pain meds, gave me some quarters, and sent me on my way. So by this time, like 2 days go by because I'm in quarters. So I'll say, I think they gave me 48-hour quarters, if I remember correctly. Like, you stay home sick call, like you stay home because you're sick at a doctor's permission. And so I had to go back to work. And in my going back to work, at this point, I'm being questioned based on my quarter slip. At the same time, I had to go back for not checkup, but it's like they were to check the status of whatever it is treatment that you're getting. They're checking the status. I can't think of the right word right now.
Follow up.
There you go, follow up. And so I go in for my follow up, and here I am getting asked all these same questions again. And by this time, I'm like, how is it that I have been invaded, but I'm being treated like I did something wrong? I'm like, you're treating me like I did something wrong. I'm trying to figure out what has happened. I'm the one in all this pain. I'm humiliated, and by this time, when I went to my follow-up, I didn't see my normal doctor, so I'm seeing somebody else. And when this happened, here I am telling the same story over and over and over again. So by this time, what do you call it? The person who held military to file their claims and to file a case and all this different stuff. So I do make a complaint. Long story short, once the investigation started, my doctor's report for that particular day as to what happened to me, well, during my exam, disappeared. So now they asked me in reference, do I want to do a formal complaint? And I said yes. So now we're trying to move forward for the formal thing. And the doctor, the area that we were in, they took care of him. Now, by this point, I'm just mad with the military, period. And especially medical systems. They're here to help us. They're here to, if we have a health challenge, that's who we go to. If we're doing something annually, that's who we trust to do the right thing. So by this time, it was almost time for me to PCS. And after all of this happened, my mindset just went to, I just want to go. I don't care. Everything is not working out, In my mind, everybody was covering up everybody. The action and everybody's getting defended except me, because of the fact of the records disappearing.
Darn it. I should have known it was going to kick her back out. One thing about StreamYard, you definitely have to have a stable connection or it will not last. But I want to know what happened. Come on back, Lady Melinda.
Yes.
All right, you're back. You're back. The last thing we heard was that you just wanted to leave. Like you was frustrated because all your records were missing.
I just wanted to. Yes, all records are missing and everything. And so then when I got to my new duty assignment, by this point, I was being seen weekly for depression, and I don't recall being suicidal, but I do know I was at a very low point, because when it was time for me to do my in processing at the medical center, it immediately brought back in process with them. Because in my mind, what has happened, they don't have my best interest at heart. So why do I even have to in process with them? Why can't I choose who I want to see or who I want to be my doctor that's outside of the military? Because I felt like my chain of command disappointed me. I felt like they didn't take up for me. I felt like the people that did the check, and even people that somebody had to hit the delete button. I don't know who hit the delete button, but somebody had to hit the delete button. And as we know, when it comes to the digital world, I don't care how much you hit. In the process of the investigations and everything going on, how is it that somebody can so-called just vanish? And I just wanted to leave. And so I did get to the point where I could see someone at the hospital and stuff at my new assignment. But at that point, I had to go to the hospital. It was 3 people in the room with me. So therefore, if one did have to leave, another one was already right there. There wasn't a matter of, okay, hold on while I go get another position to have to go through that. So I was able to control at that point. Again, I didn't trust anybody. So I did what I had to do to trust me, to be able to feel like, okay, I'm safe enough to at least get this appointment now. So yeah.
So for you, you felt like they covered it up. Well, ain't no felt like, they did.
Yes.
They covered it up.
They
They
covered it
deleted
up.
it. Right. The doctor
Yeah.
actually could have deleted it. The doctor could have went in and deleted your medical records.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think that they took your investigation serious?
Because even with I would say no, because when I look back at it now, and when you look at the scenario or the situation, and being where I was, let's just say the statistics of with the ratio was less women. For me to receive the different comments and everything that I was receiving at the time, I'm trying to figure. I would just say, I don't know. I don't have the words for it right now. But I do know I'm not in that bad place anymore. I do know I'm not in that isolation anymore. I do know it's not my fault. I do know that I can go to a doctor now. However, now I will say this, even as up to this day, I will not have a male doctor in those particular. As a matter of fact, I really don't go to a male doctor, period. Because I have the right to make that choice, and that is my choice. Because we have to set boundaries. So for me, that's a boundary for me, so that I don't send myself back into a relapse or whatever when it comes to depression and isolation and all that different stuff.
I respect you for setting a boundary. I think that's important that we set a boundary for ourselves and say, I don't want a male doctor. You know, especially for what happened to you. And they did cover it up. They did try to hide it. And you were torn. Like it was evidence that you had been raped and they didn't do anything about it. And what makes me upset is that he was probably still practicing because they didn't do anything about it. So would he do it again? And I was proud of you for going forward and reporting it regardless, because that's still taking your control back, even though they didn't do anything about it. How do you get through something like this so tragic? What else did you do that changed your mindset about going to the doctor?
I prayed about it. In realness, I prayed about it, and God give me strength to set my boundaries and to be strong in my boundaries. Yeah, that was the biggest thing, to be strong enough to handle setting my boundaries, because sometimes I know I have set boundaries, but this is a boundary that has been established, and to this day, because even now when I go to the doctor, when I go to the hospitals for the military, it's in my record. So, and on that note, so if there is a female that has experienced that while they were in the military, you have the right to say, I do not want a male doctor. And from that point on, your record would actually get tagged. Your record would actually get tagged. So I don't care if you pull you up on the computer. I don't care if they're looking in your file, whatever. Your record is tagged, and a male doctor cannot see you. Now, I will say also, this is like I guess, information for now and for time to come for other people, because the medical doctors for the military are short-staffed. They will still try to assign you with a male doctor if you are a female and you have experienced trauma. You do not have to say, yes, I'll go ahead and do it.
Right.
Why? Because at that point, you've allowed yourself to undo the boundaries that you have set in place. The system has no right to take that boundary from you. And so they'll make it happen. They'll make it happen, but we just have to be strong enough to stand. Once we establish that boundary, no compromise for discussion, because we're not compromising. There's no negotiation nor compromise. So let's move on to the next thing. I'm not doing it.
Thank you for that advice, because sometimes we'll just be like, well, okay, you don't have anybody, but they got to find somebody. This is a big deal. And you know that I'm coming to my appointment. And I like that you're saying, tell them that you need to find somebody, that I will not accept having a male to do this to me and for my annual exam. And we don't want to be triggered again. And actually, I don't really care for male doctors either. None have done anything to me, right? But after being a survivor of any type of sexual trauma, even domestic violence, or child sex abuse, you don't want to be touched by certain individuals. And so it just reminds me to be able to tell people that they have a right. They got a right to say, this is who I would like to see at a doctor's office. So thank you for that.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it happened here. So they switched me. So I was like, you know what? So I'm thinking it's with the doctor, female doctor they assigned me to. Well, the day of my appointment, my doctor couldn't come in. So they had somebody else, which is a male doctor, to so-called do my appointment. So he get ready to, so he comes into the room and I looked at him and I said, no. He said, well, I'm just going to ask you some questions. I said, no. He said, but your doctor's gone and we can go ahead and get your appointment done now. Which would be the simple annual exam. I said, no. I just kept saying no. And so then by this attitude, and was saying, well, you're going to have to reschedule this time, and you know it's going to be several months before you can get seen, saying all this derogatory stuff to try to make me change my mind and settle. But I refused to settle. I said, okay, I'm going to touch me, and I'm not going to answer any of your personal questions. And one thing also that people, since we already know, do your research and then turn around and ask the doctor, the doctor, can you get outsourced? Find you a good doctor, even social services, do your homework, and then tell them you want to get outsourced to this particular group. They'll do it. They'll do it. Ask me how I know. I did it. So they'll do it.
Yeah. If you don't have male doctors, then I need you to find me a female doctor. I need you to find me one. Period. Thank you. Is there any other advice that you can give to women and men? Because you never know who it can happen to. What is some advice that you would have outside of doing the research like you said?
That's it.
What can people do?
Take ownership to what has happened to you. Not saying that you're taking ownership that it was your fault, but just take ownership as to I acknowledge and I know that this right here happened to me. Once I was able to do that, then I was able to ask the questions, what do I need to do now to get beyond this? And I know now also if it means, well, you know, I know now if I'm not going to say if it means, I had to actually look in the mirror. So that was the first step, was taking ownership to it. And it took me more than a day to do that. I'm not going to sit here and say it, you know, it happened overnight, because at this point I was seeing I had my doctors that I was seeing, and I would say roughly it took about 2 months for me to start taking ownership as to what happened, because there's a difference because in going through that, that's when I learned that there was a difference in actually getting over something I had done for several years, was I suppressed it. I didn't get over it. So once I was able to look into the mirror and take ownership to what happened to me, I was able to go forward by releasing it then, because it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. So that was a growing process for me. Yeah. And so now I just want to share with everybody that, you know, if you know somebody, tell them if they don't want to talk, if they don't feel like they don't have the courage to talk to somebody, then guess what? Look in the mirror. You be the first person to tell yourself what's going on the inside, because that will help help you get confidence, male or female, give you confidence to be able to say it so that it can totally come out of you.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much for sharing that. I know it's not always easy. Every time we share, we remember something else.
And then journaling. Journaling is very therapeutic. If you like music, listen to some music and just don't think about anything. But you can't let your mind wander, because the negativity will always try to seep in. But look in the mirror. That's your first step. Well, your second step. Look in the mirror and tell your story to yourself. The second step of getting it out. First step is acknowledging it. Second step is getting it out. What better way to look in the mirror and tell on yourself as to how you felt and how it made you feel?
So I love that. I think it's important for us to look at ourselves, to acknowledge it. You do have to acknowledge that there was a problem, that something happened to you. Not that it's your fault, but that this did happen, and now I have to do something to heal. And then that helps us move forward. Then we can decide what trajectory we want to go. We can also decide if you can't hear me. But I think it's important that we heal and that we acknowledge and heal and go to the next level. Did you want to share how people can contact you?
So at this time, I would like to say thank you. I can now. Yeah.
All right, Lady Melinda, we're going to go ahead.
Sure, you can reach me. Well, my website, which I saw it going by earlier, but the website is Grace International Light, and it's spelled GraceIntellite.com. Okay, you can reach me like that. I'm also on Facebook by organization Grace Light. With Grace International Light, sorry about that. And you can private message me or DM me. I think that means drop message me. Anyway, you can get in contact with me in private messenger. And I will most definitely get back in contact with you. I encourage you to, as a matter of fact, go on the website. You'll see all that we do, who we are, and we have books and stuff on there where you can purchase, and then you can actually leave reviews, and I would greatly appreciate that for you.
All right, so you all heard from beautiful Lady Melinda Sue. Thank you so much for tonight. Hopefully you were able to pick up some of her story, because she really did have a powerful testimony where she is now and even starting her organization. So look her up, attend some of her events. She is phenomenal, and I think you will really enjoy just learning from her, some of the events that she have, and just going to the next level. So thank you again, Lady Melinda. Remember that Hush No More is here for you. We provide free counseling to the community. We also have some amazing events, so check us out at hushnomore.org. We would love for you to just participate, even with art therapy on Thursday nights at 7 p.m. It's virtual, so join us. Peace and blessings to you. Thank you all so much for an amazing, amazing podcast with Lady Melinda Sue. Peace and blessings.
The world is hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
Lisa Nichols is a business coach and an EFT tapping practitioner. She specializes in helping women entrepreneurs tap into their inner wisdom, catalyzing their business success. She's a former journalist. She's also a former vice president of a Fortune 500 company, and she has held leadership positions with several nonprofits. She's a two-time best-selling author of parenting books and a Reiki master. Lisa, it's an absolute privilege to welcome you.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here.
Yes, it's wonderful. Let's talk first. Half of new businesses shut down within 3 years. What is your take on this?
Well, my take is that people don't really know what they're signing up for when they start a new business, because there's a huge learning curve, yes, on how to run a business. Everything from managing employees to payroll to all the things that go into running a business. But what they don't realize is how hard it is when you walk into your business with beliefs and thought patterns and emotional triggers that get triggered, that get going when they start a business. I often say that there are three big teachers in my life being a parent, being in relationship, and having a business. Because having a business just brings up all these things about ourselves, that like self-doubt or lack of confidence or hating being seen, or procrastination, or there's so many things that we walk into our business with. And I think a lot of people don't realize that in addition to learning how to do your business, you also need to work on your mindset and making sure that you stay up with your business. It's not just a one and done, but as your business grows, you also need to grow your mindset. You need to really look at your thoughts and your beliefs and how you limit yourself, how you stop yourself from feeling worthy of business success, from taking the steps that you need to take, etc. There's just, I think it's a lot of it is mindset.
It's mindset, and you know what? Emotions get triggered. And we all have emotions, but so like you say, with your mind, thoughts, feelings, emotions that all are under the surface, and yet we're so busy just doing. And what you're saying is you got to get to the root. That's what I'm hearing you say. You've got to address this.
Absolutely.
To be successful.
Absolutely. And there's a coaching model out there created by Brooke Castillo that talks about, there's a circumstance that, and the circumstance is neutral. And then we have a thought, and that thought might be, I don't know how to do this. And then based on the thought, we have a feeling. And a lot of times people think we have the feeling and then we have the thought, but it's really the thought that comes first. And so then we have that feeling like, I don't know how to do this. So we have the kind of panic, or, oh, I need to go watch Netflix, or, there's lots of feelings that you could have based on the thought, I don't know how to do this. And then based on your feeling, you take an action. So if your feeling is, oh, I got this, you're going to go do it. But if your feeling is, I don't know how to do this and it's scary, and then you will go sit on the couch.
Absolutely.
And then that is out of your actions, is where you get your results. So it really stems from the thoughts that lead to the feelings.
Wow. So literally half of all new businesses shut down within 3 years.
Yes.
That's a very sobering statistic.
Well, and there's so many things that go into that. For example, someone may go through a divorce, or they found out they thought they wanted one kind of business and they found out it's not the right one for them. So it's a lot of, so many things that go into why a business shuts down. But my belief is that the biggest reason is the mindset and not dealing with your emotions that come up when you start a business.
Yes. Now, what would you say is the most common way that women entrepreneurs sabotage them?
Well, it's kind of repeating myself a little bit, but it's believing your thoughts. It's believing the critical little voice in your head. It's believing that that they are truth with a capital T. And it's believing, those feelings that come up and thinking that they can't deal with the feelings that they have, and if you have a feeling, it's just a feeling. But a lot of people, and I was this way for many, most of my life, and still am sometimes, it's hard to kind of override your feeling. But when you get used to looking at your thoughts and noticing, being aware, then you could say something like, oh, I'm uncomfortable because I don't know how to do this. I'd really like to withdraw and not have to deal with this, but it's just a feeling. So, or going back to that thought of, I don't know how to do this. Well, you can actually choose your thoughts. So if you are, looking at how to set up a Facebook group, and your thought is, I don't know how to do this, you can choose to say, but I'm going to figure it out. And so the biggest way that women entrepreneurs sabotage themselves is believing the thoughts that they have and not questioning them, not choosing what the thoughts that they really want to have.
Right. And override, of course, it's anxiety provoking. Say it's building a funnel or expanding your list. I mean, there's so many details running a business. So, and it can be a solopreneur or there can be multiple people in the business. Regardless, it's a steep learning curve and there's always something new. But what I'm hearing you say is, of course, that transient thought is going to, but go past it, get past it. It's the bottom line is you're there for a reason. And I hear leaders say that, you know what, you got a vision. You're there for a reason. There's something very important that calls you to this business, and get regrounded in yourself.
Yeah. And by addressing your thought patterns and your beliefs and those emotional triggers that you have, you become a better business owner and a better leader.
Exactly. So let's lead into the tapping. You are an EFT tapping practitioner. In case listeners are not aware, can you describe it a little bit for us?
I can. EFT stands for Emotional Freedom Techniques. And it's also called tapping because you literally tap on your body, on meridian points or energy points in your body. And this has been around since the 1980s, and it came out of something that actually thought field therapy that started in the 1970s. And this is not like a woo kind of, even though it's energy psychology, it's a form of energy psychology, but there is science behind it. There are way over 100 studies that show the efficacy, including one that shows that EFT tapping reduces dopamine over 40%. And so dopamine being the stress hormone. And so EFT tapping is excellent for using to reduce stress and anxiety and everything from PTSD in veterans to sugar cravings. And it's a process that is effective and quick. It's not like you have to talk about something for 20 years. It's rare that someone will need to do EFT tapping more than 10 times to address a deep-seated issue.
Wow. So then how do you integrate tapping for women entrepreneurs?
Well, let's say that you're a procrastinator and you believe you're just lazy. You procrastinate because you're lazy, or you were just born that way. It's just a personality trait you were born with. Well, neither one is true. Procrastination is, well, everyone procrastinates it sometimes, but a chronic procrastinator, it's really a survival mechanism that you created when you were a child based on the circumstances in your lives, usually when you were a child, based on the circumstances in your life. So let's say that you had highly critical parents. Well, if you're going to be criticized all the time anyway, why try? Why even put yourself out there? Why even do something that invites criticism? So you start to procrastinate. Or let's say you had controlling parents, and everyone, children, teens, everyone wants some level of autonomy and control over their lives and their bodies and everything. And so one of the only ways that you find that you can have some level of control is to kind of passive aggressively start to procrastinate. And so, which is fine when you're a child and you're just dealing with growing up, but when you're 40 and you're still procrastinating in rebellion to your parents, it can impact your life big time. So when I work with people, with my clients, my women entrepreneurs, we're looking at where they're stuck, where they're holding themselves back, where they're struggling, and what beliefs are leading to those struggles. And then using EFT tapping to release the belief, the emotional charge, and transform it into something more. That's why the EFT tapping and the coaching is so great together. Because not only do we release the old thought pattern, but we create the new one, the more positive, the more empowering one,
Yes.
and the one that you want to live your life by.
That is so awesome. That is how powerful.
Yeah.
It really is. It's profound. And I'm hearing you say it really doesn't take that long by practicing with the coaching and the tapping. You see people making these shifts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sometimes I end up with issues that, aren't necessarily directly related to a job, but anytime anyone has something huge, in their lives, it impacts how you can operate. So I recently had a client who had a very difficult upbringing of a parent that was a drug addict and a drug dealer and ended up getting murdered when she was 12. And she was the lookout when she was young. She was the lookout for the cops. And she was just very untrusting of people. And you can imagine if you're growing up in such a chaotic environment where she'd be woken up at 2 a.m. to say, hey, we got to go, that kind of thing, why you might not learn to trust people. And so we did some tapping on this, on all of this just one time. And she felt a huge shift in releasing the hold that kind of had on her and being able to step into trusting people more, including her family, her husband and her children.
Wow. I mean, that's life-changing. That's massive, massive progress. From that level of adrenaline and that anxiety and just the terror. It's like, oh my God, the anticipation. Oh my God, I've got to be somehow, even when I'm sleeping, I've got to be awake at all times.
Right.
And
right.
Talk about the drain, the depletion in all of the body systems.
Right. Right. Well, and I'll give another example of a client I'm working with right now who has wanted to start her own business forever, and she just can't bring herself to do it. And so the very first session we worked on, when she was growing up, her father had a hair salon. And not only did he get in trouble with the IRS, he got sued by somebody. And so in her mind, it gets connected. So if you think that having a business means getting in trouble with the IRS and being sued, you're not going to want to really jump in and start a business. And so we did tapping to release an emotional connection between having a business and having legal and tax problems. And, letting her remember that she is not her father, that she has control over, doing her taxes and making sure they're done right and all of that. And so just we're kind of like bit by bit chipping away at different beliefs that keep her from being able to open the business that she's always wanted.
She's always wanted deep down. That's her core. And these fears are blocking her. And then it's violating to her very being. Because she can't act because of the fears. But then if you're able to get those fears out of the way and make them, the reality is a lot, like you said about a business, there's a lot of little details, but there are safety mechanisms to put in place. And, work with somebody reputable for your taxes and, get some help with your bookkeeping and all of that. And so that her dream doesn't, it's not lost. Right. Because what a tragedy. We all have a purpose and a destiny on this planet, and we want to remove the obstacles. You know, there's always obstacles, the barriers. Life gets in the way, but that's what you're doing. You're helping people so that those barriers vanish.
Yes.
And
yes, and at the same time, building their belief in themselves that if and when, because we all know having a business, failure is just part of it. We are going to fail sometimes. And so building the confidence in ourselves that we have the resilience to deal with whatever comes our way.
Exactly. That core level. It's a deep inner confidence.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is awesome. Very important work. Very important. So you work with women entrepreneurs. Can you give examples of, is it women just starting out, or women that have had a few businesses, or what range?
I typically work with smaller business owners, like a solopreneur or less than 5 employees. Just that's typically, and yes, usually someone who's either new or fairly new. Did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Either someone new or fairly new, or like my current client who wants to start a business. But even women who have had a successful business, they still struggle at times. I had a client who, an employee quit, and it just impacted her self-confidence in her ability to hire the right people. And she'd hired a lot of people over the years, but for some reason, this just fit her in kind of a wrong way. And so we did tapping on releasing the self-doubt and the lack of confidence. And then we also put together a plan on how will she go about hiring somebody, what needs to be done so that she can train without her having to train the person 100%. And how does she get herself kind of out of the day-to-day more mundane details, and how can she automate so that she has more time to focus on hiring someone? So it was kind of a twofold, and she's a very successful business owner. And then another one, a successful interior designer, very successful, her and her business partner. And yet procrastination was a huge impact on her life. And it came from when she was 2, she almost died. And so her mom became very overprotective. And it was kind of her way to try to, her mom was always kind of directing her, you need to do this, you need to do that. And so she became a procrastinator, that and some things in college. And so again, in the first instance, we did a combination of coaching and tapping. And in the second instance, it was almost entirely tapping, working on those deep underlying belief systems. Yeah.
In a situation like that, so when you're doing the work, does then the person you're working with, they practice the tapping then afterwards, like in between sessions?
They can, but they don't have to.
Okay. So you do the tapping with them?
I do.
Okay.
I also am certified in an advanced technique called matrix reimprinting, and we use that. It's a way to work with your younger child at the point in time that a trauma occurs. And so I kind of switch in between tapping and matrix reimprinting as needed.
I see. Wow, that's awesome. So tell us, what would be one thing that women business owners could start doing right now to start experiencing better long-term results?
Well, there's the big one is becoming aware of the thoughts that they have before they either check out or withdraw or lose their enthusiasm. Like a lot of times when you may be excited and you're there and you're present, and then something happens, you have a thought, and you can literally sometimes feel your energy just drain out of you. Well, what is that thought? And just becoming aware of your thoughts can really change things, and giving yourself permission not to believe them, to decide that you can choose your thoughts. It's really giving yourself that permission. And it's not something that we're taught, that we can choose our thoughts. We just think our thoughts just go and we just have to deal with them. But they're just thoughts. And this is, one way to know for sure that your thoughts are not true with a capital T. And that is because other people have thoughts, different thoughts than you do when you are in the same situation. So, for example, two children growing up in the same abusive household, one will become like a victim, think that they're a victim. One may become an activist and protect others. One may just heal and, never, and not have it impact them the rest of their lives.
Right.
So the thought could be, well, it's true for me. Well, how is it serving you? If you want to hold on to that thought as your truth, is it serving you? Is it in your best interest? Is it positive? Does it uplift you? And if not, choose a different thought.
See, that's so empowering, because I think I know from working with people that so many people become victims of their thoughts. They really do. It's like they become fixed, false beliefs. And I don't mean like a real delusion, but it almost is, because they keep hearing the same thought running through their minds, and then they're completely overwhelmed. It becomes a fixed, unshakable belief. But what I'm hearing you say is don't accept that. You can choose your own thoughts. You can be empowered to think new thoughts. And for a lot of people, I know this is very, very challenging, but I think what you're talking about really gets at the root of a lot.
It does. It does. And one of the things that we do in EFT tapping, it's very important in EFT tapping to tap on the negative. You might say the negative. So whatever issue that you're working on, you tap on the negative. But once you've kind of tapped on that long enough, you go into what's called a reframe. And a reframe is just a different way to look at the situation.
Right.
Like if you're tapping on parents being overprotective, like my client. Well, you might get to the point where you've tapped on all your emotions and your thoughts and your feelings, and then you get to the point where you're like, well, maybe she was scared. Maybe mom was scared. Maybe mom did the best she could. Maybe I can forgive mom, and so you go into kind of a different way to view the circumstance, that because you're kind of in your thought loop, you don't even know. And it's just the one client that I'm working with right now who wants to start a business. I asked her how, at the end of our last session, what she got out of the session. And she literally said that, the way I think about things isn't necessarily true. And sometimes you just need a little help getting a little different perspective, a different way to look at something.
Yes, exactly. But again, how empowering. So this is tremendous. And you're doing tremendous work, really helping people. It's got to make you feel good.
It does. And the variety of issues and the variety of ways that people just feel so stuck in their lives, and just And I've gone through a lot myself in this. When I was in the mid 2000s, I had a business coach, and that poor guy. I mean, seriously, the poor guy. I don't think I did one thing he told me to do. I was probably his worst client ever, because I had so many of the issues that I help my clients with, like social anxiety, procrastination, perfectionism, because I was trying to prove myself, my value, hating to be seen, hating to be center of attention, which is kind of part and parcel with social anxiety. And so as I've done my own work, and I've been on a personal journey for a long time, but it was really when I became an EFT tapping practitioner in early 2019 that things have just exponentially changed for me, just completely transformed. And I don't dissociate from my body anymore. I don't leave my body anymore. I'm present, and I feel just I feel like the heavy burden of all those beliefs and thoughts and everything it's just gone from myself, and it's wonderful.
Where can our listeners learn more about what you do and reach out to you?
Well, my website is tappingintoyourtrueself.com. And that's probably the best way right now. I also have, I have a content management system that has all of my freebies and my courses and everything, but I don't have an easy URL to say. So all I can say is go to the services page on my website, and that will click into that. And then you can kind of see what all I have.
And we'll post that link, but it's tappingintoyourtrueself.com.
Yes.
And then go on to the services link.
Right.
Okay. And before we close, Lisa, you are a 2-time best-selling author. And what are your books?
Well, after I got certified in EFT tapping, I joined a book writing program. And as the topic that I chose to write my books about was helping moms with difficult teenagers, because I had been through that experience myself. We had we had 2 difficult teens, but my son was kind of put my daughter to shame, and he was really very difficult. And so they're both tapping books for parents. One is called Surviving Your Out of Control Teen, and one is called Crazy Little Thing Called Teens. And I share in there pretty honestly the journey that we had, the things that I learned about myself and about my parenting. And then there's like, for example, parenting by guilt is not a good way to parent. And so I have tapping scripts for different things that parents may be dealing with.
I see. And those books are available on Amazon?
They are on Amazon, or you can go to lisagaynichols.com. And I have to do Lisa Gay because there's a famous Lisa Nichols. Yeah. And that is not me.
That we all know. Yes. Yeah. We all know and love. And, but no, let's make sure we've got that. So we'll include that website as well. lisagaynichols.com.
Yes.
That's awesome. Well, Lisa, thank you so much. You do phenomenal work, and it's really awesome. And I know you're really helping women break free. And I would have to say that a lot of people, until they experience something like working with you or learning about tapping, or they don't think there's any hope. They just think that's the way it is and go on. And it breaks my heart to say this, but it's true. Living with mediocrity is like just kind of surviving. And what I'm hearing you say, that you can break out of that and thrive.
Absolutely.
And that's so awesome and so empowering.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you having me today.
Oh, yes, it's a joy to have you here. All right, so we'll have the links below. And again, Lisa, thank you so very much.
Thanks.
All right.
All right.
Still waiting. We're live now. Countdown. Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Mother's Place. Yes, we are here live today. We have a very special guest with, yes, she is a gift because the topic that we're going to talk about today is so awesome. Yes, yes, yes. This is Shayna Asby, the Mother's Place. We're with the Mother's Place, where we educate, structure, and realign and equip mothers in order to stand strong and to be strengthened. So today, I have a very special guest with us today by the name of Miss Joya Santiago. And today, our topic is going to be reproductive justice. So at this time, let me tell you, this woman right here, I've been knowing her for a while, a long time, and I'm so grateful that she's basically in my life and for an opportune, a Kairos moment as this. So I want her to introduce herself.
Peace, y'all. First of all, it's an honor to be with you again, sharing space, even if it's cyberspace, you know.
Oh, Lord.
A lot of powerful things going on. And like our impetus to the next phase of our lives is happening at the same time. And that's even more dynamic. And that's a synchronicity that I cannot ignore. Like, all right, we're doing something now. It's business time. It's happening.
You're right.
It's happening all over.
Right. So you just introduce yourself and tell them who you are, Mama Joya.
Well, I'm Mama Joya Santiago. I have many names, and you know them. But right now, my focus is my nonprofit, Earthlight Health and Holistic Wellness, and our prime objective, and that is maternal and infant health, because that's the beginning. Mother is the first teacher. Mother is the first doctor. Mother is the first lawyer. Mother is God, especially to her children. Now, I'm not here to debate it, Father God, Mother God. I'm a universalist. I'm just here to deliver this message that's coming through me, and it's not a verbal message, really. It's an action. It's something that's happening, and I'm allowing myself to be a divine channel for this divine energy that's taking place. And Shayna resonated with that, and it's coming through her, and so we are united and doing our works in the earth together.
Whew, that part. That was so awesome. I am so ecstatic about this show today. Our topic today is reproductive justice. If anybody saw my Facebook page, and at this time, I'm going to go ahead and share this on other pages as well. If anybody saw my Facebook page, you would know what reproductive justice is. Bear with me one moment. Let me go ahead and get that up here.
So while you do that, I'll talk about BOND.
Go ahead.
That's our first program that we've moved forward to the people with. And BOND, B-O-N-D, it stands for Babies Open New Doors. It's a maternal and infant vitality program. And we're starting off with these mother support circles. We have one here in North Alabama where I live in Huntsville. Today was our first meeting, so it was pivotal. It's the spring equinox, and we popped off on the equinox. Next weekend, we're going to be having the BOND Mother Support Circle in Atlanta at the I Am Ascension Temple of Love. What an appropriate place. And we're taking this thing, we're playing it to the hilt. We're doing this in Detroit, everywhere. Everywhere there's an interest for mothers uniting in the best interest of ourselves and our families, BOND will be there.
Okay, I went ahead and I shared it on different pages because I want to make sure that you understand what reproductive justice is. I believe that every woman, every female, every girl should be able to see this message and actually talk about it or have something to say about it. And this affects us all as women, no matter like what age you are, no matter what color you are, it doesn't matter what religion you carry. It doesn't matter. But being a female, being a woman, this matters. This matters. Reproductive justice is a human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities. Reproductive justice. So I'm going to ask you, Mama Joya, when you hear what I've just described as reproductive justice, or just the words reproductive justice, what does that mean to you?
It means an end to womb snatching. It means an end to womb poisons, toxins, womb poisons in the form of toxic relationships, food addictions, being out of control of our children, our creations. Reproductive justice, we can go on and on. Because how we have, men now able soon, they say, to have children, and how we have so many missing Black women, and there's no accountability for that, and how we have every time you go into the OBGYN, oh, we need to take this, we need to take that. When this body is a miracle, and it is given the right atmosphere, environment, it will self-heal. So we're not allowed to talk about these things. I'm banned and blocked on Facebook now. Why? Because I shared a flyer about a female rites of passage program I created for girls ages 6 through 12, but I'm soliciting sexual nudity and all kinds of things they accuse me of. Nah, but I'm not gonna let that stop me from doing the work.
Right. Oh my God. There's so many things that we can talk about when it comes to reproductive justice. You mentioned so many different topics. You talked about toxic relationships and how that is, that hurts the womb. We talked about, you were just, mentioning how environment plays a part on the womb. You also talked about the missing Black women that we have had, and this is true. We have had a lot of missing Black women, and so within that, what is going on? So
yeah, I was one of those missing Black women. I was kidnapped. I was taken to the white van. I escaped. A lot of us aren't given that opportunity, or we don't take the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I heard a voice in my head say, "I'm gonna save you, but you're gonna have to try to save yourself." And that's when I reached for the door. The car door was unlocked, and I ran for my life in the snow with no shoes on, no clothes on. You understand? So, womb justice. Let's talk about the spirit of the womb. Let me back it up real quick. I learned later in my life that the womb has a consciousness. The womb feels. I lost my first husband to violence. The police killed him when I was 28 years old. And that's the first time I could say I felt my womb cry. I didn't know what was happening at the time, but when I was reflecting on all that happened and that feeling that I had, that's what that was. So when we talk about triple womb consciousness, the womb of our mind, the womb of our heart, and our physical wombs, it's a whole lot of work there. And I think that's why, like Elijah Muhammad said, 90% of the work is with the women. Yeah, we have a great responsibility that we shouldn't shirk. We should stand up in it. That's why I say it's Big Mama time, because we calling back our children, because the mother, Big Mama, is calling us to task. It's getting our attention by any means necessary.
Just dig that. Like, oh my God, womb consciousness, understanding that the womb cries, understanding that even as we're pregnant and we're creating, that we're connected to the womb, and that the baby feels everything that we feel, that there's a feeling. Elevating to a state of understanding that we're connected. We're connected to everything and everybody. So that is definitely a powerful statement within itself. So the first topic can we talk about today? What would like the first one you want to talk about today as far as reproductive justice? My thing is with reproductive justice is safe and sustainable environments for our community. I feel like, here we are people, we're in this earth, and especially in the African American community, but we do not feel safe within our own environments when it comes to our children. A lot of things has happened with whether it was the George Floyd situation, whether it's the school shootings, all these different things have been happening, and our children have been affected tremendously about it. So
Yeah.
not just us ourselves, but our children have been affected, whether it's mentally, whether it's physically, whether it's spiritually. And it creates an unsafe environment. Like we should not have a whole bunch of discussions or a whole bunch of movies that actually, talk about how we feel as Black mothers. It shouldn't even be a situation if we're living our lives as God wants us to, dealing with human rights. Because we should be able to have a safe community where our sons and our daughters thrive.
Yeah.
They should be thriving without fault because their lives are necessary. Their lives are important on this earth instead of being emasculated. And so the things that I feel like that has went on recently have emasculated a lot of our young Black boys. There's more suicides amongst the population with African American boys. There's self-esteem, counseling. There's more. Anytime you see a lot more grants, I know it's a situation. A lot of situations.
Absolutely.
But let's talk about this, about the environment.
The way I look at it, this society is diametrically opposed, and I'm talking about Western society, American society, diametrically opposed to a so-called Black man being a man and manifesting as a man. And a lot of times sisters don't see because we're looking at it like, dang, you ain't got your half of the rent, or that we don't realize how much harder it is for them to make it in corporate society or to even get a regular job, because they're targeted by the police, but from the time they hit puberty. And so some of them have a little background, in the criminal justice situation, and they never really recover. Some of grown men don't have their birth certificate. I mean, it's simple thing. Don't have a social security card. Not to say that we need these things or we should have them, but I'm saying as far as getting a job or a supportive man that's creating work, you know what I'm saying? We have to do those things. But no, the society is not set up to that, because if that happens, it's not going to be their society anymore. It'll be our autonomous society again. And that's a direct threat to the powers that be.
Wow, it's so funny that you even talk about that, because we can sit up here and we can talk about, because we see it every day, about what's going on inside of our African American communities when it comes to our young boys and when it comes to our Black men, which is a direct impact that deals with reproductive justice. I was talking to someone today, and I talked about, as you know, we within the African American family have been, we are going through a new walk in life. We're understanding who we are, but at the same time of understanding who we are, it's like a new day, and we're coming forward. So within that process, we're understanding everything that has happened to us in the past. And some of us are doing the healing work, some of us are not. Some of us are still in the process of waking up. Some of us have not woke up.
Yeah.
But what I've been running into a lot lately is a lot of women, wives and mothers, who are hurt at what happened with them in relationships. And one of the things that I talk to them about is understanding that when we come together, we're individual first. We're coming together to become one in a marriage. And with that marriage, we're supposed to hold true to that marriage, right? Meaning that we hold true to that, meaning that we're going to work out our problems, even that we have individually, together. But some things have happened, and now it's causing us to separate from that man, and that woman to separate from that man, or that man to separate from that woman, because of them not really healing themselves or being healed from past situations that they're bringing into their current environments. So I was telling a young lady today that we have to learn how to forgive them, because they too were broken.
Yeah. Yeah. And forgive ourselves first.
That part, yes.
And that's why I had to be honest with myself, because trying to be single, I was married at 21 and I didn't really know how to be single. I'm like, okay, I'm in love, let's do this. Inside, I'm not even myself yet, because I'm still dealing with the broken part of me and what I lost, and how to grieve and mourn, and how to be a family, just me and my children, me and my shorties. So yeah, it was difficult. And the healing is continuing. I'm 44, no shame. I'm not in a relationship right now. I do have suitors, but I'm not rushing because I've done that and that doesn't work. Because at this stage of the game, Joya is building. Joya is making moves. Joya has a plan, and I have to respect where brothers may be. So if it don't go like this, we ain't supposed to do it. And it's less about lust and love is love. Love is there. But it's more about how productive am I with this person? Are we building in the opposite direction? You know, I need you to give me 5 seconds off camera so they can go buy some food. I got my purse up here.
Okay. I'll go ahead. So, as you see, guys, we are definitely here. We're talking about reproductive justice. We're talking about how important it is to understand who we are as a people, especially in the African and American community, and how a lot of things that has happened within society, dealing with George Floyd, dealing with the communities, dealing with the school system, the school shootings, how they have actually created a situation, or they have directly or indirectly affected us as a people. And we also are also talking about how we as a people have become broken, and that we have to get this understanding of our individual selves so we can be better stewards for our family. And so that means that it's self-healing, understanding our past pain, facing that past pain in order to go forward within life. This is something that we have to do, but we also have to take the time to do it. And what I realized that in this community, a lot of mothers and a lot of us as mothers, we don't have time. We don't have time to cry. We don't have time to grieve. We don't have time to bring a baby into this earth. We don't have time to bond with baby. We don't have time to bond with each other. We don't have time to build relationships with our children because they're always at school, or we're always at work. We don't have time. And so this conversation today, dealing with reproductive justice, is one of those shifting moments of understanding that we have a serious situation, because we want to win in this world. We want to win in this life. We want to win, and winning is seeing our children win. So anything that affects our children from winning should be a serious situation for all females across the board. And as I see it, there are situations that have affected our children traumatically. That means that a lot of our children have been traumatized. Not only have our children been traumatized, but we have also been traumatized in this community as well. And so now we have Mama Joya, who's going to come back on the screen, and we're going to talk about some of those traumatic experiences that we have had within this community that affects reproductive justice, because that is a part of reproductive justice. Anytime that I'm having situations with getting pregnant, or situations with reproducing, or situations with not wanting to have a child, we have many women now who don't even want to be mothers, who don't even want to have children. When we have people, this is a God-given right, meaning this is something that's spiritual, that was given to us. This was something that was natural. Anytime we have somebody or something or some other entity that comes up across or against us in our natural element, it should be a problem. It should be a problem. So this right here is reproductive justice.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the aspect of reproductive justice in the water, and how water, the politics of water, it represents reproductive justice. So without water, there is no life. You know, a child is conceived in water and nurtured in water. We need water for hygiene. We need water in our bodies to make sure nutrients get to where they're supposed to go, and to clean our body. So if the water ain't right, the reproduction ain't right. So a lot of people don't know all that is involved with reproductive justice, and why we do need to get educated about it. We do need to organize as women first, women within our respective communities, to address some of these concerns as far as reproductive justice is concerned. I'm thinking about Flint, that whole crisis with the water, and how that, affected reproductive justice, and how and low birth outcomes, and the infant and maternal mortality ratios there. We have to address the cultural disparities that exist in birth, and it's by design. We have to know that when we talk about it, we have to know this is by design. Nothing just happens. You know, there's history involved. There are politics involved. There are players involved. You know, we are being exterminated. They're trying. I believe it's futile, but we need to act like we are at war. And I'm not talking about just with a people. I'm talking about principalities. I'm talking about principles. I'm talking about life over death, AI over livity, something that's alive and ambient. I'm a person. I'm an animated spirit, you know, not just this flesh.
That's right. So when you talk about, you hit on so many points. But when you talked about the water crisis and what happened in Flint, that was definitely a total direct hit for our youth. When we talk about Flint, Flint is in Michigan, is mostly an African American community. We as a people, we as mothers, we should have been livid. We should have been outraged at what came down the pipeline when it came to understanding how toxic the water was. Because this was a direct hit. It was definitely a direct hit with us, and it's going on in so many more communities as far as how bad the water crisis was. So within that water crisis and what happened with the Flint situation, and because we know that there's so many different places that have water toxicity, what can we do as a community in order to better educate ourselves, better educate people about the toxicity of the water?
Well, they have reports, you know, the water principalities in where you live. Here, I think it's called Harvest Monrovia. So they have reports about what's in the water. We're not drinking tap water, but we are bathing in it. We are cooking our food with it. We are washing our dishes in it. So here again, the answer is, to me, the only solution is finding some land with a group of people. You know, I think you have a better chance of surviving if you're with a group of people, of like-minded individuals, and taking some autonomy with your water. There are different methods that we can purify water with: moringa leaves, charcoal, limestone. Like it's a lot of content online about purifying water. It's a lot of people that are selling water, a lot of us that sell water that have natural springs on their land. You have to know what type of water, because all alkaline water ain't good water, because it's put through a machine and ionized, and okay, it's still not, it's alkaline, but it's not organic. This is not a natural thing. So we need to be drinking structured water.
So there's no way that we can actually, in this environment or in this society, kind of like push back to make sure that we are gaining the natural purities of water. Because what people don't really understand, because when you talked about the shower water and when you talked about all these things, is that 80% of what we put on our body goes in our bloodstream.
Directly.
So that means that if it's not that we're just drinking the water, we're taking showers in this water, we're bathing in this water, that this water is still affecting the bloodstream because it's falling in there. So is there a way that we actually can go to our municipalities to push back to make sure that we have the best running water, even in low income or underdeserved communities?
You can always lobby politically and organize for activism. That is, a viable option too. But where I am in my walk, I don't want to live like we've been living. I'm tired of this. I want to live on some land that I have some ownership in. I want to grow my own food. I want to dig wells for groundwater and purify that water. And who's to say that I want to live like that forever? I do, in my logical mind. And I'm not even, I believe all of us, we could walk away from this. The land is abundant, but we have to have some place to come to. And we have to start thinking like leaders, more of us. Because all my life, I consider myself, I've been a follower, because I never really challenged the options given. Like, I'll just move to this neighborhood. It's nicer. The school system is better here. I'm sure the water is better because the people have more money here. That's putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, to me. So we have to step into the shoes of self-sustainability now. We have to watch what we put into the earth, because what you put into the earth goes into the water. Yeah, we can protest these people. We could boycott. We could disenfranchise them. That's a step. Stop taking these money from these jokers. Stop giving them our money and start recycling our dollars through our own communities. That's a very powerful step. Somebody produce some damn paper, toilet paper, and some paper towel. Let's get practical with our freedom and our liberation. I would love to spend money with my own people for everything, because it's a lot of communities that live like that. We haven't had a taste of that life because nobody told us that it's possible and that we could do it.
Wow. You just said a lot. You
Word.
just said a lot.
I want to make sure we touch on something too about
yes, we can go.
The justices.
Yes, go ahead.
And
Keep
you
going.
heard some of the stories. Now, I've had 5 home births, and I had 3 hospital births, and you see how they do us. I'll talk about a good friend of mine went to the emergency room. She was pregnant. Come to find out, it's twins, ectopic pregnancies. So they say, okay, with an ectopic pregnancy, they have to take the fallopian tube or you could lose your life. You probably will bleed to death. Well, she woke up and they had took everything. And this is a young, healthy woman that had 2 children already. You understand? So it's a lot of that kind of stuff going on. Say something happens during the course of pregnancy and, you lose your baby. The treatment that a lot of women get. I talked to a woman about a month ago. She was a client of mine. She said, I basically went home with a box. So there was no safety net for her mental health, for her physical needs, because she had to give birth to this baby that wasn't alive, but there was nothing. I remember when I had to get my first cut, a C-section. Now, the white women, they were giving these, they look like waist trainers things to, keep you together. Joya didn't get one. I had to ask for one. Other people didn't have to ask. I had to ask 3 times for something that should be given. Something they were getting from my insurance. They were getting money from the insurance anyway. But things like that. And we're dying having babies because we don't have a voice as a collective and we're not respected because we have not demanded it as yet. So I'm tired of talking. That's where I'm with. I'm tired of talking. And I need to connect with other people who are tired of talking. Because whatever goes down out there, me and my children gonna survive this. No plan B.
I'm just so appalled even what you just said. Like you said a lot right here. First of all, women not given time to grieve when they're having their baby stillborn. That's number 1. Going home with the box, number 2. When you're having a baby by a C-section and you're not giving wraps in order to get your body back into the right figure.
How about I didn't even need a C-section? How many of us, they get way more money when you get a C-section? How about they took that option away from me and lied to me and accused me of being combative, which I am, and it got to the point, these people keep coming in. They called the Department of Human Services on me because no, you're not finna give my baby a shot. No, we're not doing that. No, I don't want a social security card. And everybody's coming at you at once. You have no privacy. And that's another way they take away your voice and your rights. Call who you want to call. I start throwing stuff. They left me alone. So it's going to come down to you demanding your inalienable right to life. And that's what it's getting down to.
I just, I just thought about one of my first stories that was on, I believe it was on The Mother's Place, and it could have been another show I had called Transformative Shifts, where we had a nurse who was on here and she talked about how she was having issues with getting pregnant, and she ended up getting pregnant with twins. Now, she was a nurse. She was actually a nurse there at the same hospital. And she went through a lot of issues with getting pregnant, complications. And she said just to be that person on the other side, having to be the person in the bed, to think about what they may be thinking, the nurses coming in, or how they were acting, it kind of like put her in a different perspective. When it comes to nurses, she was like, I thought about, are they going to go out there and laugh, talk, act like this didn't happen?
Everything they've been doing to other Black women,
right?
And not saying nothing necessarily,
right? And it was just like, oh my God, because there comes a point in time where a lot of us, I'm pretty sure we've had those jobs where we had to make those decisions. that best benefited us for that time. And sometimes there's going to come times in our lives where we're going to have to walk away from those jobs that may affect us at that point in time. Meaning that when I get up, if I'm not here today, somebody else is going to be here tomorrow. As you know, I just lost my little brother, my second little brother, within the last couple of months. It was really, really a hard time. And it's still, it's still not easy, because with my mom, I'm the last child. And my mother had to get right back up and go to work. She had to get right back up and go to work within the next week or two. There was no compassion. She had to tell them, I just buried my second son. They didn't have any, there was no remorse. It was like, when do you come back to work? What are you going to do? Well, you just took off for COVID. You had COVID. You already took off. You already took off for, you basically already took off for COVID because you had COVID. Your son just died. So, basically, like, when are you coming back to work? This, like, affected me.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we in the mindset that we're not even in a time that we feel other people's pain and understand that we are human? We are people. We are affected. We have to sit down and take in everything that's happened to us. And a lot of us have not had time to grieve, had not had time to process a lot of things that happened to us, but then they want to make money on mental health.
Oh yeah, it's a racket. It's a racket. I was told, by family members, take the children to therapy. They need counseling for grief and da 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 da. That's not what helped us get over. Tapping in helped us get over. You understand? Having these fire talks by the fire, tapping in the spirit and nurturing our spirituality as a family is how we healed, how we got over. So
right.
You have to understand the nature of the beast. Anytime you're dealing with an entity that has a calcified pineal gland, they cannot relate to your emotion. There's no empathy and compassion there. Look at the history of what these entities have done on the planet.
So let's break that down. The calcification of the pineal gland. So the pineal gland is a small but strong and very important piece of the brain that actually helps you get the melanin in your skin. It creates melatonin. It actually helps you with the melanin. It also gives you a higher sense of spirituality with the Father in order to be connected, knowing who you are. It also helps you connect with your higher self, meaning that you walk into the royalty of who you are. A lot of us have a pineal gland, but unfortunately, because of the toxicity within the earth, whether it's the elements, whether it's drinking soda, whether it's eating toxic food, or being around toxic people or traumatic situations, have calcified the pineal gland, so we can't reach that higher element of who we are as far as ourselves. So that right there in itself is a part of reproductive justice. And I'm pretty sure
fluoride in the water to prevent us from perceiving spiritual phenomenon and to keep us chill, to keep them from doing anything. We're just going to, slowly poison. We dealing with high level witchcraft right now. I'm sorry, I'm putting it out there, sis. That's what it is. Because some people have a 500-year plan for how they want society to flow. But when you're dealing with the people like us that have been displaced in our own home, this land, and abroad, we're displaced in space and time because his story they gave us wasn't the story, wasn't our story. So we really don't, all of us don't know who we are exactly. I'm still getting downloads. Every day is something new. And I asked for that because it was important to me to know who I am essentially. Who am I in my core, in my space, identity?
I'm just so grateful for what you just said. I'm still in the process of, talking to people about the core. The core of who we are is so, 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 so important. And understanding that core. So I love that you talked about that. I love that you brought that up and understanding. And in order to understand, sometimes we have to go back, and it's not always going back to the past things that hurt you, but looking at cause and effect and being real with the situations, but moving forward with that. So that means that even as we talk about us and ourselves and understanding the core of who we are, wouldn't you say that a part of reproductive justice is not allowing another entity to walk in its higher self consciousness, or self spirituality of who they are, recognizing that we are a people who are of royalty and that we're connected to the Father, and that blood is royalty within itself? So, elevating the mind spiritually and consciously and walking as queens and kings and not just the word of mouth, meaning that kings, real kings protect their kingdom. Real kings know how to treat a queen. And so does a queen. She does the same thing, and she's not going to allow harm to come to her kingdom or to her status as far as being royalty. Meaning that we protect not just ourselves, but we protect everybody else that comes with ourselves that's a part of our connection. And that's a great divine connection. And to me, connecting with your higher self, understanding that how we are connected to the Father, that is royalty, and really that is actually heaven on earth. That is that's divinity.
That is, and it's something that you decide to have in the moment, in the here and now. Not something we're waiting on, because I'm not waiting. When I cross that threshold, that gateway into my home, oh, I'm in the kingdom right here. Right here.
Yes. Wow. Would you like to elaborate more on what you do as far as bond and how you educate the women on our connection or their connections with the womb as they're pregnant?
Okay, so I try not to go in there like the dictator with an agenda, because it's a meeting, but it's more like a gathering. That's the vibe I wanted to give today. And I want them to decide. I want us to decide as a collective, where is our focus? What's important to us? We live in this community. What do we want to do? What can we create? Because it's like, I'm trying to put you in touch with your power. This is your neighborhood. We can have any kind of event. We can have a project. What can we do to make where we live a better place? And so I'm throwing questions out there to stimulate thought, to create new paradigms, because that's where our solution is going to come from. These divine ideals that we manifest together.
Wow. And so you're looking at it and from a perspective of not just educating them about how their baby is important, how they connect, but also how we will want our worlds to look or our environments to look for the baby.
Yeah, I named this circle, this program, Babies Open New Doors, because, and I know you experienced this as a woman, when you have a child, you're a new creature. You're not the same. Hormonally, you are different forever. It's a rite of passage that we go through. And so we kind of get lost sometimes. That's why I think women get postpartum, so-called postpartum depression. It's the hormonal imbalance. But what brings you back to yourself is focusing on you. You're still, an entity, or you're still a nation unto yourself. And sometimes we get isolated because we're not coming out of the house as much. And it's important to link with other mothers, because you're not alone, but you might start feeling like you're alone and you don't have that support. So this is bringing you out. Hey, yeah, you had a baby, y'all come out. Toddlers, babies, you're welcome. We had some children there, So yeah, it's creating a space for you as a woman, as a mother. You're a new manifestation, but you have purpose, and this is who you are. Now, when it comes to breastfeeding support and doula support, I'm there for that. I'm not a lactation consultant, but I am a breastfeeding peer counselor. I've got that certification, and I'm a certified doula. So if someone has questions, I'm definitely there, but I don't try to, I try not to dominate what we're talking about. I'm listening to them. Some of the conversation was talking about exotic dancing today and baby daddy stuff, and, but I kind of always lead whatever we're talking about back to taking some accountability How did you show up in the situation? Well, you chose them, you know, let's talk about it. Because I did some choosing myself, you know.
Yes, and that goes right back, and it's so important that we talk about those things because that does go back to reproductive justice, is accountability, and we talked about that. I think we touched on that a little bit earlier on the phone today, and it was about how we as women we show up, and that we have to take accountability, meaning that we have a high statistics within the African American community of abortions. We have a high statistics of single mothers. Single mothers we actually should be running the world right now, especially in the United States. We have the highest rate of single mothers.
So yeah,
right
most
here.
of our homes are single parent homes.
Our single parent homes. So that comes with the issue as well. But at the same time, it comes with the accountability of us not to keep going out there repeating the same mistakes, but to hold accountability so we'll have the wisdom not to walk back into the same situation. To be where we are as single mothers.
You know, and it was my sister. You know, sis, she was the one to pull my clothes. I'm like, dang, I keep getting the same type of dude. You know, she was like, it's you. You the same. You walking into these relationships the same. There's some things that you need to address inside of you. And then you'll start attracting a different type of man, and that's very true.
It does, because a lot of times it starts with self. It starts with something within ourselves that we gotta fix or we gotta look at to see what it is that we're putting out there, or we're accepting this type of man.
Yeah,
and that goes back to the divine status of understanding who we are in order to walk into a higher status of divinity. As well as it still affects with reproductive justice, because what we don't realize is that as we're impacting our children's lives, we're impacting them not having that bond with that other mate. So it's three. It takes two people to create one child, which is three. So it's very important that we get back to understanding our important role within that and holding ourselves accountable so we won't keep repeating the same mistakes. We can have a lower abortion rate. We don't have to deal with birth control. We don't have to deal with all these other man-made things that keep us from not, giving life when we were actually naturally put here to reproduce.
You just reminded me of something. My first child, mind you, I'm 21. I'm happy to be pregnant. I'm married. You know what I'm saying? I go into the doctor and there was this nurse with this stupid hat. I'll never forget. And she was one of us. So what are we going to do to prevent this from happening again? And I looked at that woman and I said, what do you mean? I'm happy to be pregnant. Well, don't you want to do other things with your life? I wanted to say a whole bunch of 4-letter words, but I just told her, I said, well, I'm in college, I'm married, I just ran it down to her because I'm proud of myself. But after a while, I stopped talking and I looked around and it was just us in there, and we just going in there like cattle. You know what I'm saying? We just going in, coming out. I just stood up and I walked out. I was done. I had my baby at home in East Africa on the floor in my bedroom, and it was exhilarating. Wow. I was totally turned off by the Western medical industrial system. I was done.
Wow. I'm so sorry that you had that experience. And that was your first child?
My first child. And it was Riverview Hospital in Detroit on Jefferson.
Wow.
So this is how they see us. This is how we see us. Because you are me and I am you. This is how I'm looking at the lady. But
I like how you said that. I am you and you are me and we are you. We're each other. We have a problem when we don't look at each other like that, especially us as women. So what affects one woman should affect us all. Absolutely. And I'm affected by that.
I was so inspired when I saw how Senegalese women have all these associations, and African women, period. They have lots of associations, women's associations, women's groups, and how they support each other and how they're economically empowered because of their women's associations, and they're not looking for nothing from nobody else. We need that. We need to stop looking at each other like competition, even when it comes down to a man. Now, let me tell you something. I ain't never shared no man. You understand? My parents been married for 54 years. It's just been the two of them, as far as I know, However, I understand polygamy has its place. Historically, in times of war, we did that so that all of the sisters, everybody, and women and children were accounted for. Now I'm out here and I see what's going on. You know what's going on. We know what's going on. I'm not really accounted for. You understand? I don't have that protection. I don't have that covering. All right. Once upon a time, I said I would never be in a polygamous union. But now I'm looking at it a little bit different, because I was saying that from a space of, like, physically, I don't think I want to share. Somebody might be nasty. I don't know. Or he might spend more time with her. Okay, to hell with all of that. I want to survive. But I don't want to just be with anyone. It takes a special kind of brother and sisters to make that institution of polygamy work, because it does work for some people. It does. And it's a lot of us out here pretending and playing and snapshots on Instagram and stuff. We polygamous, we poly, da 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 da. Well, what are you producing? What are you producing? And can we do it just can you do it with one woman? What are you creating with her before you want to bring in somebody else? Because y'all making a lot of mess and the children are suffering and they're looking at it and they're growing up not understanding morals. Because it's 2022 and don't nobody care about morals anymore, but morals will always matter.
I don't know about you. I don't know about some of these other people out here, but I'm always about morals, ethics, and values. Okay.
Period. It's the basis of culture. And as a woman, it's our responsibility to be keepers of the culture. You understand? Because we set the tone for the household. Household sets the tone for the community. Community sets the tone for the nation. You understand? So there's a man, heavy is the head that wears that crown.
I like that. Heavy is the head that wear that crown. And that we as mothers, we wear that crown. So this show today, again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Mother's Place with Mama Joya Santiago. We are here talking about reproductive justice and things that affect us as far as being mothers. Again, I'm going to read this definition of what reproductive justice is. And reproductive justice is the human rights to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe, sustainable communities. So anything that comes with coming up against mother as being healthy, having a healthy baby, being able to build relationships with our children, being able to have great, good food and water within our communities, anything that comes up against us as being mothers and being, great mothers. I'm talking about mothers that walk in purpose, mothers that not just walk in purpose, but that connect with their children, have that bond. Anything that comes up against us as being mothers, we should have a problem with. Definitely. We should have a problem with.
You just said a word too. You spoke about women that don't have children. So and that touches my heart, because a good friend of mine didn't want to come to the motherhood meeting because she doesn't have children and she doesn't really want children. And it's so okay.
It's okay.
To feel like that. You don't have to do it. Matter of fact, she's such a help and a blessing in my life. Like, she'll take one of my children out just for that one-on-one time sometimes, because I'm fighting for time. And when mama got some free time and some money, we doing the group thing. Let's go, y'all, But she'll say, oh, I'm going to take this one to get to the cafe or whatever, and take this one shot. And I love that. Just because you're not a mother, just because you haven't physically had a child, doesn't mean you're not a mother. You're a mother of the community.
Yes.
You're a support to, women that may not have support.
Yes.
And you got to big up the aunties.
Can we say that one more time? Wait a minute. Wait.
Aunties.
Big up the aunties. Just because you don't have a child, but the aunties always fill in. Wait a minute. Mm-hmm. The aunties, the godmothers, the women who step in. I used to be a babysitter back in the day. I'm pretty sure Leslie might be watching this, and she might be watching this later. We talked this morning. I used to watch her kids for free. I used to love babysitting. I used to love kids. And I still love children today. But I used to babysit for free. And we do need to embrace that, even other people, other women who may not be mothers, they too have mothers. So they know they add value to this conversation as well. and they add value to the community as well. So that was definitely a great shout out. A great shout out. A big up to the aunties. Big up to the aunties.
I got a big up for Dantanae. I love you. You are valued. I missed you today, and you are a mother of the community. Period.
Awesome. I am so grateful that we are having this conversation today about reproductive justice and talking about within this everything that we talked about sisterhood. Sisterhood is definitely a big thing within our community. What can we do more as a community to embrace, build, and strengthen the sisterhood that comes along with being? Because one thing that we do have in common is that we're women. We're women, we have mothers, and we had to have had a mother in order to be who we are or be where we are today. So, how can we do more of coming together and embracing that sisterhood like this? Can you tell me something about the is it the Senegalese women when you were in Africa that you noticed about their sisterhood and that we can actually implicate within the U.S.?
I'll tell you, when I was in Africa, I was in East Africa. I got a chance to observe Senegalese women and how they associate through my daughter's father. He's Senegalese. And just watching his mother and how she moved, and we can definitely emulate it. It's going to take us being comfortable with being vulnerable to us. And we don't want to do that. Oh, I get along better with men. We got to stop saying dumb shit like that. I'm just saying, we have to love us. We have to embrace one another. We have to put down the petty and the jealousy and pick up I love myself and you're a reflection of me. So I love you too. I told the sister today, I love you. I never told her that before, but she showed up today. Her children are they ain't even little no more. They 13, 18, but she came because she's still a mom, she's still a mother. And it just felt good to have her support and to see her there and what she contributed to the cipher. Like I think it was the new moon, I had to get together because kind of the women I talked to that day on the phone, we were all feeling like this heaviness and a little depression. And I was like, y'all, let's just get together. Let's talk. Let's have a sister circle. So they came over to the crib and it was my first time with these women in my home. Like they're not women I associate with, this happened through Facebook and over the phone. And we showed up and it was hard to go home. It was hard for people to leave because the vibe was so good. So I believe in us. I believe in our sisters. I do. And some sisters have hurt my feelings. Let me tell you, treated me bad. You understand? Recently. I was ghosted by somebody I loved, a sister that I identified with so strong. Won't answer the phone for me. Nothing happened. And I'm hoping she's okay.
Right. So basically, y'all heard it right here from Mama Joya Santiago. Something that she picked up within another culture, another environment that we can actually duplicate and implicate within this culture or in this society is sisterhood.
Oh, and look at it all around the world. When there's a political shift to take place, the women will pop it off. The women will end wars. Like, all right, we're not fighting no goddamn war. Ain't nobody, we bonded together. Who gonna shoot down the mama? Nobody. And once we realize that's the kind of power we have, some shit gonna change here.
I'm trying not to get emotional.
I don't know, me too.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get emotional right now.
This has been building. We've been talking about this ever since you and I started building again and vibing. Like, okay, it's time. We've been talking a lot. We're talking too much. It's time to do. Every day, seize the moment. Take the time that day. I'll make a change here. I'm doing something to improve my life, to change my environment, to make it better. Or I'm gonna create something new.
I just felt like when you said that, it was just like I got tears. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yo, I can't sleep at night. And I know I'm not the only one. I'm sick of this. I'm tired of the status quo. We are not okay. I know we live in our best life on Instagram and on Facebook. We are not okay. Our families are not okay. And the quicker we admit this and be vulnerable to each other, man unto woman, woman unto man, and the children listen to them as well, we can heal and we can fix this. and we can create something beautiful and something that's ours and something that's safe and something that affirms life for us. We don't get a lot of that from this society. We're not going to get it.
I agree. I'm just so emotional right now because there's a lot of our young men, and it's a lot of our young brothers, and it's a lot of our sons who have lost lives, and our daughters who have lost lives because of issues within our society, and that have not been fair, or issues within the culture as far as the breakdown of generational curses. Let's talk about it. Generational curses that have directly impacted our children because of some of the mistakes that we have made, whether it was consciously or not, subconsciously.
No one else, no other people have dealt with this level of trauma like us. My mother lost 2 of her brothers to gun violence, to some stuff that didn't make no sense. You understand? And so when it happened to my husband, I didn't see my mother cry. I couldn't cry. And it could have been from the shock of all that happened. It took a sister singing. We have things, we have ancient knowledge that helps us move. We have to move through trauma. It has to move through the flesh. It has to come. It has to be expressed. We have to sing. We have to dance. We have to shout. We have to go back to the way it was. We have to dance by the fireside. Call it conjure. Call it what you want. This is the wisdom our ancestors left us. This is the information that's being downloaded again because they ain't went nowhere. We just have to let them in.
I definitely believe in God, and I definitely know that God is definitely connected to us. And I definitely believe that a lot of our our people who have went on, they're still here, and that's because of a lot of the gifts that I have. But at the same time, I feel like that we owe it to the ones who have passed to recreate, reshape, and redirect ourselves, so we won't keep repeating the same cycles, keep repeating the same things that has been broken within us for so long. It was a Carolyn, I think her name is Jennifer Carolyn. We talked about this the other day, and she said that we in our 40s, we in this area, we are supposed to reshape society right here, right now. Everything that we have learned, we should be going forward within that in order not to repeat the same mistakes and pass it on to the next generation so they would learn from us not to do the same things.
Yep. And what to do. Like, for a lot of us, there was no rite of passage. We didn't understand what that meant coming into womanhood, So there are these cultural norms that need to be recreated for us. And as mothers, that's our job, for our children. We can't do it for the boys like the rites of passage, but fathers can. It's still a lot of brothers out here that are good, that are here and available to their community. And we just need to rally around them and support them supporting us. I have a lot of good brothers in my life, a lot of good men in my life I'm proud of.
That is me too. Me too. I really do too. That I can pick up the phone and call.
This is a good time for me to tell you what we're getting ready to do in Detroit, because it's going down April 9th in Detroit. And it's private because we had to do it this way. But it's a community call to action and memorial tribute for Baba Yale and Joma Yale. And that was my deceased husband. And he did a lot of work in the community, like working with the health department and teaching people about sexual STIs, STDs. And he did a lot of that work. He did a lot of work in the schools with violence prevention because it was serious. He lived in Detroit in the 80s and a lot went down. We lost a lot of people. So these things are still issues. So we just need to add a little fire to it and make it real in 2022. Like, yeah, remember this man, remember this work. It's still work that needs to be done. It's still work that is being done. It's brothers out here and sisters that are, and we invited them. Hey, talk about what you're doing so people know. It might not get a lot of publicity online with, glitter and all of that shit that we don't need, but it's worthy because this is a saving grace. This is what we need.
I am so honored that you came and you visited us today Mama Joya, to talk about reproductive justice. I am so honored that you are going forth in the work that you were purposed to do on this earth to educate us about the importance of motherhood, the importance of mother, and that you stood in the fire even after the death of your husband. We have been through so many things, and I know some of your story, even the story of how we met.
You can speak on it. It's okay because I feel like my life is my testimony.
Yes. So I want to share something with everyone that everybody probably did not know or had not known. Um, what year was it, Mama Joya, that your situation happened in Detroit?
That last situation.
Yeah, the situation where I spoke at the event.
Okay, that was 2015.
Okay. So in the year 2015, there was this big situation that was all over the news where there was a kidnapper who had kidnapped a lot of different women. And it just so happened that he kidnapped his last victim. And his last victim just happened to be Mama Joya. The incident was all over the news. It was all over TV. We had so many political representation, so many people of politics. If you know anything about Detroit, everybody was talking about this situation. And one of my girlfriends told me that was one of her girlfriends. And I was like, are you serious? It's all over the news. She said, yes, she's creating this event called A Woman's Worth. And she needs an MC.
And I came up with the name because, and a lot of women might not admit this, but when someone tries to take your womb space and they have not been invited in, it can make you feel worthless. I had some serious self-worth issues behind that. Am I still pure and clean? Am I still beautiful? Or maybe no one wants to be with me because I went through this. So
it was very traumatic. Kidnapping. I'm not sure how far it even went within the kidnapping, but of course we know rape is involved when it comes to men kidnapping women. It was a serious situation.
I learned a lot because, especially about human trafficking, because he took me to where it was happening, and he was like, "Well, I won't let them take you because I already been paid, but you got to do this or that. You understand? And I'll take you home." I didn't want to get in that white van with them people. So that's really a big deal. That's really happening. And nobody is talking about it because it's us, that's being taken.
This situation was so serious, and she needed an MC, and the girlfriend introduced her to me, and I was actually the MC for this event. I was so honored that somebody who had just been kidnapped wanted to still be community, wanted to still give back to her community. Even though she didn't speak, she allowed me to come up there on that stage and be the voice for her for that whole program where we had you're welcome. No, it was an honor. It was an honor.
I had so much to say. I know that I couldn't get up there and be poised.
It was an honor. It was definitely an honor. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that situation in order for us to meet. But it was one of those Kairos moments where I was supposed to meet you at that time.
Yep.
Who would have known that happened in 2015, that in 2018 I myself would be kidnapped and raped?
You couldn't make this shit up. I'm gonna say that. I could not believe it when you told me that.
And I remember just coming back to you and saying that a lot of things were given, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, a lot of brothers stepped up. Even Sankofa. Sankofa is in Detroit. Shout out to you, Sankofa. You'll always be my big brother. I don't care what nobody say. But he even stepped up to help me with wanted to give me self-defense classes. It's so important that we as women, we take self-defense classes. But at the same time, how to survive through situations like that. And lo and behold, I was kidnapped and I was raped, me and my son. And it was definitely a serious situation. And to go back and tell Mama Joya, like, I appreciate you. So I just want to say I appreciate you for not just holding yourself in within that situation, but sharing it with other people so other people can learn how to get healing and actually come forth with that and be able to be a testimony to that so we won't keep walking back in the same situations. We have to learn how to come together out here and to be a sisterhood and stop being quiet about the things that haunt us when we're alone, about the things that haunt us when we're in physical violence relationships, abusive relationships, dealing with domestic violence. We have to stop getting into our households and locking ourselves up and being mad at our children because we're mad at the world or we're mad at the daddy. We have to learn how to get up out of ourselves and reach out to a sister, reach out to somebody that we know is going to give us some great information or lift our heads up or get to a therapist. Get to therapy. Get to therapy. Build more of these sister circles. So, Mama Joya, again, I just want to say that I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart for coming forth with a woman's worth, because a woman's worth is definitely necessary, and it's necessary for a time as this because this woman and those women are our future generation of being mother. So thank you again. Thank you again for what you do. Thank you for your organization, the connectability, everything. And I look forward to seeing more of what you do in the future. So do
Thank
you
you.
have any you're welcome. Do you have any last words?
I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop.
Don't. We need you.
And you put that back into my memory about, some people didn't want me to talk about what happened. They said it would be too negative and, it was too much negative stuff. But I took a picture of myself that night after I made it home to my children because they thought I was dead when they heard that gunshot. They thought I was dead. And come to find out, this brother was stalking the neighborhood, hitting single mothers, And so many of the women were quiet because he said, if you don't tell what happened, I won't come back. He was only 21 years old. This is somebody's baby, somebody's child.
This was somebody else's baby. This is somebody else's child.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you all looked at this show today and, got something out of reproductive justice, what is going on within our community, and you want to make a difference. If you do, make sure that you reach out to Mama Joya. Mama Joya, please give them your contact information. It could be your Gmail that they can contact you if they want to donate.
I got a public phone. I put the phone number out there all the time. It's 256-945-2749. I got a private phone too. Now, if you want to donate to Earthlight Health and Holistic Wellness, our website is www.earthlightholistic.org. If you'd like to email me, it's Joya Selassie, SELASSIE @gmail.com. I am in Facebook jail. Every time I come out, they put me back in for nothing. So I don't know. I can't make no promises. But I'm on Instagram, Sun Lotus Holistic Services, and Greenhouse Foods, my catering business. So I am able to be reached. You can reach out. I want to build serious inquiries only because I can see right through the BS. So, come ready.
Thank you so much, Mama Joy.
Thank
you.
I
Have a
love
great
you,
day.
Shana.
I love you too, sis. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you so much. And I'm going to end the show. Bear with me one moment. Oh my God. Oh my God. I told you guys I was very ecstatic about the show today. Today, our show was a little bit serious. Matter of fact, it was a lot serious. It was serious about a lot of different issues dealing with reproductive justice. If you watch this on a replay, watch it 2 times, 3 times. Share it with your friends. Share it with your girlfriends, the sister across the street, the one that you were speaking to, your mother, grandmothers. We need to build more sister circles where we as women, we come together and understand that anything that comes up against us as a society that harms us as being mother or being an effective mother or our children should be an issue. And the only way that we're going to understand what's really being harmful to us and harming us or get better is to reach out. So reaching out means connecting and bonding with sisters. We are the women and the mothers of today who are educating, uplifting, re-strengthening, and rebuilding and helping create a better world by effectively communicating and showing action to the mothers of tomorrow. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is Shayna Asby signing off with the Mother's Place with Mama Joya Santiago. But until next time, have a great day. Peace. I love y'all.
Hello, this is Tina, and welcome to Lakeshore Academy. Today I'm going to be showing you the inside of Learn Math Fast, the system volume 1. Now, this one in particularly, volume 1, it focused on the basic operations, as you can see. Now, if you have a student that has difficulty learning math with multiplication tables, have difficulty with that, can't seem to remember the multiplication tables, well, then 9 times out of 10, somewhere in there, they're having problem with basic addition. So once you get addition in all the steps down pat, then it'll be much, much easier for you to be able to absorb the information that deals with multiplication. So, what I love about Learn Math Fast, now, this is what my daughter uses. She's in the 8th grade. It instructs you to start from volume 1 if you have problems with math. So being that math is not my daughter's best subject, we started with volume 1 and we're going to continue to go on. Now, in the beginning, it's very easy, but it's not, you need to look over the part that it's just basically 5 plus 3 in the beginning. She is trying to basically teach you the concepts of math, give you a good solid foundation so your child will move through that fairly quickly. But what I like about Learn Math Fast, when you have a child that has difficulties with math and they're an older child, a lot of the curriculums out there is focused on grade level. With Young Learn Math Fast, it's not focused on grade level. It's broken up in different volumes, but it don't have a specific grade level on it. So if you have an older child using it and starting out with volume 1, they won't feel bad that it's starting out from volume 1. And the cover, as you can see, is very mature. It's not too childish and it's not too grown. It's like a happy medium, so that if an older child using this, it won't make them feel bad in any way. And if they have to carry this book around, no one would think anything of it. But basically, Learn Math Fast Volume 1 is going to go over all the basic operations, basic concepts, adding, multiplication, division, borrowing with zeros, multiplication. And this is the gist of this book. With older kids that struggles from 9 to age 14, they're instructed to start with volume 1. And they should read each lesson aloud, or the teacher should read the lesson aloud while the student moves around the coin. Some students can learn by reading on their own, others cannot. So you will have to differentiate what type of child you have. Do you have the type of child that can learn on their own, or do you have to walk them through certain concepts in order for them to get the point of whatever you're trying to drive home with them? So I just give you an example of it. This can also be used for high school age students, volume 1, or older people who just need to refresh their concepts of math, or even a struggling graduate. But say, for example, you want to get all your math done in less than a year, where you can start out with this and do the fast track part of Learn Math Fast, and you read every lesson without completing each worksheet. And then after that, you take a time test at the end of each lesson to see did you really get the information that was being given to you. And if you pass, then you go forward to the next chapter. So it's different options that you can do versus for the younger one, the older one, the older ones, high school level, and ones who want to be on the fast track and go ahead and complete the entire series within a year or less than a year. Chapter 1 starts out with basic adding and subtracting, and you're instructed, you have 10 pennies, and you move them around based on the problem that you have at that particular time. So it's pretty neat how you do that, because we actually did that together as a family, and it really makes you think very well with dealing with how math actually works. So another thing that I like is about how she instructs you, and she give you those visual aids, because some of us need visuals, and we need hands-on. So this is not only visual, but it's hands-on, because you will have your 10 pennies working this at the exact same time. Another thing that I particularly like about Learn Math Fast is that she explains it and she break it down, and I call it little segments, but you may call it something else. She breaks it down, and then she shows you the visual, how it looks written in mathematical terms, or form rather. And then she writes it out, and then she explains to you, and it goes like this, step by step by step. She actually helped me finally understand some of the concepts dealing with fractions, this book, Learn Math Fast, because it's been a while since I've been in school, so I forgot. So she actually, the way that she breaks it down and make it so simple, it breaks it down. That's what I love. Another thing that I absolutely love about Learn Math Fast is the that. With most curriculums, you have the answers. Whatever chapter you're on, they have like the answer for this is 25. For example, the answer for this question is 4, or whatever the question is, what you're working on. They'll just give you just the answer. With Learn Math Fast, they not only give you the answer, but they work the problem out. So if you have a student who has the answer right in the first 2 steps and it's a 3-step problem, you can really see and compare where they went wrong, and you can direct the child to go back to that specific area of the problem where they went wrong. So that's what I like. See, these are the answers in the back, but I want to show you just a great example of how she works the problem out. Like here with multiplication with decimals, it shows each step how the problem is worked out. Division, this is what I really love, because this is sometime where children really, they get part of the question right, and then they get lost, I say lost in translation, so to speak, because they may get 34 right in this problem, but then they get to 9 and then they forget to borrow or leave the remainder. They can actually see how the problem is configured and how each step should look. That's why I love math, Learn Math Fast, because sometimes you can know the answer, but how did they get the answer? How did you come to that conclusion? So in her books, you will see all the steps, which is excellent. And not only that, you will also see the explanation of the problems. So that's what I love. And this is just an example of one of the lessons, how she explains division, how she shows you the 3 different forms of division. First, you divide this way, then you do with fractions, and then all 3 ways. So not only you're doing division, but she's helping you to identify the 3 types of division, how a problem will look in 3 different ways, and all of them exactly the same, dealing with division. So I just really love this book, and it's helping my daughter so much. She's getting more confident since she's doing better in math. I mean, just last week she did her math and got every single problem right, and that is amazing. And she's been using this program for about 2 months. I'm really happy with the results that's with her. So if you need a curriculum that breaks everything down, that every other math curriculum you try have not worked, why not give Learn Math Fast Systems a try? I hope this helped you with seeing this visual of how the book looks on the inside. Again, this is Tina with Lakeshore Academy. Have a good day. Bye.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Welcome to another episode of Hello World with your girl Joy from Be the Difference Clothing. How is everyone doing this lovely, beautiful day? I hope you're doing fine. I hope you're doing wonderful. I am just here because I had something on my mind, and I said, "Ooh, talk about it." So that's what I'm here doing this beautiful day. I hope that you, well, actually, not hope. My desire is that you woke up or realized that this day is yet alone one of your most phenomenal days that you could ever have. So, definitely make the best of it all things. Um, I just want to see how I look real quick. Uh, and I want to thank you guys for being here, for sharing, and for caring, and for being the best version of yourself that you can be. And yeah, so it's a little choppy, but whatever. Um, Hey, DC World, how are you? Good to see you. We have a member. We have a member. And it's Frugal Mom. Wellness with Frugal Mama. How are you guys doing today so far? Um, I hope well. So I'll tell you what I've done so far with today. I woke up this morning and I went to the gym. Yeah, I don't know how or why, but I've been so exhausted. I don't know about you guys. Have you been feeling it at all? Like extreme exhaustion? Um, ooh, we have a member. We have a member. And it's Brooklyn and White Boy. Good to see you. Excellent. About to shower. Oh, did you work out? Hey, Jaden, how are you? Good to see you again. Did you work out today as well? I know you did. So, what do I plan on doing with the rest of the day? You guys know I don't make no plans. I just go ahead and go about my business and whatnot. But, all right. So, don't forget, guys, if you are interested in the new listening sessions with Joy program, you're more than welcome to book a session. The description of what it's all about is down there, and you can definitely check it out. You can book by going to Be the Difference or emailing Be the Difference LLC at Gmail or texting 201-540-9104 to book your session. Also, we have apparel, t-shirts, fitness stuff at BeTheDifferenceLLC.com. It is the holiday giving season, okay? So feel free to shop Be the Difference clothing for this season. What else is going on? Oh, yeah. And last but not least, please consider following, well, not consider, just follow BTD LLC on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, um, TikTok. TikTok is different stuff on there. And whatever other platform you can type in, just click that and you'll be there. Wednesday, I was exhausted. Honestly, yesterday, I was mentally drained, but I got some rest and felt renewed. Oh, okay. Hey, let's talk about it with Anita. I just did some good old push ups. Yes, I need to. Hey, Terry, how are you? Welcome. I need to. Yo, wellness. When I went to the gym today, and I got on the machine, my stomach was like inflamed. But I know it's because last night what I ate, I had ramen and the noodles, they're the unnu noodles, so they were like that thick. So, that right there is going to, and starch, right? Pasta will definitely weigh you down and put some pounds on you. So, hey, Mrs. T with the T. Ooh, what tea you got today? How are you? Welcome to Hello World. Hey, AKA, thank you for always showing up and supporting every platform that goes live. Y'all make sure you show your support back to AKA, because more than anything, he's probably been in your chat more than once and never asks for anything in return. So definitely check that out. Today, I wanted to talk about the power of influence. This is part 2, because the part 1, if you look on the actual YouTube page or the homepage of Be the Difference Clothing, I have the top 5 most powerful Hello World episodes. And the influence, the power of influence part 1 is in there. And I said, you know what? I feel like I want to talk about it again. Now, all of us are very influential. Every single last one of us. I don't care if you are a celebrity or someone of power, only because a lot of people know you and they continuously follow whatever you do. That's the only reason why you are more noted as being an influence or influential person. Know that. Not one of us, in my opinion, is greater than the other. I don't care if you have physical difficulties. I do not care if you are above average in your thinking. I do not care if you own an amass or massive amounts of land, financial wealth, or whatever. It doesn't matter. We are all on the same playing field because guess what? When we were born, we were all needing to be burped. We were all needing our diapers to be changed. So therefore, we are the same. What bothers me now is primarily when people who have the power of influence decide to be God over someone else's life. I'll use myself as an example. If I know, and I'll use you, Wellness, because I know you won't have a problem. If I know Wellness with Frugal Mama is trying to do something with her channel, whatever it is, all right, let's just be honest. Wellness with Frugal Mama is about to become a trainer. Now, if I knew that she was about to become a trainer and I had a platform with thousands of people, millions of people who cross my path every day, but because I don't want to see her reach her potential or I'll make it more hard for her, I won't even talk about her. I won't even say, hey, go check out her channel when she does her workouts early in the morning. For those of you who are early risers and are wanting that extra push. Or if you want to learn how to study, I wouldn't even say go check her channel out because she does her studying lives. It's different. Even sometimes when she does her silent reading lives. I would be playing God if I never talked about it, especially being that I've been there. And that's what a lot of people who amass all kinds of things do. They know and they see that someone is capable and is really good at what they do, but because they don't want their platform of individuals to recommend or notice that platform, they keep a silent mouth. That is trying to play God. I don't care if you think of God in a literal sense or not. We all have and possess the power of influence. Even now, if you are sitting in this live, whether you are communicating or are in the bushes, and you see something that someone else could benefit from a conversation such as this, and you say nothing, you are playing God over Hello World, because the power of your influence could help suffice a need that you had no idea someone else was looking for. But because you say, oh, well, I don't like that, or oh, if I tell somebody about Hello World, it's going to take away from them wanting to be around me. You've got it all wrong. Because when you start playing those strings or trying to string up someone else, it ends up coming back on you when you need it the most. These are reasons why whenever I see someone that is genuinely good or trying to do something good, I will never stop them. If I see them, if you step up in my live and I see you and I've been to your channel or I've seen a video of yours and I appreciated it, I will still talk about it. Because I possess somewhat of an influence to others. And I'm going to use my power appropriately. I'm not going to harm, I'm going to help. That is what humanity has always been about. I am no greater or no less than anyone else. What makes it seem like I may be greater is if I end up being well known, but it doesn't make me greater at all. It just means that more people have been exposed to who I am in Hello World and Be the Difference Clothing. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Sharada the Goddess, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you. Let's talk about it with Anita. So if you happen to be someone who has a lot of wealth and you see, like, I'm not saying that people who have a lot of wealth and influence are purposely holding people back. I'm not saying that, but if something in your soul and in your heart opens your eyes to an individual who's trying to work and do their thing, you would be remiss not to say anything when it's appropriate. But I get it. We feel that people owe us something. Nobody owes you a thing. No one owes me a thing. I don't owe anybody a thing. But I respect people enough to give. And then we get that twisted that we feel like we're owned a certain thing or owed a certain thing because we went through the trenches. But guess what? Everybody goes through the trenches. Some people talk about it, some don't. I use growth as an example. We go from infant, toddler, adolescent, adult, senior, every single last one of us. At least those who get to go through all those stages are blessed even more. So therefore, we are all on the same playing field, no matter what. No one is greater and no one is less. Even if you think someone is disheveled or doesn't have a place for real shelter, they are still no greater and no less than any one of us. Because at one point when they were infants, they had a dream. And maybe those dreams slightly didn't become a reality. But for those of us who have had those dreams become a reality, it is our responsibility. It is our responsibility. It is our responsibility to help each other out. Because the moment that you think that is not your responsibility, you get onto that me, I don't care. It's just about me, no one else. And therefore you become unusable, selfish. And eventually when karma comes back, those same people you did not want to help will now be on your playing level, and they will not acknowledge you because they're here and now you're there. And then you'll be looking up like, hey, I remember when you were. Remember, that's it. It's a figment of your imagination. Now, to break the cycle, if you have been here and then you catapult to here, you still should see yourself as here with the person or people who didn't see you for your true value and did not want to do anything to positively use their power of influence to help you. That is where we break cycles. The tit for tat has to stop. Give people their respect when it's due. I'll use this as an example. I tell you guys that I used to go to, that open mic all the time, right? And it was so much so that, the bouncers used to just let me in before the place opened. And there was a artist who was standing in line, and I could have used my power of influence to tell them to come on in. They're with me. I thought about it long and hard, and then I said, nah, it's all right, whatever. And now they're Grammy multi-platinum artists. Now, that's just a small, very small, very small, very, very, very small instance. But what if they remembered she could have helped me get in so I didn't have to stand out here with everyone else, but she didn't. And now that the world knows who they are, maybe now they're untouchable. I use myself as a personal example of what you can possibly do to positively affect someone you don't know. Now, did I know they were going to become a Grammy award-winning artist?
amazing co-author for the Invisible Soul anthology. And we have Elizabeth backstage. Let's bring her on. Welcome to the show, Elizabeth. We call her Miss Liz.
That's just a lot easier, isn't it, Dr. Tina? Just say Miss Liz.
I know. I said, I'm having one of those days, honey, where I can't even get y'all last names out, but I'm sorry. It's in love. So as we can see, you're going through something currently right now. And yet, what made you say, despite what you're going through, you're going to still show up and share your story today?
Integrity. When you say you're going to be somewhere, you be somewhere. Whether you're in pain, going through something, you show up and you come hard. And that's what I do.
Yeah, you definitely did. I had no idea you was going through all of this. So I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing. And I want to thank you for showing up, and thank you for having the courage to share your story. So what made you say yes to this anthology?
Well, number one, it was Constance. I love Constance. I met Constance in September in Detroit when I spoke with Sean Fair, and we just connected and became sisters. And I really believed in her and everything that she's done. And just the invisible soul, I felt like that all my life. I was the underdog. I was the one that was underestimated all the time. And here I come shining and popping up and serving tea. And everyone's thinking, oh, a cup of tea. But no, I don't serve a cup of tea. I serve teaching educational awareness. So.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead, since you touched that a little bit, we're going to go ahead and elaborate a little bit more, because when individuals look up your website, they see the word tea, and automatically we say, okay, what type of tea do you sell? But like you said, you don't sell tea. It's an acronym for what?
The acronym of the past, the present, and the future, because everyone's tea is different, and there's a flavor and blend for everyone. So I ain't serving your tea. You're serving your own tea when you come and talk with me and when you connect with me. So there's the podcast, there's a radio show, there's the group, the one-on-one group, there's crafts, there's workshops, there's a lot of stuff going on with Miss Liz. And I'm really big on education and humanity. So connecting the dots and staying connected and pouring a good, strong cup of tea together.
I love it. I love it. And you actually mentioned you have a great twist on a familiar children's story. When I hear the title, Ugly Duckling, what made you decide to take that and turn it into something positive?
Well, we have so much negative in the world, right? So we have to take it and we turn it into positive. And I'm big on taking the wars and the heaviness and all the darkness and turning it into something light. And when you hear the word tea, like you said, Tina, when you hear tea, you're thinking, oh, what kind of tea does she serve? Well, the tea that I serve is teaching educational awareness, teaching that we can all educate ourselves and be aware that our futures can all change in the future. You know, the tea that I serve is a different kind of tea. It is the connection, the networking, the staying connected, building a family, building relationships, and just pushing through. So, and the Ugly Duckling for me was a story that really resonated with me growing up. I was mocked, I was laughed at. Even now, I'm the lady that serves tea. So a lot of people are like, you only serve tea. What are you going to do? How are you changing the world? But there is a lot more behind that cup of tea. And you can ask anyone who has come on Tea Time how they feel about tea. And they're like, oh, this woman's got something going here. So I bring the past, the present, and the future. But I bring your past, your present, and the future to my table.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So what is the name of your chapter for the book? What did you decide to write on?
Well, the title is The Ugly Duckling Drinks Tea. And that's exactly what I did. Is I drank my tea and I survived a lot of abuse in my life. I've overcome a lot of things in my life, and I turned into a beautiful swan. And as you can see, I'm still transforming. I'm still going through some things. That swan still does have her transformational time. So I still have a few more little white wings to put on me.
That's all right, because the ugly duckling turned into a beautiful swan. And I'd rather grow into my beauty to hold it than to have it and to make fade away. So I love how you take something common and then you spread it to have positivity. Because like you said, so many things that we see today around us, especially in the now, is so negative. And so I love how you're taking the ugly duckling and extending it to something positive that's modern time, all right? And taking it to the next level with radio, connections, community, and empowering us to walk through whatever it is that you need to walk through, but not alone. Because many of us doing things alone, but this is a time to connect with ones who want to help. I mean, it's a lot of people going through the same thing that you're going through, and sometimes they just need to hear your story to know that they can make it through. So, I thank you for what you're doing. You guys, make sure to go check her out on her website. I'm going to make sure that I not only say, but also pop it up on the screen so you can see all of these amazing contributor authors' websites, because I want you to connect with them not only for the book, but also for what they individually do. Um, so, anything else you would like to share about your business? Do you have anything that's up and coming that you want everybody to know about? And you can share that now. And then we're going to bring on our last contributing author for today's show after we go to a commercial break.
Well, the only thing I want everyone that's listening right now and who will watch the replay later on, grab a copy, because there are some really incredible authors in this book. Mother Constance has really brought incredible people together. She has made a beautiful collaboration. So just go ahead and grab a copy. And if you want to check out Miss Liz, just check out Miss Liz's Tea Time. You'll find me everywhere. I'm all over all social media platforms, all over podcasts. I'm out there. So if you're not looking, you're not finding.
Exactly. Check her out because she definitely all over social media. You're going to see T. I mean, and you do it so well. I love the way that you do everything. So thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you so much for saying yes. And I am just so happy to and excited to read not only your chapter but all the other people's chapter, because it, like the forward writer Carlita said, this is something that we're going to be reading for years and years to come, over and over and over again. So thank you for everything that you do. And right now, everyone, we're getting ready to take a commercial break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to have a surprise guest, a man in the building who decided to say yes to this amazing anthology book. We'll be back in a moment after this commercial break.
Hello there. My name is Tiffany Bell. I'm with Nonprofit CEO. Tina Ramsey had me on as a guest a couple of times this year with her show. And as a result, I have been able to recruit authors for book projects that I've been involved with, as well as speakers for my upcoming event in September. Tina is a certified VCM. She's all about helping individuals with their visibility, with their connections, and with their monetization. So that basically means she's going to help you get in front of the right people so that you can promote your service or promote your product. So again, if you've not had the opportunity to connect with Tina, she's really great at what she does. Again, my name is Tiffany Bell. I'm with Nonprofit CEO, and you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsey Show. Thank you.
And just like that, we are back, and we're back with the amazing Robert Cotfield. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So tell us, why did you decide to say yes to this Invisible Soul anthology?
Well, first of all, Constance, I call him the professor. And so she coaches, mentors, and trains me and disciplines me when necessary.
Yeah. Yes, she does.
So I'm very it's an honor and privilege to just be in the space of people that just really know who they are and where they're going and know who God is. And so I just feel like she just either you, and if you're going to be in her space, you're either going to get better or you're just going to fall off.
No, she ain't gonna let you not get better, because she's gonna not constant. You might try to say I'm just gonna be mediocre, but she's gonna say no, you're gonna be extraordinary.
That's true.
She's not gonna let you do that now. Not constant.
Oh man.
So tell us a little bit about your business, because before we go into your business, first I want to bring this out, because prior to you coming on, I know the audience, the ones who's listening in, the ones who's watching us live, you see a beautiful panel of women. And now you see this amazing, strong man that is also part of this anthology. And that's something that is not usual. It's not a usual thing for men and women to be a part of a same anthology. And that is something that I thought was remarkable about what she's doing, because men have feel invisible as well. So what made you decide to say, I'm going to share my story in this book, The Invisible Soul Anthology?
Yes. So something very profound hit me a long time ago. Pursuit of failures. That's why the chapter that I'm writing is really about the lies we tell. And it really talks about how God, before the framing of the world, he preordained us to be here. And then he's the potter, we're clay. And he's allowing life to carve and craft us. And then what we do, instead of being at the space and place we're supposed to be occupying and doing the will and way of God, we deny it because of various reasons. It might be because we're afraid, or might be because at that station in life, I've decided that that assignment that God has given me, I don't want to do it. And it can be for personal reasons. I don't like people. I don't like my church. So we miss the mark. And so we tell lies. We lie about who we really are, because we are not lining up with our purpose and intent that God has purposed us on the planet. And it just becomes a pursuit of failures. So look, big, small, and little boxes, we have them. We have things that are hidden. And it hides content and characters sometimes because we're not where we're supposed to be. We're not who we are in God. And again, we continue life. But one of the things that I have found out, that carving and crafting that God allows, it will smack you right in the face, and those boxes get open at some of the most unfavorable times. And when it does open, then we either got a choice. We could try to shove it back in that box and tape it back up and hide it, or we accept it, and then we have to tell the truth about who we are. And it may be we don't even know who God really is, or we've just missed the mark and we don't even know who we are because of seasons. Things change. We should be evolving. And so that's the purpose of why I wrote what I've written. And the last piece of that is, I think we're afraid to just be honest about who God has allowed us to be at this particular time and how we got there. So we just it's almost like being an actor if you're not careful going through life.
That is powerful. And the part that I really love is because there's so many young boys that need positivity and need to see imagery and representation of how to navigate as a man, and understand that you don't have to be perfect. Like women, we talk about our things, we talk about more freely than men usually do. But I'm noticing that men are starting to speak up and speak out. And I'm loving it because it's going to help our young boys grow into men, because they're going to see all of these amazing representations and see that you can fail forward, but you get yourself up and you can progress and you can achieve your goals. You might not know everything now. None of us do. But you can keep moving. Because a lot of us are seeking this perfection and it don't exist. And so thank you for having the courage to stand out, speak up, and not be invisible anymore. And you and every man that's a part of this book is going to help in such a different way, because there's so many boys that don't have their fathers in their lives. And so this is going to be able to serve as a beacon of positivity. You're going to be mentoring them from the pages of the book. Okay. And so that's why I'm so excited when I saw men on the project. I was like, oh, yes. Because young boys need this. We don't have enough men programs, enough boy programs out today. We have a lot of women programs, but we need more men. So anytime I see men doing things positive, I'm pushing and directing young boys and men to that particular business, because I know how important it is. So tell us a little bit about your business.
So over 20-something years ago, I started Get Up Community Center, Get Up Ministries. And currently, we run a restaurant that services the community. We feed them, and it's called Shut Your Mouth Fish and Seafood. And yes, yes, that's the name of it. So for every plate that we get monies from, we take a certain portion of that and we donate food to the community. And so it's a privilege, honor, and privilege to really just help others that are less fortunate.
That's powerful. Now I love that because the title alone make you laugh, make you smile, and the fact that when we patronize your business, support your business, it's also going full circle, it's paying it forward. So many times, due to income or whatever have you, anyone saying, "Well, I wish I could help, but I don't have enough this or that." Well, you have a couple dollars to go buy a fish plate, right? Well, guess what? When you buy that fish plate, you are actually helping the less fortunate as well. So you're eating and someone else eating.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
That is amazing, full circle. I love the idea, and I love what you're doing. And food gets to the soul. We love.
Yes, it does.
It connects us in a different kind of way. We have good people, good food. That's a good evening. That's one good evening. You're gonna have make some memories. I love it. Such amount seafood. All right. Well, Robert, thank you so much for saying yes to Miss Constance. Thank you so much for sharing, being transparent and authentic, sharing your story. I know it's going to help so many, not only young boys, but men as well, and encourage them to stand up and speak out. All right. It's power in impactful words and sharing positivity. So right now, you guys, we're getting ready to bring on all of the panel. I know you're surprised. We're at the end. Yeah, we at the end. So we're going to bring on everybody one last time. Our visionary, Sherelle D. Mims, Tina Gardine, Carlita, and Elizabeth. So this is the beautiful panel. Now, I just want to give a shout out to everybody who's been messaging and everything like that. We'll get to you after the show. All right. And we also have some more co-authors that's on this particular project that weren't able to be here. So I wanted to make sure that you guys know that. Just because they're not here, that don't mean that we don't value them and we're not happy to be a part of the book with them as well. But scheduling. All right. So make sure these are not all the stories. It's way more stories to impact your life. So we're going to close out with the visionary, the epic, the phenomenal, our visionary, Constance Woolard. Some of us call her Mama Constance, as Roberts calls her, the professor. So I want to just thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for allowing us to be a part of this amazing life-changing project. So any closing words from our visionary author?
Yes, I thank each and every one of you for believing in me and agreeing to do this project. This project is going to be phenomenal. We are 14 strong. We have 2 men, not just one, we have 2 that came aboard and, telling their truth. And so I am just excited about it. And the inspiration came to me when I stepped off of the stage, September 21. And I thought about it, I said, okay, you got to flip this thing. And you got to tell the story. So that's where I got the title, The Invisible Soul. So I thank each and every one of my collaborating authors. I thank you all for believing in me. And hopefully it'll be released early fall. So I'm looking forward to it. Another #1 bestseller. I'm claiming it today. Yes, indeed.
Yes. So everyone, what I'm going to do, I want to thank everyone for coming on the show today. I am very quickly going to pop up everyone's website. Now, Robert, I need you to, when I get to you, I need you to say yours out, okay? When I get to you. So for those of you who want to get in contact with our visionary, which I know you do, you go to www.constancewoolard.com. That is www.constancewoolard.com. For those of you who want to get in contact with our forward writer, which is Carlika Menendez, yes, I want you to go to www.insoinc.org. Let me spell it out for you. INSOINC.org. For all you ladies out there who are trying to figure out how we're going to deal with this menopause, hunty, she got you covered. Go on over there and get that help. You know, because we be tripping sometimes. We be tripping because we don't know what's going on. All right. Next, we have the amazing Shayna. She is the lady with the mask, okay? The lady behind the mask.com. So if you're have dealt with domestic violence, currently dealing with it, or you are trying to figure out you dealing with some the illness and you want to try to navigate it and you're a single mom, go get that inspiration. The lady behind the mask.com. Next up, we have Sherelle D. Mills. She is our resident caregiver expert. Go check her out in her community on Facebook, globalcaregiversnetwork.com, and look up that name, Global Caregivers Network, on social media. They have a private community so that you can share your story in a safe haven place so that you can grow and get the support that you need. So, and next, but surely not last, because we have our amazing man next, we have Elizabeth. Yes, Garnon. Yes, this is our resident tea lady, but she ain't give you no real tea. She give you tea for life to get you over the hurt. This is www.misslizteaparties.com. This is the real kind of tea party we need to be having, people. That's www.misslizteaparties.com. And now we're going to let Robert go ahead and tell us his website and spell it out, just in case you don't think they know how to spell it out. So let them know where they can.
Shutyourmouthtx.com. That's shut your mouth. SHUTYOTX.com.
Love it, love it. And for those of you who do not know, I'm getting to give Miss Constance another shout out because she actually has her own podcast as well, and she have guests. You want to be a guest, you need advertisement sponsorship. You can check out the Speak Easy, okay? And where is it? It's on CTRMediaNetwork.com. That is CTR Media Network, and that's my little plug, okay? .com. Go check her out because she runs multiple episodes and she's getting ready to do another round. So tell them about your other round of because you have segments. You have different segments that you do. So tell them about the segments, and then we're going to
starting the last Wednesday of this month. We're starting a series called Relationships and Christian Dating. And so I've got single people, young and old. I have married couples. I have pastors. I have relationship strategists. I have a wide variety of people who are going to be present, and let's discuss this thing about how do we date accordingly, because scripture does not address dating. And so we're going out in the world blind doing things, and we wonder why our families and our communities are all jacked up. So the last Wednesday of the month, which is August 31st, I believe, that will be the kickoff of that series. And then starting September, on Thursday nights, Your Money Matters. So I have realtors, I have bankers, I have investment brokers, I have crypto experts, all these people coming on to show you how to make your money matter, whether you make minimum wage or you're six figure. Teaching you how to strategize and to make your money work for you.
But thank you, Miss Constance, for everything that you do. Thank you, our beautiful panel of amazing co-authors. And like I said, this book is unlike any co-author book that I have ever been a part of or have ever did a show for, because it's touching so many different layers, right? So it's one of those books, because normally you have to buy multiple books in order to get this kind of insight, okay? Because it's categorized. But now you'll be able to get the caregiver, you'll be able to get domestic violence, you'll be able to get Lord, shut your mouth, seafood. You better get that too. You better get that. You'll be able to get help if you're a lady dealing with menopause. And don't think just if you're a lady with menopause, your husbands or your significant other, if you're going through it, they're going through it too, because they're trying to figure out what to do. So, and then you're dealing with T, and you know what that means with Miss Liz. So all of this, and understand that love don't have to hurt with our amazing Shayna. So everybody is bringing something to the table with this Invisible Soul anthology. I want you to make sure that you check it out as soon as the book drop. Here's how it's looked. The cover is beautiful. The Invisible Soul anthology by Constance Woolard and her amazing contributing authors. Thank you so much for tuning in to this week's episode of the Tina Ramsey Show, and we will see you later. Remember, always to come share, shine, and grow where? On the Tina Ramsey Show. I'll see you next week. Bye. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am the proud founder and executive director of Hush No More. Hush No More supports survivors when they're ready to come forward to share their story or just to have somebody to listen to. So welcome to Hush No More Champions. We are excited to have another great discussion. This is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So all month long, we have been talking to survivors of sexual assault and those who have been doing some amazing things in our community. So I am honored to introduce to you Dr. Larissa Sharapova. We're going to talk about how you should listen to your body, how your body talks to us after trauma, and what are some things that you can do to heal naturally from a holistic standpoint. And it's so important to just get that perspective. And how do we get to the next level? That's important. I'm on this big thing about healing and healing naturally. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So thank you for joining, and I look forward for her to come on. Hello, beautiful. Hello. Welcome to the podcast. How are you?
Good. How are you, Vanessa? Nice to be here.
Yeah, I am so busy. It's Sexual Assault Awareness Month, so I have been running around. I was in Georgia today, but I'm feeling good. I'm excited that I'm able to walk in my purpose. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm excited because me and you finally get to have a conversation that everybody else can hear. We always have these amazing conversations offline. So now our community can hear about how you can listen to your body and how you can heal. And so it's so important to me to look at some more holistic things for us to get to the next level. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
I was trained as a medical doctor a long time ago. 25 years ago, I graduated medical school in Europe, and I was specialized in obstetric gynecology. So I was specializing in women's health, particularly hormonal endocrinology and hormonal balancing. When I moved to America, I wanted to continue my passion to help women, but learning about American medical system, I decided to take a different approach to women's health. So I went to Institute for Integrative Nutrition and become holistic health practitioner, or I call myself women's lifestyle doctor. So I prescribe lifestyle and nutrition, but not drugs.
Okay.
So I treat body from holistic perspective. And I had my own journey through healing and healing from sexual abuse in my early adult years, and I had my health challenges. So I healed myself through holistic perspective, and now I help women. I'm very passionate to share all information that I learned through my healing journey and through all my knowledge. And I work with clients and help them through holistic perspective, healing body from different levels of healing. It's physiological, biological, biochemical, also spiritual, mind, body connection. So all this are very important in healing process.
What I love that you said was that you looked at the medical system here in the United States.
Mhm.
What did you see that was different? What are some major things that was different than what you were taught?
Yeah, it's very different approach in Europe. And when I practiced as OBGYN, we practice as integrative medicine. So we approach to medicine not just prescribing and testing and diagnosis, but also we look for the whole body. We can use different modalities besides drugs and surgeries, and we try to use those modalities like less harmful first. Like we can change our lifestyle, or like I was able to prescribe vitamins and probiotics along with antibiotics. So before I put people on hormonal replacement therapy, so you can do a lot of things before you succumb to prescribing drugs and surgeries. So for me, it was kind of integrative. I can do both things, but when I came here and learned that here other modalities are not acceptable in regular conventional medicine or allopathic medicine, and I saw how to survive here as a doctor or be here as a doctor, you have to keep people in a chronic disease state to make money or to live. So for me, it was not in my integrity to practice that way of medicine. Yeah. So, and that's why I wanted to learn, particular when I studied for my medical board, I got very sick. I had a lot of chronic conditions, and actually I couldn't get pregnant for a few years, and I was put it on drugs, of course, as it's protocol here. And I decided to just remove everything and look for different sources of healing. And I heal myself through mostly changing lifestyle, changing the way I eat, and detoxification, because we know that a lot of toxins surround us and in our food and everywhere else. So as I clean my body, I could get pregnant. So that's my story, one of my stories of healing. So now I'm very passionate to heal others with the same approach.
I always say that in our country, they always want to prescribe medication or do surgery. That's like the first thing. And there's so many different ways that we can heal. And when you're dealing with sexual assault, it does affect the physical body, it affects the mental, physical. It's weird how people really don't understand how trauma affects everything in our life after it happens, right? And so for you, you were able to figure out ways to heal from that, which I was so impressed with. What was some of the trauma signs that you were experiencing that you wanted to work on from a holistic perspective?
So when I had physical challenges with my health, I did not realize that time that that's probably related to my trauma that I had in my 18, when I was 18. And when I was in medical school, I was sexually assaulted by professor in medical school. And at that time, I didn't think that it was kind of sexual violence, because being woman or being young teenager or young adult, I thought that's probably part of our life, like to bear all those kind of sexual harassment and sexual violence. So I experienced that, but I put on the back of my mind and kind of try to forget about that experience. But I know, looking retrospectively, that affect not only my mental health, because after that incident, I thought about myself as unworthy or like dirty or not good enough or something like low. My self-esteem went very low. So, and that affected how I behave in my life. Like, for example, choosing my future husband. And apparently I ended up with this relationship that was also abusive. And we know so many stories that happen the same way. So if you were abused once, you kind of become a victim until you heal your trauma. So, and I was for 25 years being in marriage. It was unhealthy relationship. It was unhappy relationship. And finally I ended those relationship. But it was very abusive relationship. And when I start learning about myself, that's when I start realizing that everything has the reason. I got in those relationships because my previous trauma, and I start working on myself internally and realizing, and I am my marriage after 25 years. But before that, also that affected also my physical body, because when you go through the trauma, particularly sexual assault, sexual violence, it's all affected your sexual organs. And it's kind of, particularly when you go through that trauma, it's like stagnation of energy that's happened during the trauma. And stagnation of energy is like less blood flow, less neurological nerve tissue. So it's all affected, and that's how you create chronic inflammation in those organs. And that's why I created that kind of environment that I couldn't get pregnant. So that all affected how physically I evolved. And even though I first start helping myself physically on a physical level, but after I help on a physical level and clean my body and work on that level, I become more aware of the mental level and spiritual level. So it's always like go like layers. If you clean one layer or work on one layer, it's always another layer open. So for me, started from the physical body when I help to flow my energy and flow my circulation. And so I got pregnant finally, cleaning my body from toxins. I open my mental capacity and open to be more spiritual and working on my spiritual levels. So now I much better as a person, physically and spiritually and mentally. And that's why I changed my life by getting divorced after 25 years, by becoming a better person and educating others also. And I believe that all those symptoms that happen to me or whatever happened to me, it's all our body, like infertility or pain or anxiety, depression. It's all symptoms that our body show us, talk to us. So that's what I call them, our body sent you messages. That's how we have to listen. When I couldn't get pregnant, I didn't know how it could be connected to my past. I just was thinking about that particular moment, why I cannot get pregnant, even though everything was okay from the doctor perspective. But my body were not ready to have children. So it's one of the messages that our body communicates with us, like, yeah, you shouldn't be pregnant because something else is wrong with you. So my body was toxic. And when I cleaned my body, I got pregnant. And that's all my healing journey and all that I learned. I wanted to share, and I published a book, and I call it Listen to Your Body and Regain Your Health. So how we learn from our body messages, how our body communicates with us, and how we can listen those symptoms or signals or messages from our body, so we can start looking on the different layers of our healing journey. And this is what my book, it's called Listen to Your Body and Regain Your Health.
I love it.
So
I have the link. The link is at the bottom, and we'll also have the link in the chat so that individuals can go out and actually purchase it, because there's so much information to tell us what are some of the signs that something is going on with our body. And you said it, the depression, the anxiety, infertility, those are things that there's more to your something's going on, especially if you've had trauma. When you said you cleaned your body, what does that look like for people like me that don't really understand like the good eating? What does cleaning your body mean?
Yeah. So it can be on a different levels. And as we know, we live in a toxic environment. And I call toxins stressors. So those stressors can be external stressors, like a physical stressors, like even different posture, like improper posture. It can be stressor for your body. Also, toxins from the food that we eat, toxins from the air that we breathe, from the water that we drink. So we get exposed to toxins everywhere. We want it or not, but sometimes we choose those toxins, like buying food that's full of glyphosate, so buying or drinking water from the tap. So we have to be aware where those toxins come from. Some of them we cannot control, for example, chemtrails and the air that we go outside and breathe. So sometimes we cannot control, but most of the toxins that are around us, we can control. Like we can put filter in our water tap and drink filtered water, or maybe eliminating drinking from the plastic bottle that's full of toxins, all those plastic that affect our body. So food we can choose. We can choose organic food, or we can choose conventionally grown food that is full of glyphosate that affect our body. So when I start learning about toxins, how it affects our body, I start eliminating those toxins as much as possible. So I start buying organic food, and this is one way of just reducing toxic load. So I look at the body like a bucket. So we have genetically, everybody have a different size of the bucket. Like maybe I have a smaller bucket, you have a bigger bucket. We can fit all those toxins that we accumulate throughout our life. And the older you become, if you don't clean your body, your bucket become full and starts spilling those toxins, those symptoms, as I say, when your body starts showing up different symptoms. So that's one of the way you can listen. If you don't feel good, or if you feel like inflammation, or feel inflamed or pain, it's a symptom. So look at evaluate your life, or evaluate your food, or so. Yeah.
That bottle. So this plastic bottle that I'm drinking water out of is healthy.
So why it's bad about plastic? Because plastic, it's considered a hormonal, it's affect our hormone system. So because water in the plastic, it's extract all toxin that is in the plastic, it goes leak to the water. Particularly if you freeze the bottle, or it's in the car under the sun, it gets heated, or we don't know how it's stored. So plastic from the bottle can get to the water, and that's what we drink. And the best way to switch to glass or to metal bottle, which is much safer options for if you want to have in a container. And that's affect your hormonal system, because all these plasticides, it's considered estrogen hormones. It's like exotic, not normal estrogen that can affect your estrogenic system. And if we have too many exogenous estrogen that comes from outside, like from the plastic, it's affect our hormonal system. And that's how we can create a lot of hormonal disbalances in the body, not only infertility like I had, but also we can have hormonal cancers like breast cancers or uterine cancers, ovarian cancers, prostate cancers. So all that environmental toxins affect our body. Yeah.
I
And
can
also,
tell my mom this. My mom drinks bottled water. She drinks about 4 or 5 bottled water a night, a lot of it. And so I'm listening, but she also has a lot of hot flashes. Mom, I'm not trying to tell you business, but I know this happens to a lot of women. So she has a lot of hot flashes. So now I'm like, maybe that's contributing to it as well because she drinks a lot of bottled water.
Yeah.
So that's something that I want to mention to her because it's something very simple that we can change in our lives.
For sure. And it's not only affect our body, it affect our environment. How much plastic we put out there? Every bottle you put outside and it's gonna be contaminated to our environment, not only contaminate our body. So yeah, it's a very simple thing that you can switch. Just buy a filter like a carbon filter, like a Brita filter, and use it in a glass cup or yeah. So it's easy. So those kind of we can control. Yeah.
You were talking about cleaning it out. So our food helps us. Were you getting to that? Because I kind of cut you off. I'm sorry. So food, watching what we eat from an organic standpoint, that helps eliminate all the toxins as well.
Yes. So food is very important because we know that conventionally grown food, it has a lot of pesticides like a glyphosate. And that's affect our particular gut because what we put inside, it's supposed to go through our gut and microbiome that is in our gut. And this is the number one source of all chronic diseases because what we eat, our bugs in the stomach eat, and they produce all vitamins and minerals that we need. So if we eat bad food, we don't nourish those bugs that in our gut that we need to sustain our life. So bad food, bad bugs, or no bugs. So and like when we eat glyphosates, we can damage our microbiome. We don't have good vitamins that those microbiome produce for us. We don't have good minerals. So our body is not nourished from that perspective, from minerals. So we want to eat more. So the more bad food we eat, the more we want to eat because our body is not it's not enough vitamins and minerals that need for ourselves. So we have more food. We need more food. We crave more food because we don't nourish our body from that perspective. And I call it actually secondary food. And the primary food, it's food for our soul. Besides physical body nourishment that we need to survive every day, we also need nourishment for our mind, for our soul. And those kind of nourishment that would make us joyful, what make us laugh, what make us enjoy our lives. So that's food for our soul. And if we're not nourished enough with primary food, we tend to crave secondary food that we need, like cravings or comfort food, we call it. Right? When we're not nourished enough on a soul, on a mind kind of perspective, we always crave for something physical. Like if we don't have enough love in our life, we always crave for chocolate. Like,
Really?
Yes, because chocolate is associated with like love, like comfort. Like, yeah, if you don't have enough like care, nobody cares about you, you don't have anybody in your life that loves you, hug you, feel cared about, you crave some sweets because you want to be a sweet, feeling sweet. So we're looking for sweets or for chocolate. So if we nourish enough on a soul level, we don't need secondary food or food for our physical body. So the more we fulfill in our life, the less food we need, or less comfort food we need, or less sugar and bread we need.
So I was on your website and I was looking at how you can look at your hormone imbalance, how you actually look at your cravings and at your diet, and how that tells our body. Like lately, I'm telling you what I've been craving: Oreo cookies, like crazy. I mean, like I bought a family pack of Oreo cookies, and it's outside of my norm, right, for me to crave. So, but I feel like the more unhealthy I eat, I'm listening to you, and it is definitely true that I have been getting worse. It's like a continuous cycle. So I'm wondering if it's because I'm not putting the minerals and the vitamins in my body through my food. Now I'm trying to crave other things. So I'm listening to you, and it's not only for the audience, it's actually for my life as well. Because I'm always trying to heal. And I realize that sometimes we can heal in one area and not another. So I'm wondering if I haven't healed from a physical dietary standpoint. I haven't really paid attention to that. I'm just like, whoa.
So the interesting about cravings. So cravings can be, yes, it's maybe your body message gives you that you're lacking of some nutrients or some minerals. Like if you ever heard about pregnant women craving of eating sharks, like they missing calcium. That's why they were eating sharks or some weird food, because they're missing some or losing some minerals during the pregnancy, because they don't have a balanced food, a balanced diet. So they have crazy cravings during the pregnancy. We have cravings throughout our life, like when we go through the puberty or when we menopause or when we stressed, we always have some cravings. So sometimes it's a mental related to our emotion, or sometimes we just missing some minerals. Why I love dark chocolate? Because it's full of iron, and I know that I'm low on iron. That's why I like to eat dark chocolate. So sometimes we eat something that we need, and that's why our body like intuitively wants to eat something. Or sometimes because of our emotions we eat. We need it for our emotions. When I work with my clients, I remember I had one client. During our work together, she said, "Today I went through Dunkin' Donuts drive-through and I bought some donut." And I said, "Well, let's unpack it. Why did you want to go there?" Like she was all doing well, like working with me. And she said, "Today," I said, let's see why you wanted to do that." She said, "I was on the phone while driving and I was upset about something." And like, I think she was talking to her husband and they had the argument, and like she just unconsciously went through the drive-through, bought donut, and feel satisfied by eating it. So because she needed that to combat her overwhelmed emotions because of the upset. So now when we went through that, and she know that it was related to her emotions that she had because of the conversation, next time when she has that cravings, she can go back like, "Oh yeah, I know why I want that donut, or why I have that craving." And you can do like some breathing exercise instead of going through the drive-through and buy that sweet or something that you're craving about.
So do a breathing exercise to reduce the craving.
Yeah, or the craving because of their emotions. So the exercise and breathing exercise, so meditation can help you to deal with that emotion. So you would not need to go for the drive-through or buy some unhealthy food. So you substitute bad habit to the good habit. And the more you do it, the better you become. So it becomes your habitual or maybe first aid for your emotional disbalance at that particular time.
I've heard a lot of people, after being sexually assaulted, they gain a lot of weight. So I'm listening to you from an emotional standpoint, but I also heard them say things like, "I don't want anybody to ever desire me or want to touch me, so I gain weight." Is that more of a dietary, or is it more mental when they're experiencing that?
So that is related to emotions, and I know there's so many examples of that, because they don't want to be attractive. That's why sometimes it's even happen on unconscious level. and people don't know why they have cravings or why they want to eat food or even eating disorders until you start working with somebody or work with yourself and realize that that is related to that. And there is a lot of research even done on that topic of trauma and weight. And there is also, maybe you heard about adverse childhood experience study, adverse childhood experiences, when that's all research started from the weight loss clinic. The one physician in, I think, Kaiser Permanente medical system in California, he had very successful weight loss clinic. But he noted that some people who start losing weight, they drop from his clinic. They don't come back and don't show up anymore when they start successfully losing weight. So he wanted to investigate why it happened, because most of the people in his clinic were successfully losing weight. So he wanted to know, and he did surveys with people who dropped from the program. And it was a small survey, and a lot of people saying, and a question that they answered, it was related to their trauma in childhood. So there was a big research. His clinic, along with CDC, they had interviewed 9,000 people, all related to trauma. So it started from the weight loss, but it was research on many different physical symptoms that was related to trauma. So yes, because you don't want to see yourself as a good looking person, you want to protect your body from somebody looking at you as a good figure or something like attractive. So that's why people unconsciously gaining weight. And also childhood experiences related to so many other physical symptoms or chronic diseases like high blood pressure, diabetes, so many chronic diseases. And we know the more childhood experiences person has in their life, the more chronic diseases they accrue throughout their life. So that's how emotions and trauma manifest as a physical symptoms. And that's what I call like, listen to your body. So yeah, your body gonna show up at some point in your life, your experiences and your emotions.
A lot of people don't realize how much trauma, and especially childhood trauma, affects our overall health. And so if you don't address the trauma, you can be physically ill. And so I think it's so important. And our bodies do talk to us. I ignore a lot. I ignore knee pain. I ignore foot pain. And part of that's been the military. I ignored a lot of pain. But then I realized over the years that pain was telling me there's a problem, Vanessa, right? And I didn't pay attention to it. And so I want people to really focus on, I have trauma, but I also have a lot of physical and mental things going on with me, and I need to listen to it. And I don't think that people really talk about that as much to really get to that point. You do a lot of research on like the hormones and some food and the dietary. And I like the fact that you do a complete, because you said it's physical, mental, and spiritual, right? So what does the process look like? How do you work with individuals to help them figure out first what's the problem, and then what's like steps that you would take to help them along that journey?
Mm-hmm. So last few years, I concentrate more on trauma when I learn about my own and how I can connect it, because until recently, I didn't even think my sexual assault as trauma. I didn't even think it as a sexual assault until I start listening other women talking about it and like, maybe all my physical problems that I had in my life was related to that. It happened with me 18 years ago, when I was 18. So, and I started learning more and more about trauma. And now it's trauma or anything trauma related, big trauma, small trauma. I always incorporate in my intake form when I talking to people. So it's a part of the healing journey. And we can start from trauma, or we can end with trauma healing, because not everybody ready to uncover and talk about it. So for me, start from the physical, and I become more like spiritual, and I was ready to deal with my trauma. But sometimes when I work with clients, like I offer, and they do everything on the physical body. They do good diet, exercising, detoxification, supplements, everything they follow, but they cannot get to the healing or to the or losing weight or something that they need to deal with, because they don't heal on a mental level, or they don't deal with their trauma, which is deep root of the physical. So when we're done with all physical, like we done everything that is possible to change lifestyle and nutrition. So now maybe person is ready to go deeper. It's like going levels and levels. So if you're ready to do spiritual or mental, we start doing that. And it's mostly meditation, uncovering your deep trauma. Sometimes it's unpleasant, but I do individual work, or I work with other practitioners who can help me with like deep trauma healing. Like I work with one friend who is a body healer. So she work and assess all your energetic and kind of chakra energy level. So sometimes I refer people to practitioners that I work with if I cannot help my clients. So, and we also look on the all level perspective, like we just talk about on spiritual, what you enjoy in your life, what you would like to have in your life that you don't have. So we try to work on that. And I call it life cycle. So there is one exercise that I do with my clients when they answer all their questions, like on the, it's like a circle of life, and you put all like joy, love, relationship, and what percentage of that in your life. 100% is what you want to have, and 0 that you don't have. On what level are you on different, like on relationship, on love, on work, on education, on joy in your life, or self-care? And we put as a goal, go to the 100 and see where we stand on each of these areas. So that's how you heal your spiritual life, and along with the physical body, and also energetic, and try to heal with trauma. And trauma is the hardest to heal, so it sometimes it takes long time. So we go slow and layer by layer.
I feel like trauma healing is a lifetime.
Yes, for
Most
sure.
people that's older than me, so they've been working on it for years. And so it is layer by layer. It's not like overnight you wake up and the trauma is gone and you address it. It's something that we work on continuously and learn more things. You mentioned about energy and chakras. When you go to the doctor, you can't talk about energy. You can't talk about a spiritual alignment. And I think it's important that people start learning how healing modalities really do work outside of medication. I know people that have so much pain and they don't realize why they're in pain, and it's trauma related. And so listening to that, and do you focus on energy? Is that meditation standpoint? Can you give us some examples of just some healing modalities that people can do that you work with?
Sure, there is a lot of trauma informed that what I do. So you can heal safe in your own body, or also you can feel safe in the environment. For example, you can even use heavy blanket, put on your body, or sleep on the heavy blanket. It feels like somebody's hugging you. Okay, so this is also like a comfort kind of feeling when particularly you live by yourself or you feel lonely, so you can use heavy blanket. Actually, I bought for my daughter because she has some anxiety during the COVID. So she started using heavy blanket and it helped her like calm the body. Also, another one, it's like self-healing technique. So when you can hug yourself like that and just sit and breathe, and it's very helpful. Just to help yourself to calm.
I do this and
to love yourself. Just hug yourself as much as you can. Particularly if you live by yourself, this is the best thing we can do. Just love ourselves and pat ourselves.
I never do this. Never. Okay. So love myself, hug myself, pat myself, and just touch. So touch.
Touch is very important. Yeah.
I have a heavy blanket and I used to sleep up under it, then I stopped. So I guess I need to pull it back out because I do have a weighted
I
blanket.
think it's on needed basis. So if you feel like, I think it's very helpful for anxiety. So because it's like put a weight on you and you don't have that much vibration, because anxiety is like high vibration, and to calm you down, you need something to press on your body. So that is from the energy standpoint. Okay. And also tapping techniques. Also, I taught my daughter because she had some anxiety, so we can tap on the head. It's like we just don't even need to tell anything. Like tapping on the head, it's already calming our nervous system.
Yeah. When you got anxiety.
Yeah, particularly when we have anxiety, so it's calming. Mm-hmm.
My daughter has very high anxiety in the car. Like, she gets very nervous. She thinks everybody's about to have an accident. So if I try tapping.
Yeah, I taught my daughter to do that. And also, particularly with the car ride or any anxiety or any panic kind of situation, it's called box breathing. So you breathe on a count of 4, you hold on count of 4, you exhale on count of 4, and hold again on count of 4. It's like box breathing. 4, 4, 4, 4. And it's help because our breath can regulate our nervous system, sympathetic, parasympathetic. So box breathing is very helpful, and I taught my 11 years old daughter. So now when she has some anxiety or like she has also in a car ride or sometimes in school when they're all stressed out, so she knows that those box breathing is helpful.
So breathe in 4.
You want to try it?
Yeah.
Okay. Breathe in, hold 4, exhale 4, hold 4, inhale on count of 4, hold on count of 4, exhale on 4, and hold on 4. And the last time, inhale on 4, hold, exhale, and hold. It's already better, right?
Calm me down.
Yeah.
I actually feel more relaxed. And I'm not just saying that, so I can see how somebody that's just a panic or stressed out can do. So it's a box method. 1, 2, 3.
Box breathing, and it's easy. You don't need anything. You don't need to pay money, and you can be in any situation.
Yeah,
you can do that.
Maria said her trauma finally revealed itself when she was ready. It started as physical pain. Then she started working on the emotional pain after that, and that helped her heal. So, yeah, it does show up. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Yeah. And Lester said he was having a similar conversation with a group of individuals who were returning home after incarceration. So he works with a lot of individuals that are released from prison. So thank you, Lester, for that. And we can always talk more about that. What are some things that people can do? Because there's a lot of trauma from being in prison that you have to deal with as well. Okay, so we have a breathing technique, the box technique, 1, 2, 3, 4, weighted blankets, just loving yourself, hugging yourself. And those are very simple, very, very, very simple, very simple.
Yeah. And also another one, it's kindness meditation. You can put on the heart and send love to your heart. Close your eyes, send love to your heart. It means that you send love to yourself. And also you can send love to your loved one. And after that, you can send love to your neighbor. Send love to your country. And send love to all people around the world. And send love to the universe. And go back to send love to yourself. And this, you connect to everything with this love.
I don't think we send love to ourselves. That's not something that, matter of fact, I never was taught that. That people will say love yourself. Well, how do you really love yourself? By sending love to yourself and speaking it into your life.
And this is very important, particularly for women, because we take care of everything and everybody and forget about ourselves. We don't have time for ourselves. And I believe if you don't love yourself enough, you're not able to heal. Because just to change your diet, I look from the perspective, if you love enough your body, you put good food in your body. And same for if you love your body and your soul, you put good stuff in you. And until you love yourself enough, you're not gonna do anything for yourself. So everything changes stuff from loving yourself first. And we don't have time. And self-care, it's a part of self-love. And in my book, there is also a chapter, Love Yourself. So, and there's a lot of tips how, like from self-care techniques. You can do self-care for your body, like go for the spa, go for massage, and just take a long bath for yourself. So this is for the body, small things that you can do, but also for your mind, small self-care techniques. Just take meditation or listen nice music. So just don't think about what happened to tomorrow or what was yesterday. Just remove yourself and put headsets on and put music that you love, or some meditation music or classic music or something that, or dance, or go read some favorite books. So just spend time for yourself. Give yourself some love on a physical level or spiritual level, on a mental level, or just unplug from all technologies and just go for a walk. So this is all type of small things that are free. You don't need to pay for them.
You need to pay.
Just invest time for yourself. And that's how you start loving yourself. And when I start changing my lifestyle and start working on myself and start using those techniques, my ex-husband said, "We spend too much time on yourself." I said, now people see that I'm changing, yeah, and they don't love it. They don't like it.
Yeah. So he said you spending too much time on yourself.
Yeah.
So you double it up.
Yeah. And when you start changing and allow yourself time for yourself, people start noticing it. And it means that you're doing good thing for yourself, even though they think that, yeah, you're selfish. It's never selfish. If you don't love yourself enough, you are not able to love other people. And that's how I say, first you love yourself, and you will be able to open your heart for others around you. And the energy will be different. and people will feel it. So
I can feel your energy. We've never physically met, but I promise that even every time we've talked, it's just like I could just feel your energy. Everything you talk about is just so positive. You never come from a negative, dark place. And I want to be like that too. I want to make sure that I am coming from a very loving and healthy place. And I always tell people it is not selfish to love yourself, to put yourself first so that you could be there for others. I have a friend right now who I've been like begging to take time and just disconnect. So I'm going to go back to her one more time. I'm going to ask her to watch this podcast and and going to tell her to just give an hour to disconnect from everything. Disconnect at least an hour to
also,
love.
we can start with 5 minutes. If you start with 5 minutes, it's already you're doing something good for yourself. 1 hour, tell women to spend 1 hour for yourself. That's probably would be too much to ask in the beginning.
So 1 hour is too much. Okay. So tell her 5 minutes. Disconnect for 5 minutes. Walk away from yourself. No, she at least need to do 15. Put your phone down, walk outside, get some fresh air, walk around, and then come back. How about that?
Oh yeah. Start from there. You can walk for 15 minutes. Yes, in a good weather.
In good weather. So I always take off Mondays now. So my self-care is that I do not work on Mondays. And sometimes I'm tempted to do things because people contact me a lot. If it's not a survivor calling me, then it's not an emergency, right? To me. And so Mondays, I don't work. I don't plan anything on Mondays. And that's my self-care day. And for me, self-care day is doing nothing. If I might read a book or watch Netflix, I think I slept to like 11 yesterday because I didn't want to do nothing but just relax and rest.
Just be with yourself. That's called self-care.
That was it. And then sometimes people get upset when you practice self-care. They'll say, well, you didn't answer the phone. I was like, oh, this is my self-care day. And they don't get it. Like, and they don't get it. Like, you didn't respond to me, but I need a break. And I just realized if people don't understand that I have to take a break for me, then maybe they shouldn't be in my circle. And you will be okay because I am going to make sure that I practice self-care and self-love.
And another things, learn how to say no, because this is also self-care. So because if you tell yes to somebody, it means that you say no to yourself. So learn to say no. You can say no to other people without any explanation. And this is one of the self-care technique as well.
That you can do.
Yeah.
Just say no. I've started saying no, though. I really have. This month, I am busy, but I'm not as busy as I have been in previous years. I've turned down some speaking engagements this year and said I just have too much going on. And so I was really proud of myself because it's hard to tell people no, especially when you look at it as it's an honor that they even considered you and asked you, And so I hate to say no, but this year I really did. I said, well, I can't do it. I won't train back to back. I have to have a day in between teachings. And so I've said no. And I'm proud of myself, actually.
And even my kids knows about self-care. So when I don't take care of myself or I'm busy with some project, they say, Mom, you need a bath. So my younger daughter knows how to prepare like salt bath. She put some essential oil. She put nice ambient in the bathroom, and I'll take self-care 15-20 minutes in a bath.
Yeah, I wish my daughter and my son need to hear this because I would love for them to run me a bath for my self-care. That would be real cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. And they give me massage, also gift certificate for massage for Christmas, for last Christmas. So they know what self-care I teach them.
And I guess that we do need to teach our children about self-care and about saying no and self-preservation. We don't do that. I know nobody ever talked to me about it, and I know I have not talked to my kids about it. So you're right. We should be talking to them about self-care and saying no and taking time out for themselves as they get older and more stressful. It's a more stressful life. So
I had to learn that too, because I never said no before. And it's called boundaries. We have to put boundaries around ourselves just to protect our energy That's how we consume. And because other people consume our energy, we always say yes. So we need to put boundaries and learn how to say no without explanation.
I love that. I love it. Yeah, people would always say set boundaries, but they don't tell you how.
Right.
What that really means is setting boundaries.
Mhm.
Before we get out of here, I wanted to know if there was anything that you wanted the audience to know that we did not discuss. Is there something else that you want to bring up? And also, if you can give your contact information so that individuals can contact you, and I have it on the screen, and your website, and how to buy your book.
Mhm. So I have a lot of information on my website. Also, there is a 7 stressful reducing techniques that I have like free book on my website. All those tips in that small ebook. My book is also available on all online bookstores in Amazon, Barnes and Noble, and other places. My website holisticexpert.org. I also co-founder of the Evolving Story of Women, an advocacy group to stop sexual violence. And we have a Facebook group. Also, we run online events. And our next event, actually, this Sunday, and we will be talking about pornography and how it's affect our sexuality, and also how it affects sexual abuse and violence. So you're welcome, and everybody welcome to join us. And you can contact me on my website, and I have 30 minutes free consultation. So if anybody interested in women's health, natural hormonal balancing, I am offering that.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's important to at least look into a holistic way of healing. You know, sometimes we don't never consider it. We always go to the doctor, we're on medication, a lot of medication. So, what are some things that you could do naturally? So, holisticexpert.org. It's a really good website. I did go on and check you out and learn some things while I was on there. And so, I just think that everybody should check it out, especially if you have a family member or yourself is struggling and trauma has been part of it, or you're craving or you're in pain, to check out Dr. Larissa. She's amazing and has a lot of information. You know, I first heard you say that you no longer practice medicine here in the United States, that shocked me. That's stuck with me for a while, because that says a lot about our healthcare system, where you come from a place that is more holistic. And so I thank you for making the decision to go the holistic way, because we need more holistic practitioners. And I thank you for sharing your voice and letting us know like all the toxins we put in our bodies and how we really can heal by doing simple healing modalities and changing our diet, right? Things that we don't want to hear either, things that we don't want to hear. So I thank you for that.
Sure, and we can start small. You don't have to jump to something big. We can start small and go from there.
Well, this is what I want to start with.
Yeah.
So I don't like water as it is, right? I do not like water. I force myself to drink water. So I thought I was doing something special by drinking water. So I am going to do more. I do have a filter on my refrigerator, so I'm going to drink more water out of that and not out of the box.
Right.
So that's going to be one of my first major changes. And also, I am going to hug myself more. I'm going to try that. I'm trying it. So thank you. I appreciate just the natural conversation, because I am really on a natural holistic journey myself. So it means a lot to me that somebody else is. So thank you so very much for just sharing your knowledge and being here and being so amazing. I love the work that you do, and I ask God to continue to just bless you in your journey, and that more people find out about you and know about just the holistic practices that you do. So you all reach out to her. She is phenomenal. She's a survivor and she's healed herself. Look at her skin just glowing. So I love it.
Thank you, Ines. Thank you for inviting me, and virtual hug to everybody.
I love it. I love it. We need to share more love and kindness around the world. So that means a lot. It definitely does. You have heard from Dr. Larissa Sharapova. She is amazing. She's amazing. You can contact her on her website at holisticexpert.org or at larissa70usa@yahoo.com. And you can find out information about her books and just do the free consultation to see if there's some things that she could do to even help you on your journey and try to figure out what's going on with you from a pain perspective. And so I think that's important. Hopefully all of you are joining events all throughout the month in your area because it's Sexual Assault Awareness Month. There are some amazing events going on. Look them up in your community. On April the 30th, we are having Stomp Out Crime. It's the end of Crime Victims Week. You'll see a lot of events about Crime Victims Week. And we will be at Benedict College Football Stadium on April 30th at 11 a.m. And we are going to be giving out free food, clothes, HIV screening, COVID testing, COVID vaccination. We'll have a lot of nonprofits there. I just got word that Dominion Energy going to be there. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to have car clubs out there. It is going to be an amazing day. And we're going to have performers. It's going to be a step show and just a day of love and kindness. And I hope that all of you come out. And also save the date for October 15th. It is going to be our domestic violence walk. You can register now. All the information and upcoming events that we're having are available on hushnomore.org. So check out our website, check out the resources that we have, and remember that you are not alone and that you have a right to tell it and to heal. Peace and blessings to all of you. Reach out if you need us.
Thank you.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Welcome to another episode of Hello World with your girl Joy from Be the Difference Clothing. How's everyone doing this lovely evening? I hope you had a beautiful day. I hope that everything is amazing and happening for you. Let me adjust that a little bit. I hope that you're enjoying whatever this beautiful day has brought. You know, the first thing I need to do is to check to see if I'm buffering. So let me go and see. Oh, no buffering there. My forehead look real. I'm so proud of that. Oh, geez. All right. I'm sorry about that. So don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and turn on your notification bells. If you can, definitely give me a thumbs up or down, whatever is better for you, whatever you feel more comfortable doing, because you know here at Hello World, it's all about you doing what your will so desires. And that's all that's important. And I would desire for you to do whatever you feel is best in your own will. Today, let me see, what did I do today? I woke up this morning. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do anything today. I don't even think I was in. Oh, I did a premiere. Hey, Tatted, what's going on, Tatted? How you been? I did a premiere today. I watched a really, really, really good intellectual movie that was very good. I haven't finished it yet. And let me think, what else? I didn't leave at all. It's like rainy and chilly and cold outside. Well, I'm assuming it's chilly, but it is definitely raining outside. She woke up and breathed. Yes, that's what I did. But however, I did brush my teeth and I did wash my face. Yes, I sure did. And now I'm eating on some pineapples. I'm eating pineapples. I like pineapples. They're very healthy fruit. I can't eat a lot of them because pineapples end up making the roof of my mouth like raw. Because I guess the acidity of the pineapples is too much for me. So I don't eat them often, although I love the taste. So how's school been, Daddy? How's life been treating you? Talk to me. My phone is now broken, and I'm on your PC until you can get another phone. Are you gonna mail it out, or are you guys paying for? Hey, 1SP, how are you? We have a member. We have a member, and it's 1SP. Hey, he said he's gonna be right back. Are you paying insurance on your phone? Or do you have to completely buy a brand new one? School sucks, boring. But you said you wanted to do homeschooling, now you have it. So I still haven't eaten for the day yet. I've been snacking on fruit and nuts all day. That's about it. But it's a good day. You guys see, they're reunited and they're swinging free. Ooh, yes, reunited, all my Lime family. Just like that, they are back together. I love it. So happy. I'm trying to think of anything, if anything interesting happened, and nothing is coming about. Nothing's coming about. One thing I will say, guys, I'm saving the SIM card for the phone. I have to completely get a new phone. That's fine. We have a member. We have a member, and it's Keely. Hey, Keely. Oh Lord, she missed the whole entire song. Hey, hey, Tim, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, did you hear the song, Keely? Did you hear the song, or did it get messed up? Smack those thumbs up, people. Let's show Joy some love. Yes. I took a nap and I just woke up. Hey, Marley December, how are you? How's everything over in your way? How's your daddy? I'm thinking I'm getting an iPhone SE 2nd generation or the first one. Okay. You know me, I'm all about the Android all day. So I don't know nothing about no iPhone. When SP left, he said he's going to come right back. Let me tell y'all. So I do have to eat. I have to make something to eat soon. I'm going to do all veggies as usual. I had some fried salmon last night. I fried up some salmon and I put a lot of seasoning on it. It was good. It was good the way I did it. So I think that's why texturally, I like it better when it's more firm. So the other day it was a little too soft for my liking. Going pretty good on our end. Dad is doing good. Eating his bowl of ice cream. Oh, Lord. Man, I love ice cream, but I can't eat it. It's not that I can't. I decide and choose not to eat it because it always rumbles my tummy with a bowl full of rottenness. You eating salmon tonight? Okay. All veggies, really? No meat? You know I don't eat meat, Tatted. So guys, today's topic is about the power of influence. And I got this topic because I would say maybe 2 weeks ago, around about, there was a celebrity that came into my stream and they only commented 2 times, right? And at first I was like, man, that's gotta be like someone stealing the pictures and doing whatnot. But I honestly, genuinely believe that it was actually their true account. Now, if that's true, we'll never know. We'll never know. But the simple mere fact is, if that happened to be the true celebrity, they came in when we were talking about how we have to learn how to do better. And they said that they had done some time and they were out and they did all they could to become a better person. And I told them through their craft that now can be a responsibility of theirs to do something great for the world because they have a very large following, a very large audience. Now, remember, guys, there is no such thing as things happening by chance. He was supposed to be in the chat that time. Whatever I was saying, he was supposed to hear. So I don't know how long they stayed or left. And I don't know if they've ever come back again. But at the end of the day, the power of influence. When you have a platform and you have people who are following you, millions of people, especially millions of people, most of those millions of people are like sponges, waiting for you to say something to inspire them. Whether they realize it or not, they're waiting for someone to inspire them. They're waiting for someone to help get them free, or free them from whatever they may be trying to run from. Give them a break. You have the stage and the platform. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready. Hey, J-Dog. J-Dog into his house. My daughter can't eat it either for the same reason. She's also, you know, Marley, like when I started cutting dairy out, I stopped eating ice cream because my sinuses used to always be really messed up. And now I don't really have too much sinus problems or as bad as it used to be. So I said, okay, fine, I'll cut it out if it's going to give me freedom. But when you have, and also for all of us who are creators or go live or post content, we are now becoming influencers. And we have and hold a certain amount of power. And I want to turn that power into a different word. We have a certain amount of responsibility. That's what I'm going to use. We have a responsibility in our hands to provide someone who is watching, maybe looking for freedom from something, to give them something worth chewing on and swallowing and ingesting, right? Because remember, I said we are creatures of absorption. Everything that we hear, look, and see and talk, we've somehow been exposed to and allowed to come into our world. So how are you using the power of your influence? Do you realize that you are very influential? And it's not even just about YouTube. You are influential in whatever area of the life that you live. For example, Marley, I'm just going to use you as an example. She has the power to influence her father to do something good or bad. She's the caregiver. She has the power. Parents, you are the power and the influencer of the little ones that you carry, grow, nurture. Sometimes I feel like we forget the amount of power that we have in the things that we speak, the things that we allow in. Let me break it down for you even more. Parents, you've now raised this little baby into a tiny, big giant. Whatever you've influenced them, they have now carried to wherever they've gone for the past 18, 20, 30, 40 years, 50 years. If you get to live to see your child grow that old. And it's not always your responsibility if a child goes a different direction, right? Because of that free will. But let's just say in a decently somewhat organized world. So you've now invested your entire being into raising someone else. Now that someone else has taken part of your being, mutated into their thinking, and now are touching other lives. The power of influence. This is why I believe humanity is so important. And the bunch of us who believe in doing great things and believe in accelerating humanity into a more loving, caring environment, we need to start using our influence a little bit more. But this person that was here has a powerful influence of millions. As a matter of fact, I went to their page today and they have 9.9 million followers just on YouTube alone. And I just said if they could use their craft to speak life or speak things that are semi-humanity building, how much further 9.9 million people could then turn around and say, you know what? Maybe I do have a little bit of something I need to work out in myself. That's why we have to be careful and think twice before you speak. Yes, because your words and influence will plant the seed, yes, of their success or failure in the mind of another. Mm-hmm. Hey, Miss Terrell, what's going on? He dislikes it with a passion. However, I continue to encourage that he can walk to the kitchen. He can put on, yes. What up, Coco? Tell him. How you doing? The power of influence. Remember what you flow, you grow. And you know the people that you may not even see who become exposed to whatever you're deciding to put out into the atmosphere. They may come in direct contact of your effervescence, and they're receiving all of that effervescence and becoming a little piece of you attaching to their DNA, right? It's part of your legacy, eh? Yeah. I think it's so important for me, just me, I'm talking about, that I really did stop watching TV. I think it was super important. It was a move that needed to be made. And I'm glad that I was forced to make that move. I wouldn't be here. Let's just face it, I wouldn't be here. We would never have met, none of us. You guys would have had to connect through another person. But the power of influence. How responsible are you with your own life? How responsible are you with your own life? Do you take care of your hygiene? It may sound simple, but there's a ton of adults who don't even do the basics of brushing their teeth. You can see them smile, and then there's all this buildup in between where the gum is supposed to be. So, yeah. Are you doing all of the regular routines, brushing your teeth, caring for your body, soap and water, cutting your nails? Well, I'm not too good at that because most of the times, as you can see, they'll break, but I'll cut them so that they have some type of shape. I just don't like to cut them too much, you know what I'm saying? Are you taking care of your bills? Are you taking care of your bills with your debtors in a responsible way, i.e., whenever you have to make that hard call, yo, I'm about to be behind on my bill. Can you be lenient on me? Instead of saying, this is your fault. Why you gotta charge so much? Remember, the other person on the line is a human just like you, and they may have debt just like you, or maybe worse than you. Responsibility, power of your influence, because after that phone call, you could have even made their day or made their day a living hell. And you know, it trickles, it's a spiraling effect. Somebody has a bad day, then they pass that bad day along. But anyway, let me get back on topic about ourselves. Are you getting your teeth checked? As we all know, I was not doing that very thing, and it cost me $2,000. Well, partially two. No, it did cost me $2,000. That was $2,000. $2,000 that I could have used elsewhere. I would have rather invest my $2,000 into my company or into me. $2,000. When I could have been paying maybe $200 a year just to make sure that nothing would have gone bad. It's worth it in the end, right? To take care of yourself. How about your vision? Are you going for your regular routine eye exams, listening to the air, getting your blood taken, tested, checked to make sure all of your vitals are right? Because guess what? If you do have children or you have anybody that's around you, maybe you're in a relationship, I don't know. They are looking at these very things to see if you take care of them, whether they say it or not, because that will either determine whether they will be as responsible with their own life as you are, or that will be the make or break of your relationship, depending on how that person sees themselves and the quality of a spouse they'd like to keep. Some people don't mind, a little rusty, dusty, bumpity, infested tick bag of a relationship. Not I, said the spy. But for the kids, if they don't know what a routine checkup, bath, and all that other stuff is, why then do we not realize that they're not going to do it as adults unless somebody tries to teach them how to groom? And even then, you have to work off that callus. Because that becomes a callus. That becomes a part of their trait. That's a callus. But if you have a powerful influence, i.e. responsibility, you can sort of reshape and recondition certain parts of the missing things, like hygiene. I remember a former church that I went to. There was always one family, right? Holy Ghost filled, but yet cleanliness was not next to godliness. I would never eat a scratch off of their food. Even if, put it this way, even if they purchased something that was already racked up and brought it to the church for a potluck, I would still not want to touch it, because I would feel like the bag is infected with roaches. I would feel like somehow the effervescence of them got into that bag, and I said, no parts, thank you. And so I say that to say that the offspring grew up with that same mentality of, it's not necessary to be hygienic. Hey, Cheryl, how are you? Long time no see. Welcome to Hello World. Yeah, it's nasty like that. People are nasty like that. And those the same ones, not this family, but the same people that you think are all prim and pris and pretty and gentlemanly and sexy and all that stuff be the same ones that go to the bathroom and walk right out. And then y'all ready to eat right off of their plate. Y'all ready to drink right off of their cup after they went like this, after they went to the bathroom. Be careful who you drink from. Shoot. Let me get back on topic, the power of influence. I hope that I am using my influence responsibly and kind of opening your eyes to how some people are very nasty, and you might want to be careful who you drink from, who you eat from, and you kind of just be watching their kitchen if you get invited over. Just look at the kitchen and see what is going on in the kitchen. Is that kitchen clean? And still there's some people that, they cook and then they go, let me taste it. Okay. Sorry, but it happens. Or, okay. See, that's why whenever you see me do any cooking, anything, even though it's vegetables, I constantly wash my hands. One, because I used to watch, the power influence. One, because I used to watch it all the time on the cooking shows, how it was super important to wash your hands, even after you cut meat or even after you were going from one thing to the next. Wash your hands. See how that power influence worked on my life? Because I carried it over into when I recorded things or record things. That's that subliminal. We are subliminally holding ourselves responsible for other people who look at you and want to receive whatever you have to offer. The power of influence. That's subliminal is a mother, you know what? The power of influence. What are you doing with yours? Because if you were here with me a couple weeks ago, maybe nights, I don't know. I was trying to remind all of us how powerful we really are, the kind of power that we possess. And we have the choice of doing good or bad, right? I know we all need to be responsible for our own selves, right? And our own whatever. But for some reason, we sort of look up to people from time to time. And while we're looking up to people from time to time, we kind of sometimes somehow you absorb them and you kind of like become a little bit of who they are. Your DNA is attached. You know that effervescence that I was talking about? That aura of you. You know, like they say, like, I can see your aura, it's so bright. You know, like how they say over here, they can see an aura. And if it's light and whatever, that's your aura going in, seeping into other people. Some are not strong enough to realize that they have their own aura that can be just as effective and just as responsible with your influence. Because even with your coworkers, the influence that you make, well, you decide. Hey, Gigi, what's going on? She said, I don't drink after nobody. I know that's right. Octavia, what's going on? Care good. Look at it. They be the main ones spreading all them germs. You right. So this is how you can use your power of influence. If you don't like what's going on television, turn it off. Because then you can stop two things from happening: the giving and receiving. You give up your time and your money, and you receive the garbage data. See, it's a two-way street. Everything is always a two-way street. You give and you take. Sometimes you take in too much, more than you give, right? Think about it. Instead of kicking and cacking and clacking and clacking and jacking and clacking about how much you don't like something, we can silently refuse to take part by taking a stance and saying, not on my dime. You can try to influence someone else, but not me, because I'm too powerful. God, your maker, or whoever you believe in, gifted you with so many different things that you've now used your power to say, not today. Influence yourself. How many of us read books? I'm guilty. How many of us read meaningful books, intellectual books that kind of help you grow a little bit in your mental? I'm guilty of this. That's why I say, how many of us? Maybe you do. And if you are reading and becoming very intellectual, then that's beautiful. Because now you can use your power of influence to create things in your circle that will grow, not die. How many people are tired of creating weeds? Weeds are not pretty. They get all tangled up. Won't you why don't you create some calla lilies or some roses or some carnations or something exotic that can only be picked once a year? The power of your mind. If we're not careful, I believe that books will become obsolete. And the data that we'll be relying on is the instant gratification. If we're always instantly being gratified, How are we allowing stuff to seep deep within us so we can think? How many of us are thinking? How many of us are really thinking? That's the power of influence. I'm trying my best to think. I need to really dive more into reading some meaningful books. Shoot, imagine if I read some meaningful books. Lord have mercy. I probably wouldn't even be able to stand to be in my own skin. I don't know how much more. Hey, Swamp Picker Glenn, what's going on? Welcome to Hello World, Candy Girl. Oh, Candy Girl. Hey. I've been a reader all my life. Books are your favorite. Yes. So, Miss Terrell, I am influencing you to get back to going live more routinely. Because guess what? I've learned things from you. Where's my outlet? I need to be able to hear and feel the paper. Yes, me too. It's kind of like the Bible for me. I never liked the ebook Bibles or the cell phone Bible. I always needed to feel like I needed to turn the pages and smell that book Bible smell only. I always felt like I needed to the thin pages. If you flick too hard, it's gonna rip. I always felt like I needed that. And also too, like when things are going too fast, it kind of makes me get a headache. So we can grow into our wisdom. Absolutely, Cheryl. We can be the most wise people in the entire population, but yet and still, we allow insta gratification to be our only education because we don't have to search. When is the last time we seeked something? I remember when I was growing up, we used to have to go to the library for a book report. Write it on, type that sucker out, or write it out. 13-page book report on that 1-inch ruled paper. Couldn't double space it. 13 pages. And you had to research. Now, Google. Copy, paste. There's my report. I don't know how the kids are doing it now because I don't have any kids. I'm not around a lot of little kids, so I'm not sure what their schooling is about. I mean, I guess they're blessed to be able to get to access things quicker, but it's Insta. So when you become so used to being Insta, if things don't happen at the drop of your dime, what happens? Have you built up enough perseverance to be like, okay, let me try again, or let me calm my nerve and be like, okay, I didn't get my way this time around. Let me see if I can research another way. See the power of influence? Ooh, see how that power influences? We are being so influenced. I've even noticed it. I need to slow down. I can get so tired, or not tired. I can get so sidetracked so easily. I can be watching something that could be meaningful, and I'm like, sooner or later, I just zone out to doing something else. Instant gratification. Hopefully, I'm influencing us to think about that a little deeper. Maybe that way we can slow down. But Ms. Terrell, that still doesn't negate the fact that you need to go live more so that you can spread and share your wisdom, my friend. Yes, I'm talking to you. Plus, I'm pretty sure somebody's going to be looking for you soon, if you know what I mean. Copy and paste is plagiarism. Depending on the grade you are in, it can get you. Yes, I know. I certainly know. Copy, paste, edited written by whatever, copy and paste whoever that person is. What I mean is that you have to come up with your own sentence to depict whatever you read onto that paper so it's more authentic to you. You use more brain cells because you critically thought of that sentence and made many and various sentences from that thought that you read, and now you've transferred your intellectual property onto the paper and was influenced by what you read. But with the simple copy and paste and not touching, you've detached that whole idea of I can come up with an intellectual sentence. Oh, I had to pass out for a second. There is nothing original underneath the sun of our world, right? This world has been around for some 2,000 years or so. I don't think anything can be more original than whoever was here the first 100 years. We've just been regurgitating and maybe expanding, but still regurgitating that same idea over and over and over again and bringing it and branching it out, but it still is the same idea. We need to get back into that. Let me pull my arms back up. You know what I'm saying? Start really just looking at things outside of what we see, but start looking at things all the way around. Y'all ever play chess? Have you all played chess before? I'm still a beginner at chess, but I'm learning. Oh, I can't even show you my chessboard because it's on top. My computer is on top of the chessboard, but I purchased a chessboard in order to play someone, but I haven't had that opportunity to play anybody in chess. It's a beautiful chess set too. Okay, fine, I'll show you. Just hold on a second. This is it right here. This is my chessboard. You see that? Nice and glass and plasticky. The board is glass. Sorry about that. I hope you didn't want to throw up. The board is glass and the pieces are plastic, but it's so beautiful. You play chess? Never played chess? Coco, let me tell you. The key to life truly is in understanding chess. You guys see how the things that you have to work for show and yield the most reward, right? It's the same thing with chess. Most people don't want to touch a chessboard because they say it's too hard to understand, but it's simple. Once you understand the fundamentals and how the pieces operate, you take the time to research and create your own paragraphs, then chess becomes easy. Now, I would rather play somebody who is an expert in chess so they can beat me the heck up all the time. So that by the time I play someone who is my knowledge in chess, I will beat the daylights out of them too. I always want somebody that knows a little bit more than me around so I can learn something. And chess will teach you how to think 20 steps ahead versus the first two that are in front of you. Because if you keep on looking at the two that are in front of you, you will not look up and you will bump your head at that obstacle. You will bump your head or trip and fall and break something. But chess, my friends, that's a game that we all should learn how to play. And why is it that they don't even encourage you playing chess? They'll encourage checkers, Monopoly. Monopoly's good too, but they'll encourage checkers. They'll encourage Chinese checkers. You know what else is another one too? Othello. Has anybody played Othello before? Othello is a very good game as well. I love those kinds of games. Your husband plays chess, Keely? Oh, he's a smart man. Marley, we all got to get back into it. Yes, it does make you think ahead. It's taught you patience. Yes. Chess players are awesome. An expert takes 5 moves to win a beginner. Yes. And at least Glenn, an expert, I want to give them their run for their money. 10 moves. Give me good 10 moves. And then I'll feel like I accomplished something. So yes, I would rather somebody beat the daylights out of me so I can learn. And hopefully they'll be willing to say, Joy, this is the mistake you made here, here, and there. And I'll be like, oh, okay. How will you learn if you do not research? Hence, for all of us who are very influential, which is every single last one of us who are very influential, if we are not doing our research and we're just providing data, we then become part of the issue. I'm not going to say a problem, but we become part of an issue. Love chess, Othello, and backgammon. Cheryl, I don't know how to play backgammon. I'm afraid of backgammon. I want to try, though. I want to try to play backgammon. But Othello, my sibling used to tear me up in Othello until one day they could no longer beat me. And then guess what? They no longer wanted to play the game. Because now I've beat the master. And that's how I feel about chess. I've played chess with someone who was very good at it. And I almost had them in check. I almost had them, but then, you know, you have to learn how to persevere and use that in life too, right? As far as relating to us being influential. It's fun, Joy. I'm scared, Cheryl. You see that? You see how fear just gets in the way of opening other doors? I want to be able to influence. And I guess the reason why I came up with this topic is because I was a little disappointed at the content that's person put out. And I was like, man, we just had a conversation about how much power you have with the amount of people that follow you. You're responsible for that, y'all. Every single last one of us is responsible. I don't care if even one person follows you in whatever area you are known in. I don't care. Because it's that one person that can either make society better or break society, right? Remember Hitler. I love to use Hitler as an example because the history of Hitler was that he was a kid that got made fun of. And he decided when he got older, no more. He wiped out, or partially almost wiped out, a whole entire, I don't know what you want to call it, because it's not a religion, it's not a race, but it's a whole entire sect, a group of people that believe in something. The power of those people's influence in his little life created a monster. I don't want to create monsters. I don't want to have to be like I had a hand in creating a monster. I don't want to be a part of that. Do you? I don't want that. I'd rather be someone who created or had a hand in creating the most powerful, loving, spreading, growing individuals ever. And the power doesn't always end up just being in when you were younger. It could be in when we're older too. Shoot, till your last breath that you take, you have a choice to do good or bad. Remember when I told you guys about the Black Panther mother queen of the thing. She said she wanted to be an actress. She waited. She let her fears hold her back until she was 85 and auditioned to be the mother of Black Panther. I'm not talking about what you call them. I'm talking about the tribal mother. You know, the great mother when she was an old lady. Her. Then she became a part of the most recognizable, phenomenal, most grossing film ever to this date. And she was 85. She said, I'm going to follow my dreams. She allowed her breath to take her to her dreams. So that's why I say I don't care how old you are. You are never too old. And you know what, too? You might want to consider throwing age out the door. And I say that to say because usually when they tell us, oh, by the time you're such and such, you should be in this part of your life. No, man. I rebuke that. By the time you mature, you should then grow and be able to leave gems and diamonds and data that more people can grow from. There are apps you can play chess. Anyone? Yeah, I use that too, Swamp Picker, Glenn. I'm on Chess with Friends. I'm playing chess with friends, but it's different when you actually have the board in front of you, right? I virtually do play. I've lost so many games because I've forgotten to make moves, but I virtually play chess on there, and I've played some really good people. I don't know if maybe it's because I'm still a beginner and they're just really advanced, or they're like intermediate and I'm a beginner. I was even a part of a chess group before. I was part of them. So I won't use this as an excuse to not play, but I do need to pick up those games with those people and try to play again and learn from their moves. And I need to learn how to play on both sides of the board. That's difficult, but man, imagine being able to beat your own self and just out move your own self. That's dope. Bye. I'm still here frying some wings. Ooh, girl. Are you going to go live, Miss Terrell? Nadia, what's going on? Hello, world. How are you? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We were just talking about the power of influence, Nadia, how powerful we are. And I call that responsibility, the responsibility that we have in our hands. And we throw out our responsibility day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out. But I think if we become more aware of how we're throwing out responsibility and how we're throwing out our influence, two things will happen. We'll throw it out slower and we'll be more effective. Now, I don't know what you want to use your influence for. I would hope you would want to use your influence to edify the building of humanity. But if that's not your thing, then that's fine. I'm not going to support you. But if it is your thing to support humanity, I'm all for it. Yes. Oh, Lord, it's 47 minutes. All in all, guys, I just want all of us to become even more aware of how much power we possess and how much possessing we do, whether we realize it or not. But in time, if we could just organize our possession and really make a concerted effort to be the difference every day of our lives, especially when it's at our lowest points. Lord, that reward is amazing. Download Chess Time, invite Victor. Okay, I will. Chess time. Okay. I will definitely do that. I will definitely do that. Let me write it down. Download chess time. Victor. He gonna see if I'm decent or not. Victor 7. Okay. But yeah. We are very powerful. Every single last one of us. There's not a weak person here. But you're only weak when you don't realize your strength and power. I'm telling you right now, you are very powerful. I'm influencing you right now to know that you are very powerful. And now whoever your audience is, whether it be your family or just yourself, because you got to influence yourself first. You know, that I got to get up in the morning to be my best version, right? We got to influence ourselves to believe that we are powerful, right? Boom, boom. Whatever you don't like, turn off. Don't speak about it, because all you're doing is just spreading that news that you don't like. And you know, bad news always spreads a lot faster than good news, right? We already know that. You guys are very influential. Remember that. I don't care if your platform is 999 million or 20 or 1,000 or 10, 100,000, 8,000, 20 people, 2 people. Whatever your platform is, you can inspire and influence whoever that person is, because they may become the next big thing, big influence where they can hit millions of people. But use your influence to edify and uplift humanity. Show images that are worthy of growth. Show images and speak words that will help people think. Because the more awake we become, I think more people will understand how humanity is beautiful and amazing and worth sticking it out. You guys are beautiful. You are amazing. There's no mistake about you. You have the power, so use it wisely. Even in your weakness, you have power. How can you become strong without being weak first? Oh, that's a good one right there. Y'all, you see how it just be hitting me? How can you become strong if you've never been weak? I'll say that. Been weak. See how that's how it comes sometimes. Some quotes just be flying. I was taking a nap earlier and I had to wake up out of my sleep to write it down. Write down a quote. Sure did. Because I was like, oh, I was feeling that. I was like, oh, I'm feeling that. I woke up out of my sleep and I turned right back around and went back to sleep. Power of influence. I am here every single night between 7 and 9. We talk about everything and anything. That feels funny. If you ever want to get to know anything more about me or my company, go to BeTheDifferenceLLC.com. If you would like to purchase items, you're more than welcome to. There's a bunch of things on there that will be of interest to anyone, even infants. Yes. I forgot. I just forgot. Just like that. Start reading some books. At least commit to reading 1 book a year. Yeah, that's simple. Like 1 book a year? Because if you can do 1 book a year, then you're going to be like, Joy, I did my 1 book. Now I'm doing 5. Power influence. 1 book a year about something that you don't know that may spark your interest. Even if you're not interested in it, just read it. And your brain cells will grow. And know how we need to use more of our brains. I'm pretty sure we only use this much of our brains, like, a little pea size of our brains. But the rest of it is like waiting for you to be like, wake up. Don't ever stop believing in being amazing and that you have the power to be amazing. Don't ever stop waking up wanting to be the difference every single day, because when you are the difference every single day, someone else is going to benefit and grow. And when they grow, so do you. Humanity first. I appreciate you guys giving me a little bit of your time each and every day. Use your influence in a good way. And I hope to see you soon. I'm here every single night between 7 and 9. And these are episodes. And oh, wait, I'm at 428. So I really appreciate it. And my name is Joy, signing out on another episode of Hello World.
The world is hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
Lana Stevenson is an advanced cancer exercise specialist. She is a personal trainer. She is a black belt in karate, a published author, and a certified medical exercise specialist. And she works through MedFit, and we will be talking about this. She has an amazing story, and it is my privilege to welcome Lana Stevenson to our show.
Thank you, Mary. I am so excited to be here because this has become my mission right now. And I cannot tell you how important it is to make the public aware of what is possible and that chronic disease does not need to happen. So a little bit about my story and how I've got to where I am in my 30-year career. I was raised in South Africa, and we immigrated to Canada in the early 80s when apartheid was still very much part of the country. And yeah, and it was like right after my older daughter was born, I figured there is no way I'm raising a child in this. So we went to Canada. We lived there for 10 years. My younger daughter was born in Toronto, and we immigrated to the States in the mid-90s. But growing up in South Africa, Mary, you know, I was never exposed to disease. My grandparents lived a healthy life, both of them to 107 and 100. They literally died of old age with minimal, you know, suffering. So, you know, that I didn't see that part of the world. We only got television in my junior year of high school. We were not exposed to the rest of the world, and our lives were very healthy. We played outside, we did sport, you know. There was no fast food restaurants. That wasn't a thing. So we ate really well. I feel so blessed that I was raised this way. My dad, I can remember at the age of 10 walking into his bedroom and him doing yoga and standing on his head, and really, you know, no white refined breads or rice or anything. So, you know, but not forced on us. It was just the way it was. And it was fantastic. I feel so grateful. Then we come to the big America, you know, and I actually had a Bachelor of Commerce degree from South Africa. I had a business degree but have always been a passionate athlete and a competitive athlete at that. So when we came to the States, I wanted to study my master's in exercise physiology, but they didn't recognize my bachelor's degree. So I went through the ACE registration, which is one of the top personal training, certifications that you can get.
Yes.
And earlier in my career, Mary, I predominantly worked with high-performing athletes, different goals, and that's where I was, at that place in my life. And never, disease was just never something I worried about. Fast forward to 2014, when my younger daughter was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer.
Oh.
And you cannot even imagine how difficult that was just to even process, and then to actually navigate this journey as a single parent, and just try and figure things out, and the pain of watching her go through what a cancer patient has to, because she has gone through everything. She's had 4 rounds of 3 to 6 months chemo. She's had 6, it was colon cancer was the primary. She's had 6 lung metastases, which has resulted in 6 lung surgeries. She had metastases to both her ovaries, which changes the whole dynamic of the cancer. It makes it a very rare aggressive cancer. And so she had both ovaries had to be removed, and she's had radiation. And at this point right now, we were given a 14 to 24 months prognosis. This is almost 8 years later. In fact, September will be 8 years. She's still with us, but she has inoperable tumors in her pelvic cavity, and they want to do chemo again, and she's figuring what she wants or doesn't want to do. And I have finally been able to let go and say, this is your life. You've done it this far, and
yes,
and I've stepped back, which has really been quite amazing. But through that journey, I went through a lot of pain. I had to keep my personal training business going. I had to still keep putting food on the table.
Yes.
And I really, that was the first pivot in my business. I was, I really want to be of service to people who have gone through cancer. Now, I could never understand, like, once my daughter was finished with chemo, a month, 2 months, I mean, I have a whole gym at home. I have my studio at home. I would say to her, let me work with you. She said, I can't. I'm too tired. I'm exhausted. I'm like, how can you still be so tired? And then I thought, let me educate myself. And that was when I took the cancer exercise specialist certification.
Okay.
Very intense and very informative. So that took you through each different cancer, because each different cancer, each different treatment will create a different set of limitations on the client, and teach you how to help them through that. And just moving in itself mentally is very, it changes their lives to know that there is still possibility. So that was my first pivot. And also, while I was going through that, I thought, oh my God, if I could help parents, like, this was for me. I don't even know how I'm still standing, but and so I wrote an ebook, and I created a course for parents of adult children diagnosed with cancer.
Okay.
Because it changes the way you can take care of your child. Once they're not a minor anymore, it's really, you have no say. And so, I try to express that in my book and my course, the best you can do, and what is available, what options, and how you can communicate with your child, and how you have to let go. You can't mother them like they're a 6-year-old anymore. They may have a spouse. They may have children.
Mhm.
You are not the queen bee anymore. So, and that's
Right.
hard. That's
Very, very hard.
I mean, and even right now, like they wanted you to go through another round of chemo. And she's like,
Yes.
done, Mom. I'm not doing it. And I'm like, she's not, I mean, she only went on disability a year ago,
Right.
and she's now looking for another part-time accounting job. She's an accountant. So, you know, it's not an easy road, but there's a lot that can be done now. So as I find out there, you know, and as I explained in my courses, there's different groups, support groups. I never made use of any of this. I was just struggling. I was just treading water. And so I wish I would have known what I know now in the
Right.
beginning. I could just help parents in that way. And then in the course, I offer them a free consultation with their child, and hopefully could be of service to them as well. And then what happened, my healthy dad, who was my inspiration for being an athlete, he was fit. He ran up until the age of, he worked as an accountant until 86. Hired at 86. At 87, he got diagnosed with multiple myeloma.
Oh.
And I watched him go down pretty quick. And this was a fit man, but he kept up his fitness. He did not keep up his nutrition regimen. Type 2 diabetic, and he had hypertension. So I watched his decline and his loss of dignity as he became incontinent.
Right.
And needed assistance to even walk. And but he was okay. His mind was still good. And he was on oral chemo, and this was all in the time of COVID. So this was tough. And then about 8 weeks ago, Mary, he had a stroke.
Oh.
And this took him out of the game. So I look at my little dad lying in bed. Now he's bedridden. He can't see. And I thought, no, people should not have to suffer like this.
Right.
It doesn't have to be. And that's when I added on another dimension to my personal training. I found this company called MedFit, who are just, they were like, God put them in my face.
Yes.
So what they are creating right now, and I think I'm one of 65 certified medical right now. They're creating a platform whereby they have physicians on board, and they have exercise specialists on board. Now, if a patient has a chronic disease, let's say they're diabetic, they can have a telehealth conversation with one of their physicians. The physician can write them a prescription, and they can come to me with a prescription. What it does, Mary, it allows them to either claim from their medical savings account or their flex plan, or it can be a tax deduction. So this is the beginning of hopefully at some point getting medical insurance to pay, because this saves the country so much money. You know, because I just wanted to give you some stats. Like right now, there is I want to get the numbers right. So right now, aging. I've also done a longevity and fitness course through MedFit, and then I've done another course which is kind of like a GP, like so that I can a little bit on every chronic diseases. And then as I progress, I want to do each disease like full on. They offer the most incredible education. They all on the same platform, and they hold you to high esteem. You have to, you know, not everyone can do it. So it's something I think you really have to be passionate about, and I am, because aging is found to be the root cause of all disease processes. Right? So 75% of all aging is impacted by lifestyle. How can we get to educate people to change their lifestyle before chronic disease, before it gets bad? So the goal is not to treat disease,
but to target the factors of aging, and then apply the lifestyle interventions for, for healing and health optimization. That's the goal. So right now, the stats say like the health and wellness landscape is changing. By 2030, 1 out of every 5 people will be over the age of 65. Currently, 45% of all adults have one or more chronic disease. And by age 65, historically, the rate of disease doubles. So if we keep doing things the way we have been in modern healthcare, things are going to get a whole lot worse. So what is the solution? Longevity. Longevity is the solution for delivering, personalized care.
Right.
And allowing the client to experience, a new states of healing, health, and thriving. So as far as I'm concerned, like this is a really, really exciting time in human history. We are living longer, but are we living better? And that's the problem. We're living longer, but with more disease. So if I were to tell you that there is a new path forward where we can live longer and better and enjoy a healthier, more vital life, it's possible. It's really possible, but it's trying to get that message to the public. But, the science is clear. We really don't have to settle for the story, that whole story of aging, as being an inevitable decline in your health. It doesn't. We can compress the morbidity window. We can slow down, and we can even reverse the biological aging process. It's being done. Just because we are born with a certain DNA, it doesn't
Exactly.
have to.
Exactly.
We're going to get those diseases. We can work with it.
And Lana, this is so groundbreaking because we talk a lot about 80% of chronic disease can be addressed with lifestyle. So we talk a lot about the nutrition, but we don't hear as much about the fitness, the activity, and this is so pivotal.
So pivotal. And part of what the mission too is to change the paradigm of exercise. It doesn't mean you have to go to the gym for an hour every day. It doesn't mean, you got to go high intensity for half an hour every day. Let's start with movement. Let's just start with movement. Do you walk your dog? Do you garden? Do you vacuum your house? Like, let's just start with people moving. Because, right now in the United States, the adults have decreased their number of steps per day by an estimated 70% since the Industrial Revolution.
70%.
Yeah. Right. So, and then this is according to the CDC. Screen time is estimated to be 7.5 hours per day for children and adolescents, adding up to over 114 days a year. Time in front of the television has increased by 1% per year in the past 50 years to a current median time of about 4.5 hours per day. So, more screen time, what does that do? It's associated with a lower psychological well-being.
Absolutely.
Less curiosity, lower self-esteem, lower self-control, more distractibility, more difficulty making friends, less emotional stability, and inability to finish tasks. It just numbs you like a vegetable. So and also right now the average adult spends only 1 to 5% of each day performing a moderate to vigorous activity. So this sedentary lifestyle is so it impacts your well-being so much.
It does.
And again, it's just trying to help people understand they don't have to go to the nth degree to be the world's best fitness person. They just have to move. So, less than
3% of US adults aged 18 to 65, less than 23% meet the recommendations for aerobic and muscle strengthening exercise, which is not huge. The recommended amount of time is minimal. Honestly.
See, and I think that's the key, because I know I hear all the time, it's like, you know what, you see what's on the media, you see the workout gurus, and you're like, they're climbing mountains, they're doing, and I hear people that, I could barely get out of bed in the morning. So of course I can't, but you see the mindset? Of course I can't do that. Right. But what I'm hearing you say, it doesn't matter what you can't do, but it does matter what you can do.
Exactly. And it's mindset. And that's, and as an athlete, my entire life, like even when I've had injury, and I can't do what I love to do. What can I do with this injury? Mm-hmm. What is it that I can do that's not going to hurt me? Mm-hmm. And so I've discovered the pool. I've made the pool a big medium for me training my clients, because it's so safe and it's moving with resistance, especially, the people with osteoporosis and joint disease. And, the pool is an incredible medium for that. Mm-hmm. And just even walking across the pool, back and forth. And I do deep water running with flotation belts. So there's a way. There's so much that people can do if they could just change the way I see it, and I've helped people with depression, people who couldn't get out of bed, almost get off their meds, I mean, it takes a few years, but hated exercise, but now love it because they can feel what it does for them, and the problem is people don't do anything until it affects their lives or someone close to them. Like chronic disease is slow in its progress and very long in its continuance. Exactly. As opposed to an acute disease, which is characterized by a swift onset and a very short course. So, my goal is to really get the word out there that I can do this at any age. The earlier people start and understand it,
that's right,
the more compliant they will be, and they start to feel different. And that's that's really the most important thing is that they feel the difference. So what I try and do, Mary, the way I try and approach clients in this arena, I try and use a client-centered coaching approach. So, I set a guide, partnering and facilitating their journey, revealing the opportunities and interventions while supporting, the client to apply and implement the findings into their life. Mm-hmm. And, the earlier, the better. So, with this client-centered approach, you kind of let them lead you. You let them through different questionnaires we have, and we take very intensive medical questionnaires and lifestyle questionnaires and psychological questionnaires. We do a very intensive onboarding process, and you learn from that the right questions to ask so that they feel in control of their own well-being. And help them through that, and it's step by step and it's slow, and the earlier we can start this, the better. Obesity, oh my goodness, obesity is so huge, and they don't want, it's not even that they don't want to. You think people enjoy feeding the way they do? No, but they don't even know where to start.
They don't know where to start. Completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to a gym like this. I'm and the food thing is not about food, and that's where we can help with intervention. If I'm not qualified as a nutritionist per se, there are enough people in our arena that I can I know enough to help, but I'm enough to facilitate, but I'm not enough to actually create a program. I'm certified to do that. So that's where we work with alliances and try. Absolutely. So that's why
Absolutely.
no, even the industry don't know. Even the industry don't know about this, what we are doing right now.
No.
And
No.
The tragedy with personal training is you can become a personal trainer in a day, doing an 8-hour course and say, I'm a personal trainer. And, you know, it's not, they're probably the younger people who don't know what to do with their lives, and they can injure people, they can hurt people.
Yes.
And that's why they've raised the bar so high. This organization, they identify that, they know that. So, you know, I am so grateful to be at the grassroots of this, because this is where my heart is, and I just want to get the word out.
You have so much to offer. Lana, I've been in health for 35 years, big advocate of natural health, and I've not heard of this.
No, it's new.
Not
It's new.
heard of this.
They've been around for a while, but not in this. This is literally brand new, like weeks old in terms of what they've done with the doctor. Well, not in the making. It's been in the making a long time, but now that we actually can do it, we actually can. I can get a diabetic client and say, have a consultation, a telehealth consultation with one of our MedFit doctors. If he deems fit, he will write you a prescription to work with me. If you have a flex plan or a health savings plan, you can use that. You can use it as a tax deduction. I mean, it makes it more affordable.
And they can get, it opens up all these doors and opportunities that otherwise it would be closed.
Right.
You would be no option to have this personalized attention. The other thing I heard you say earlier is that for different types of cancer, you have different strategies. This is mind-boggling. Oh my word.
Yeah, I mean, even within a type of cancer. So let's say breast cancer. So if a patient has a mastectomy or a double mastectomy, there are a myriad of different ways of doing it, either using skin from here or muscle from there, or this. And lymph nodes can be permeated or not. So if they are, you have to be really aware and really careful of not to create lymphedema, which is irreversible. And it's that is just awful for the patient. Yeah, and then
lymphedema is horrible. For our audience, I mean, the lymphedema, the lymph gets backed up and it just swells.
Exactly.
And it's horrible.
It's a terrible thing. So if a cancer patient who's had lymph nodes invaded or cut out and they don't have them, and they just go to someone who's not educated, they don't know what to look for. And also, you know, depending on the way that the surgery has happened, there are certain movements that you have to ease them into really slowly, because they hold, you know, sometimes they will use an abdominal muscle and transplant it, and then like they're doing crunches, well, they're going to develop the chest. You know, it's like, so, yeah, it's each cancer, and it depends how, and with each treatment. If someone has radiation, you also have to be very aware of lymphedema. You know, so you got to do a really intensive, in-depth. When you're recruiting your plant, or when you're bringing them on board, you have to do an in-depth study of what they've gone through, and you know, the doctors don't even tell you. I can tell you right now that no one mentioned lymphedema when my daughter she had several lymph nodes removed. No one, one of the big things which is in my book and my ebook and my course, being ignorant and not a drug using person, I didn't even know what an opiate was. Well, because my daughter was chronically on opiates for so many surgeries every year and pain, and she became addicted. And at some point she said, okay, I don't want to live like this anymore.
Right.
Oh my goodness, Mary, trying to get her off those.
Oh.
She went into rehab. She came back. I've had to resuscitate her twice.
Oh.
And it's been such, but I was not educated. I didn't know what to look for. I didn't even know the opiate crisis in the US. Like I was floored by how this complicated everything. And now, thank God, she had a major surgery and a couple of months ago. So she's obviously back on opiates, but very controlled and the palliative care team know. And so, you know, it's a catch-22. Like it's hard to get her off completely because we know down the line she's going to need them again. But I don't think she had to be addicted. I think she was overprescribed.
And that goes back to the prevention that you're talking about. And the only way is to get the word out that light bulbs need to go on for people, like people that are listening to us, wherever they're at, a light bulb going on. These are problems that potentially affect all of us.
All of us. And it's knowing the right questions to ask the doctors. I just put all my faith in the doctors. I feel like I could have prevented her addiction had I known.
Exactly. But you didn't know. And that's the whole point of this. And you have the depth of your experience and what you have been through. I mean, that alone we need to honor. Oh my word.
When as I sit here now, I honestly, Mary, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful my daughter's alive. I'm so grateful she has the tenacity and strength she does.
Yes.
And all I want to do is share that. All I want to do is share that.
Exactly. As do you. That strength, that resilience. Oh my word. You know, when you have a child with crying, like you say, an adult, it's doubly hard to walk that walk.
Yeah.
They're not babies.
It is, because you really have to walk that walk on eggshells, which is hard in a normal situation.
Exactly. But you're doing it and you're empowering other parents who may be in that situation. And Lana, the statistics of cancer are staggering. Okay, we talk about this and people don't, it's like, 1 out of every 2 adults
and younger
in this country alone. We're not even talking about the global. We're talking about the US.
Absolutely. I mean, even in San Diego, like when her first infusion, 2014, she was the only youngster in that huge infusion center. Come later years, oh no, there are a few. Yeah.
Wow. And I've heard that even the children, you know, because we've got some cancer centers here and we hear and we see the advertisements trying to raise funds. Babies.
Yep. My daughter in Toronto, her best friend's son of 3-year-old was just diagnosed with leukemia. How? It's like, you know.
Exactly. So we need to peel away the layers. I mean, we could talk for hours about the etiology, but you know what? Healthy lifestyle. When we say clean living, exactly.
Mindset.
It's everything you put in your mouth, all your personal care products. We've got all these toxins, pesticides, all of this, and they're impacting us. And we educate on that, but this is such a perfect illustration.
And I am trying to educate myself more and more on the environmental, because I was not very good with that. Like like I said, I never thought of disease in my family. It doesn't happen.
Exactly.
Until it did.
And your family, you were the fit family, you know, the picture of health.
Absolutely.
And which is great that you have that foundation.
Right. So
but
grateful.
but now it's time, and the light bulb for people listening is, wow, there's so much to be aware of. And what you're offering, Lana, is no matter where a person is at, even if they don't have any health challenges.
Especially if they don't have health challenges.
There you go. There you go. So let's walk us through it. If they don't have health challenges, say you've got somebody, say 62 years old, well, they're kind of tired, they're not what they used to be, but very sedentary. Where does somebody like that start?
So they would start with me, and doing all their background checks and all their medical and stuff. We would probably find that they're predisposed to something, being maybe diabetic or whatever it is. If there is a predisposition to a certain disease, I could probably see if they could qualify to get a medical prescription.
Okay.
If not, it would just mean they would have to pay for it themselves. But what is the price you pay for longevity?
So that's really the point, is you pay on the front end or you pay on the back end.
And the back end's not pretty.
Pain and suffering is unfathomable. That's what I'm hearing you say. I know that's what we talk about all the time. And we realize people are on budgets. There's, but you got to make a choice and then let go of some other non-essential.
Exactly. Do you know that right now, a chronic disease costs, I believe, the US $3.7 trillion a year. Now, if you extended that by 1 year, so let's say from 65 to 66, no one got chronic disease. You saved them from that.
Right.
It would save 37 trillion in US. Or it was even more. I think it was 370
You
trillion.
can't even fathom that amount of money.
It's the amount of money for one extra year for each person without chronic disease, each person over 65. It's insane. And so, so to walk someone through, they would just make an appointment with a personal trainer who is either qualified with older adults or chronic disease, because there is a difference in the way you work with the older age. And I've done that for most of my career. Actually, it's always been something that has been close to my heart. I've worked with someone who's a double amputee. I've worked with heart disease.
Right.
And that's why if I could just study all day, like I just want to immerse myself in the courses. I was like, I don't have enough hours in the day.
I know. There's so much.
There's so much information.
But you are, Lana, you're on the cutting edge, okay? The curve is shifting, and there you are. You're right on the cutting edge. So we really need our listeners to light bulb go on, understand this. And number two, we're going to give Lana's links and read and ask yourself, how does this apply to me? How does this apply to somebody in my family? I mean, you might have an aging parent. You might have a child with a chronic illness. It might be you.
Applies to everybody who is sedentary.
Exactly. And you are so well trained, and but we need people to really understand it. When we talk about, Lana, it's like a 3-step process. We say it all the time. Okay, you need to learn. Okay, we're all like, you're here with all your education and training. You're learning. You're always learning
all the time. The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know.
And I'm in the same boat. I've been in healthcare my entire adult life, with 2 advanced degrees, and I'm always learning, because there's so much new, important information.
You know
So
who
we
else we have
involve-
to? Yeah, you know who else we have to educate? The physicians.
That's right. I'm the first one to tell you, Lana, and I'm an MD. I've been a psychiatrist for 35 years. I have an MBA, an advanced training in lifestyle medicine. We learned none of this. Zero. None. And it alarms me deeply.
Yeah,
it really
it's
does.
very
because
alarming.
I've walked the two worlds, and it's like, oh my God, and I've gotten to the point where we need to educate. We need to educate, and we need to empower people. So learn, that's the key. And we'll give Lana's website and to reach out to her. So learn, but then you have to take action.
That's it.
Okay? We
And
have
it's not hard.
flipping the channel society. And it's like, this is your life. Don't pass up this opportunity.
So important. So
Take
important.
action. Put one foot in front of the other. Like you said, Lana, maybe somebody can, they can walk for 10 minutes a day. Then that will become 15 minutes. And then it'll be an hour. But you got to start somewhere.
And then you introduce little things at a time, you know?
Exactly. I've seen seniors with their little weights. And okay, well, if you need to start with a pound weight, that's okay.
Yep. Osteoporosis. I mean, it's
exactly. Exactly. So, but it's learn, take action. Okay, absolutely critical. And share, because the only way we're going to get the word out is to share with one another, with our family, our friends. And then, okay, now, with the COVID lockdowns, everybody was,
very
inside.
sedentary. Yeah.
Very, very sedentary, and that wasn't good for our health scores.
It wasn't good, but on the other side of the coin, where I see the positive, is I've learned to train virtually. So I can train anyone, anywhere. I can take assessments anywhere. We've learned how to do assessments virtually. So it was something that I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? My whole practice is going to fall apart. No, we shifted. We had to figure it out. So
that is amazing. And we need our listeners to understand that. And I'll be honest with you, I worked in a hospital through COVID. Okay. So I talk about this. Okay. I am all for scrubbing and cleaning and distancing and all that because it is real. If you have a chronic illness, that COVID is sneaky and it hits your vulnerabilities. And I really do want our listeners to hear that. We are not advocating to throw all that out. However, now look what Lana's saying. She is available online. This is amazing, Lana.
It's just how many people I can reach once the word is out, And then with nutrition, like honestly, as you were talking about COVID, I was not super careful because I did have all the vaccines, but I did feel I am so healthy. My immune system is so strong. Leora, my daughter, got COVID. I was with her day. I've never got COVID. And I think it has to do with my inner strength, my mindset, my nutrition, and my fitness, and my whole immune system. And I'm grateful.
I talk a lot about this, is that there was an article, I think it was 2020, but it said, COVID hit the world by storm because of 30 years of processed foods and toxins in our air and our water. So what's the message? What's the message? We need to learn and clean our lifestyle.
Yes. And it can be done. And like I said, I'm certainly not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I am really trying to learn now about environmental toxics and growing food. I'm reading this beautiful book called Braiding Wheatgrass, and an indigenous, she's a scientist, but she goes back to the ground, to the earth, to growing her food, and just the connection with Mother Earth. It's and we've lost it.
We have
lost it.
We have and people think the only option is going to the store and getting the bags of whatever it is, chips or boxed foods or this. There's so many ingredients that are not healthy. And I'll be honest with you, Lana, the other thing is we're learning about people that live in food deserts. Now they got tons of like convenience stores,
right,
but there's not no access to healthy food.
And if so, sometimes it's so expensive they can't afford it. How are they going to afford organic fruits and vegetables? It's criminal how the system is, because those who need it the most can't do it.
Exactly. And yeah, that's a topic that's really dear to my heart and my colleagues, and we're going to be rolling out some things just in that vein, that we've got to start with the people who have the least opportunity to get this.
Right.
And how are we going to reverse these health scores?
Exactly. And that's all, like, I would love to even find a community, and I would, in a group situation, and I would give my time to even just educate on movement, on exercise, if that were a possibility. Like, it breaks my heart to see, I mean, a lot of the Hispanic community here, even like the lady who cleans my house, she's been working for me for like over 20 years, and I've watched her children grow up, and they're all, overweight. And I understand they can't eat the right foods because so, and I want to cry, because it's not
I'm right with you. Yeah. Our hearts are in the same place. And yet it's propelling you, it's propelling me and others. It's like we can't sit passively.
No.
We're at a critical threshold. I think that's what we need our listeners, our audience to hear, is that these chronic illnesses, they're skyrocketing. Off the scale. You read the data, I read the data, and it's so alarming. But what it means is so much more pain and suffering for people, that when we roll it back a little bit, we're trying to prevent,
educate, prevent, and change the paradigm. How do you see exercise?
Exactly. Well, that's exactly right. Because again, I talk to lots of people, but there's a frustration with exercise because we see the people at the top doing all this incredible acrobats and mountain climbers and fitness, and they're like,
gyms.
What?
Yeah, that costs a fortune. Like, who can afford the gyms with these fancy equipment? It's like, you don't need that.
But we don't need it. That's what we need our audience to hear. You do not need it. In fact, it starts up here. Shift your mindset.
And make the decision.
Shut the TV, shut the media, and say, who am I and what can I do? Reach out to someone like Lana.
I was listening to a really interesting podcast, and I'm trying to remember this researcher's name. She was amazing. And it was about the all or nothing mindset, which is more successful in achieving their goals. And it was really interesting. It was not the all or nothing. That mindset sets you up for failure. And so if we can educate people that it's okay not to do it all. It's okay just to do what you can do. And if you can't do it today, because that's also okay. It's being flexible. It's learning to be flexible.
That's right. And you know what? It's that perfectionistic. And I think that's true in a lot of areas. I really do. And I know, and even in young people, it's like, oh, I'll never get that advanced degree. I'll never do this. And then, so what happens? They get paralyzed with fear.
Right. Right.
Paralyzed.
Absolutely.
And this is the same thing. It's like, I'll never be that Olympic athlete. You don't have to. You are not created to be.
Right. And then there are people with heart disease. Oh no, I can't. I'm too afraid. And then that's where I can come in and go, I can help you safely. I can work with you safely, you know, and we have a doctor monitoring us. We can do this together as a team.
It's so inspiring. Lana, you are so inspiring.
Thank you, Mary. You too.
Incredible. Incredible.
I feel like I'm just me getting on with my life and feeling my heart. And I think, you know, day by day, it shifts.
It's shifting. Absolutely.
And I'm just loving it.
You're putting it out there. You've done so much training. You're always learning, but you're putting it out there and planting seeds. And a percentage of even people listening today, they're going to hear.
Right. And tell someone, you know, just think about for the better good of the next person, of their life, of their people, their children. It's like, you know, I look at my mom and dad, and my poor mom, she's 84. She's amazing, also in great health. Like I said, her parents lived till 107 and 100. Like, but see, their lives were active. Now, my grandfather owned a dairy when they came from Russia to South Africa. And he would, 4 a.m, with his truck with a big silver urns, he'd do the delivery, pour the milk, you know, they were busy and they were moving. And like I said, we didn't have television till 76 or 77. And they didn't, I mean, they lived an Eastern European diet, which is not terrible, but it's a lot fattier than I would like. And I didn't do anything special, but they lived till 107 and 100. My grandmother, I don't think she lost any teeth even. She wore
remarkable.
She wore reading glasses.
Remarkable.
Unbelievable.
Lana, how about your book? We'll give the link to your book, but what's the name of it and where can people get it?
The ebook, I'll give you the link to all of that. I don't have the actual link to the platform that is on me right now, but I'll email it to you right away.
Yes.
And it's a parents of children who are diagnosed.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a journey for parents of children who are diagnosed.
That's so important. And I would encourage all our listeners to read it.
Yeah, and there's a whole course on it where I give a presentation of basically what's in the ebook. So I'll give the link to both. And then again, I also offer the free exercise for the cancer patient in that course. So yeah, and I'll give that all to you. My website is resilienceShiftHealth.com.
Okay.
ResilienceShiftHealth.
We'll have the link at the bottom of our podcast today. And we strongly encourage you. Lana is giving us gifts here. These are pearls of wisdom we can learn. And again, take action. Take action for ourselves and our loved ones and share with others. That's the only way word gets around. Is, you know, we're bombarded with media. Okay, it's a firestorm, but nothing, you know, we live in the information age. Okay, so we have more health information than any time in history, but it's not getting to people because there's so much.
It's not getting to people. And also, Mary, how does the average Joe decipher between misinformation?
Thank you.
And real information?
Thank you. Exactly. Marketing versus depth. Okay, so we hear your background, we're learning. It's like, wow. Like we said earlier, when you talked about different exercises for different types of cancer, we don't hear about this.
Yeah. it blew me away. I learned so much, even having
Right.
gone through 8 years with my daughter.
Right. And that is a lesson.
Yeah. And that's what intrigued me to learn, because I'm like, how are you still so fragile? Chemo's over. Well, no, it could last a very long time, if not forever. You know, side effects of chemo, you get neuropathy. It's depending on what drug they're using on you. I mean, there is so much to learn in there. And eventually with time, I'm like a generalist with all, knowing a little about each of them. And of course, if I got whatever client I get, I'll go a little more in depth, but I just want to know everything. Like I want to learn about each specific cancer in depth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ilana, it has been an absolute privilege and a joy to have you today.
Thank you, Mary. Me too. It's been a privilege to be able to get this word out.
Absolutely. So we're going to have the links below the broadcast, and we would encourage everybody who's listening to get the gifts, learn what Lana is sharing, and take action. Take action and then share it with your friends and family. This is it. We're right there. This is a paradigm shift.
There's actually another company I'm affiliated with called Helen Health. And they're also right at the beginning. Now they're working a little differently. They are working with personal trainers and nutritionists, but they are it's predominantly cancers that they want patients to get their DNA checked to see if they're predisposed to certain cancers, and then prevention.
And prevent.
Yeah.
And prevent.
So with nutritionists and they have physicians on their board, and and personal trainers who are qualified. So that's another company I'm working with. I'm actually going to talk on their show tonight. And I said, I would send them a copy of this so they know they're an incredible group as well. So it's starting.
It's happening. It's happening. And this is the next step, getting the word out. Getting the word out. So Lana, again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary.
We're so grateful. We'll have the links below, and I'm sure we're going to have you back. There's so much to talk about.
I would love
so much to talk about. So let's digest, and for our listeners, let's digest everything that Lana has shared with us today. And then when we have her back, we'll be prepared. And
all right, we'll have a little group session.
Exactly. All right, then, Lana.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mary. It was my absolute pleasure. I really thank you.
Same here. All right, then. All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Great day in She Trucking World. I am your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the She Trucking Podcast. And I am here with you today because word on the street is that our truckers, yes, our truckers want to know how they can homeschool while trucking. Is it really possible? Is it realistic? How can you truck and homeschool? Well, this particular episode is not only we're gonna discuss this, but we're also gonna provide resources, and I'm gonna share something very amazing with you that can help our little pre-K, kindergarten, first graders. So go ahead and turn it up in your truck. Turn on the video in your truck and go ahead, like, follow, and share. We'll be back in a moment with the She Trucking Podcast. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today?
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', She a woman with a rig, she truckin', She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', She a woman with a rig, she truckin', ah.
All right, and just like that, we are back. Okay, so let's talk about this topic. Go ahead and dive in about, can you homeschool while you're trucking? The answer to that question is yes, and yes. How do I know this? Is because I am a homeschooling consultant, special needs educator, and I have been homeschooling my children successfully for over 10 years now. And I have a background from working in the public school system as a behavior specialist, helping your children be able to combat their pesky little, icky little emotions, figure out what's going on, and be able to help them productively express themselves in a positive way. So I have both ends of the spectrum. I'm also a homeschooling mom of 2 children that learns totally different. One which falls more in a gifted and talented area, which she just graduated this year, June, and we're so excited about that. And also my son, which falls into what society calls special needs. I prefer to call it learning differences, which he has autism, dyslexia, dyscalculia, a whole lot of different things that deals with developmental delay. And so, and some would say he don't have ADHD, but he has ADD, attention deficit disorder. So why did I tell you all that? I told you all of that to help you see this. It is so many various different ways in which you can totally homeschool your children while on the road, whether you are just starting to homeschool or you kind of was an unschooler, which is basically mean you don't teach your child a traditional way of homeschooling. So if you have any questions, I will, because we are live. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But let's just go ahead and talk about it. So what are some ways in which you can homeschool on the road? First of all, you need to decide how you want to homeschool. because like I said, it's very different ways to homeschool your child or children based upon their needs. All right. So we do have what they call public homeschooling, where you as the parent, you're as a guide. You're there as a guide. So your child will have their own teachers, just as they would if they was in public school. They will have their own teachers. And the only thing that you have to do as the parent is make sure while you're trucking to make sure that your child has a solid Wi-Fi connection that they can sign on to the computer or laptop or tablet. So while you're trucking, they can be taking their lessons. Of course, being that you're on the road, you're going to need a headset for noise so that your child can hear the other the teachers and also the students when they're doing Q&A and everything like that. But you could totally do that. You just have to make sure that your child, and you also have to communicate this with the school, letting them know that you want to have your child homeschool and you would like to take advantage of the public school homeschooling option, which also means that you as a parent, you don't have to do any planning. You don't have to do any other thing that a traditional homeschooler has to do. And so you can definitely do that. The only downfall with that is that you have to make sure they have certain guidelines, certain time frames that you have to sign your kid or your children up for their programs. But right now we're in the beginning of the school season, so you can definitely do that. And if you're part of a state that requires standardized testing and all of that nature, when it's time for standardized testing, you will have to take your child to that particular facility, schoolhouse, or whatever, so that they can be able to take their testing. But of course, the school will communicate that with you based upon what your homeschooling laws and everything like that. And then we have what we call traditional homeschooling, which what I do, where the homeschooling responsibility is on the parent to facilitate within the bounds of the law, which simply means that I can choose which curriculum that I feel works best for my children. It has to be within a certain specifications, and it has to fall up under the required subjects that has to be taught, which is math, reading, science, social studies, and some electives. I do have some accountability where I have to report a journal, report grades, turn in IEPs, all of the things of that nature. And I can make the decision whether or not I want my children to have part public school, meaning they can go and take some classes at a college, they can go do dual education, they can be a part of a co-op where they go to other schools and classes, and then they also get homeschooled. We pretty much facilitate everything, and we have to make sure that we do everything that's required within our state. So you pretty much decide how it is that you would like to do it. I would recommend, being that you are on your truck, I would recommend that for the beginning, that until you get acclimated into homeschooling, I would recommend that any trucker should try to facilitate a way that if you don't have any support, that you utilize the public school homeschooling feature. Why? Is because while you're trucking, you have to make those calls, you have to do those runs. You don't have to have the stress of worrying about, oh my goodness, as soon as we stop, I have to homeschool. What you can do is make sure that your child is on the computer. You already have teachers that's there. If something going on, the teachers will be able to verbalize that to you, and then you'll be there more so just like you would be if your child was in public school. You just helping them with homework and stuff like that, which will be less stressful for you in the beginning. And then after you get yourself used to it, you can decide whether or not you want to take it on full on, or you want to continue to homeschool your child using the public school feature. And FYI, when you do public homeschooling, your child will be able to, you won't have to worry about buying any curriculum, because when we pay our taxes, we pay for schools, we pay for all the things that goes into schools, right? So once your child is approved, once you sign up and your child's approved, then whatever is your residential address, all that curriculum for that grade level will be sent to you. That includes labs, that includes books, workbooks, everything that your child needs for that school year will actually be sent to your residential home. And then you can take that big box and then you can take it on your truck and your child can work through the assignments. And they will have multiple classes, just like they would in regular school, based upon whatever grade they're in. Elementary don't have as many classes as, of course, middle and high school, but they still have more than one teacher. And if your child is falling to the learning difference or special needs category, your child will still be able to take advantage of reading enrichment, not so much OTT, especially if it's in person, not unless they change where you can do it virtual, but which is occupational therapy. So all of which are great ways in which you can homeschool while trucking. And if you want to know more how you can do it the traditional way, then you just have to contact me for a consultation, and then I can break down and do lesson plans and all that for you. You just have to get on my schedule so that I can do the consultation, because that is what I do. I help parents and teachers all over the world build curriculums based upon their children or child's learning style and accommodate them with their unique needs on the homeschooling journey. That is what I do for a living. So right now I want to show you something super duper amazing, because I don't think you guys realize this. I'm also the founder and CEO of the Homeschooling Interactive magazine. So why is it called interactive? Because this magazine is very interactive, meaning that you're not only going to be reading information, you're going to be listening to it, you're going to be watching videos, all of which to address the way that we learn now. A lot of us, we prefer to listen to information. So I got a little bit of everything, along with in the back, it has a calendar, a planner for you to be able to plan for 3 months, because this is a quarterly magazine. So what is the topic? One of the big topics that we was talking about for the feature, right? It is how to homeschool without teaching one subject. So if you want to homeschool your children or child, and you want to know how you can do it without even teaching the subject yourself, then you need to get a copy of it. You can get this on Amazon. And also what's very, very unique about our magazine is that we have our own resident lawyer that's a part of our team. And so with that being said, she can answer those questions, the legal things that we can, sometimes have to address when you're transitioning from public school to homeschooling, making sure that you are following the laws and stuff like that. And we also have our own resident business coach that's in this particular magazine too, that's going to be answering that's going to be doing business articles. So if you want to know that, we also have a glossary in the back that actually explains homeschool terminology and words. So sometimes you hear us in the homeschooling community say certain things, and you're like, what does that mean? Well, in the back, we have a glossary of what, in very short terms. Of course, you can elaborate on it with your own research, what those phrases and stuff mean. So this magazine is more than just about homeschooling. It's about life. Okay, so it's about homeschooling, business, wellness, life, mental health, and also got some cool little discounts that's in this book exclusive to this magazine, thanks to our amazing business owners, and also some amazing podcasts that you can also listen to. And the next thing what I am so excited about, because let me do one thing right quick. I am so excited about this because this was created with all of you in mind. This was created with all of you in mind. Look at this. Many times, as a person within the trucking and transportation industry, you don't see representation of this career as a viable, essential part of society. You just don't see it. We speak about doctors, we speak about lawyers, and don't discredit, because listen, we need all of that as well. But what about transportation? What about truckers? What about bulldozer driver? What about the trash drivers, operators. What about all of those? Because think about it, if we didn't have that, then that would dramatically affect the way that we live. And so this is all about instilling in our children when they're young to know that there are opportunities in a whole new world that is the transportation industry. So it's a cute little coloring activity book where it says, I am a transportation driver. And see, they're using their imagination because they want to be a truck driver. And so this is geared towards pre-K to first grade. And so basically, it is a coloring book. They learn how to spell some words. The first part is a coloring book. The next part, they're going to learn how to write their words out because they're going to start getting into the activities. And of course, as the parent, the one who drives, you can actually tell them even more information about why you decided to be a trucker or in the transportation industry. And then the next part is colorful activity sheets inside. So if you have a young one on the truck with you that you're homeschooling, or you just bring them on for a little weekend, you can actually give this to them to keep them busy while you're doing your runs. And in the back, it has where they can practice their letters. So we're super, super excited about all of this. You can go and get all of this from Amazon. So make sure to go to Amazon. You can type in the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine, or you can just type in Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and then you will see all of these amazing books, along with some motivational books as well. I'm so excited to share this with you because in a world where we have so much negativity, we need to have some positivity, okay? And so right here, I also want to make mention that for extra help with homeschooling, you can go to the Homeschooling Magazine podcast, which is now on CTR Media Network. It's on Amazon as well. And we talk about homeschooling, a lot of the topics, and you can also request certain topics like was requested today, and we will address that particular question on upcoming episodes. And we have different people that are homeschoolers that actually came on the show previously and given their turn or spin on the homeschooling experience. And so we also have these motivational notebooks. This is actually a notebook. You know how when you're looking for motivation and you just want to write in something that the cover has to, motivate you to write. Okay, so this is about motivation. Now, this one is a little bit more because it has motivation, it has affirmations, it has a couple of scriptures, it's color, different things, and then you can write in it. It's a whole lot of different little things in here. It's more than just a notebook. This one is more than just a notebook. It's basically positive thoughts, 90 days to the new you. And then we have this beautiful notebook. And the Homeschooling Interactive Notebook, Homeschooling Interactive Magazine actually has a notebook that go along with it as well. So you can write notes if you choose to do so right here. And we also have Boss Up, Boss All the Way Up notebook. And we have, this one is for you, all the moms and the dads out there that's driving trucks. Of course, it has a woman on this on the top. It's talking about how does it feel to be a woman in the transportation industry? And it has My Trucking Life Journal. So you can go to Amazon and pick up all of those. So if you have any questions about homeschooling, just book a consultation. If you need anything more than what was in this video, of course, our feature is actually going to go into complete detail about everything that we just mentioned, but it's going to elaborate even deeper. So I encourage you to go to Amazon to purchase the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine, along with a whole lot of other things that I feel that will be beneficial for you as well. We also have our previous one. We actually updated the name. So in all, we have 3. And so you can go and check that out too. And this is a homeschooling mom of 26 years. So we have interviews from various different people, homeschooling. Some homeschooled going to college, some didn't, some homeschooled to go to trade school. It really doesn't matter. So the question, let's go back to the question. The question was, how can you homeschool, or can you homeschool and truck? The answer is yes. You just first need to decide on how you want to go about it, whether you want to use the public school way or you want to do it yourself. Also, you need to get knowledgeable about your homeschooling laws. And also, you need to speak with your local school district so that you can find out what you need to do in order to transition your child from public school to homeschooling. And once you do that, they'll set up and get all your teachers together for your child or children. And there you go. You're homeschooling. So everyone, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thank you for everything that you do within the transportation industry. Trucking in the transportation industry is one of the most overlooked industries, in my personal opinion, in the world, but yet one of the most important at the same time. It's overlooked, but it's the most important, because when the world went down, the world shut down, we saw how vital your role is, the role that you play in regards to our livelihood, even down to employment, our medical, our schools, anything, our food, essential products. We saw how desperately we needed you trucking in your trucks or part of the transportation industry. So thank you for all the hard work that you do. And so with all that being said, you guys have a great, amazing rest of your day. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
DJ Tony Dubb. She gon' take care of her biz, she truckin', She a woman with a rig, she truckin', She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', She a woman with a rig, she truckin', She truckin',
The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you. On the next Michael Finkley, meet Hollywood's bad guy. Jasper Cole is with us as he talks about his incredible career and his role within Carl Weber's The Family Business. Big fam, don't you dare miss this show. Next Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on, hold on. It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on, hold on.
Everybody, welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, y'all, again, this is season 5 for us. I'm just excited about this season because, again, the new look and we're changing things up and it's just refreshing. It's refreshing for me. And I hope that it's refreshing for you as well. So you will see throughout the season that we will be talking to our guests and asking them about their biggest dreams. Have they accomplished it? Have they thought about their next steps in their careers, in their lives? So be on the lookout for these questions. And I promise you each of them will be different. Again, this is my biggest dream come true. So definitely listen to the song, our theme song about biggest dreams. So I would love to hear from you, Think Fam. What is your biggest dream? Have you accomplished your biggest dream? If you have not, what are those steps that you are gaining towards fulfilling your biggest dream? And if you have accomplished that biggest dream, what is your next biggest dream? Just comment below and let's have a conversation. I promise you, I answer back and I love having a conversation with you all. So y'all, a week ago, a week and a half ago, I decided with my full-time job, as you know, I'm in education. So I decided to quit my job. It was, just to be honest with you and human with you, it was scary. But my faith stepped in and told me that it was going to be okay. I'm being guided through my faith. This is something that was way past overdue. And every job that I've ever had, I was miserable in. And yes, I love my students that I work with, and I love helping people. But just being there and fulfilling someone else's dream, and I know that I have this going on when I get home. It was hard to be there at times, and so I let go of my job, and now I am fulfilling more so what I want to do. This show, my consulting firm, and what else that may come my way. You will know I love I was in a movie this summer as well, in the background, and that was really cool. And so looking more into doing that. I write songs, as you all know. So just fulfilling that dream, those dreams and desires that I want to see. In this season in my life, I am doing everything. I was having a conversation the other day and I said to them that I want to be dried up when I pass away because I want to leave all of my gifts that God has given me here on earth for others to enjoy. So that's what I'm doing. So pray for me. Send me encouraging words. We need them, but we know that at the end, through my faith, that everything is going to be okay. Through God, everything is going to be okay. So I'm excited about this journey in my life. And once I literally, y'all, I'm talking from experience, once I let go of my job, doors began to open immediately. And it doesn't take God all day and all night. So I'm excited about what the future holds. So I will definitely keep you updated of what's going on with me in this arena, and just follow the journey. Follow the journey and tell others. And I hope that you're encouraged by this. And I'm just encouraged by telling it. So I'm excited about it. Thank you so much for the support. And I'm excited, y'all. I just have to say, I'm excited. I'm really excited. And again, I'm excited about this show. Continuing on with season 5 in our season premiere week, we have the bad guy himself, Hollywood's bad guy, Jasper Cole, with us as he talks about his awesome role in Carl Weber's The Family Business on BET. So don't you dare miss this thing, fam. Back in a moment. Next, Jasper Cole is with us. Back in a moment.
comedian Eric Escobar, the Mexipino millennial, and you are watching Gold right now. You know why? Because you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Stay tuned.
On the next Finkley, Chris and Jeremy are making a difference in the lives of others. With their nonprofit organization, Brothers in Healing, Jeremy and Chris are providing financial assistance towards treatment for those first responders suffering from PTSD and trauma. It's a story you don't want to miss. Next, Michael Finkley. Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, he is the villain that you will love to love. I'm telling you, but you understand that as the interview continues. He is actor Jasper Cole. Jasper, thank you for being with us today.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I am super, uber duper well. How are you?
Wow. Well, thank you. I feel like I've known you. We just had a brief little chit chat before, and I always feel like I've known you forever. It's a Southern thing.
It is a Southern thing. I was just about to say that. Get out of my mind. Get out of my mind.
Yeah. A lot of stuff. Wow. There's a lot of stuff in there.
A lot of stuff. But we appreciate you. Thank you so much for being with us and just chatting with us for a few moments, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Listen, I'm so honored to talk with you, and I've been doing this so long, for so many years, and I'm so grateful. It never gets old. I always say the day that I'm not grateful, I need to get my ass out of here and go home. So nobody wants some bitter old thing around.
Oh my word. Oh my
right.
Lord. That's true.
Or young bitter thing. Nothing bitter, period.
Nothing bitter at all. Yeah. Nothing bitter.
Yeah.
Nothing bitter at all. Nothing bitter at all. No. Oh wow. So let's get started. So with your acting, did you always know that you wanted to be in front of a camera?
I knew, but I always say I was a closeted thespian, amongst other things. But I was closeted thespian because I grew up the youngest of 4 boys. I played all the sports, yada, yada, yada. So this was in my own head, but for me, it wasn't like a cool thing to want to do theater and that sort of stuff. I really look back and I hate that. But so I secretively wanted to act, and I got engrossed in television and film, and but didn't do anything on it till after high school. And I moved to Atlanta for 2 years before I moved to LA. But yes, secretively, I'm sure my family would tell you I was performing all around the house, but nobody was paying me for it.
Well, not yet anyway, right?
Not yet. But yeah, I did. I kind of, it's weird. I used to think everybody sort of knew what they wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And then when it's interesting. The longer I was in LA, and I would meet people, who said, I still don't know what I want to do. And I thought, wow, I was always blessed. Now, I didn't know how I was going to make it happen, what that looked like. Was I going to be able to eat or pay the bills? But internally, I always knew I would be in show business somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's what kept me going.
And it keeps you going. At what point, as you were going, did you realize, oh my gosh, I can really make this a career, and I finally made it?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I've been on this like thing in the past year or so, only because this is my own thing. I came to realize one day, I was big about saying when I make it. And then I woke up at like 58, and people tell me, oh, you've got 100 credits and blah, blah, blah. And I suddenly realized, we're all making it all along, and we don't realize it. Like, we keep waiting for some aha moment, like, oh, now I've made it. And it's like, it's just, I really hate the word journey, but we've been making it on this path all along. But more importantly, there were little moments of work that would just let me know I think I'm on the right path. So just when I might be thinking maybe this is not working out, I would get a job. I would meet a celebrity, or I did 20 years of theater while I was also doing TV. And for me, theater was my greatest reward. But I would just have these encounters with other actors or people that would give me a little bit of hope. But I would say really around 1994, I got my first big TV pilot and made a big chunk of money. And I thought, well, because at that point I had been like a temp, an office temp, working temp jobs. And then I would go off and do a guest spot or a play or whatever. But that gave me the confidence to sort of just quit that job and leap forward into it. And thank God I've been supporting myself ever since.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God. And what I love about this story is that for our season 5, it's all about making your dreams come true, right? That is our theme for this season. And it's included in my theme song that I wrote as well. I guess let's back up. In your biggest dreams, have you reached that yet? Are you still striving for it? What does that look like for Jasper?
Right. Well, I would tell you, when I thought I started out in comedy, and I thought I was going to be like a sitcom star, and I started in stand-up comedy. I came to LA with a play that I co-wrote with a girlfriend of mine in Atlanta, playing these two like buffoon talk show hosts. It's interesting because all these years later, I've been doing a podcast for 10 years. So it's like, it's funny how things come full circle. But no, comedy was what I thought I would do. And I did do comedy, but if I had any idea that I would be on this bad boy, bad guy, tough guy, dramatic kind of list, no, I would have never thought that could happen. I've got so much more I want to do. But, if it all ended tomorrow, I would say I far surpassed probably what I always just wanted to be a working actor. I never really thought about celebrity was nothing for me. I never wanted to be a star. That was partly my generation going back. We were more about doing theater and doing the work, and not that other generations are not that, but we didn't have the social media then. We didn't have all the great things that younger actors have now, where we could do our own films and do our own videos and stuff like that. So there was a different work ethic, I think. Not saying it was better, but it's just that's all I kind of knew. And so, because listen, I'm not one of those 58-year-olds that's going to criticize the younger generation. I'm smart enough. I want to work with the younger generation. I try to meet the young directors and the young writers, because I think that's the future. And I believe that the younger generation can teach a lot of us older people a lot. So, so in a long-winded answer, I've got a lot more I'd like to still do.
I got you. What is that next biggest dream? What does that look like for you?
Well, it's a little bit of a dichotomy, because one thing I'd like to be a series regular. I'd like to be like second or third banana on a 1-hour procedural, but I could play an undercover cop and get to play all the kind of roles I already play, homeless, drug addict, but I could be doing it as a police officer undercover. I don't want to work so hard that I have to, shoot 12-hour days every day. But if you're just a supporting player on a series, everyone works 1 or 2 days a week. Of course, you say that, I put it out there, and then I'll be working 17-hour days. And trust me, I'll do it. I'm all about the coin. I'm a money whore. So you show me $1, I will jump on a plane. I'll get on a train. I used to get on a bus. I'm not doing that anymore. So. No. I have standards. Yeah.
That part, Jasper. That part. So
comfort.
Yes, sir. So you talked about this whole bad boy image. You didn't start off that way. How did that become you? Because in real life, you're not like that.
No, not at all. In fact, people still laugh. I mean, people laugh who know me because, you know, like me shooting guns and stuff is hilarious because as much as I've had to do it, I swear to God, every time they still have to show me again. It's like, bitch, didn't we just show you last time how to shoot a gun? I'm like, but I don't, you know, I'm that kid that shot the shotgun and it knocked me to the ground as a kid out. They took me deer hunting and I was sitting up in the deer stand reading a book and they're like, oh no, it's not for him. So to your point, no, I was like, always the best friend. I wasn't leading guy. I wasn't Hollywood good looking leading guy, but I was an extreme character. It wasn't until I turned 40 and I swear to God, I don't know what happened, but my entire face changed. My whole look changed. My face changed.
Really?
Yeah. I woke up like, it seems like literally all the baby fat went away. I don't know what it was, but I got cast on a series called Prom Queen. With Michael Eisner. It's one of the original first web series. And I played the evil stepfather on the show, which was a departure. I never got those kind of roles. And it got a lot of attention. And I was like, oh, wow, I can play assholes really well. So I started getting those kind of parts. And so I kind of leaned into it. I grew the hair out. I grew the beard. And I kind of had to rebranded myself in the industry because I had already been working about 10, 15 years at that point. So for the last 20 years, I really, 40, almost 20 years, I had to sort of consciously rebrand myself. And it worked. And I'm so grateful to be typecast. I know a lot of actors don't want to be typecast, but TV and film, you kind of want to get typecast. You want to get on a certain lane. You know, I tell young actors, if you can early on pick the lane that you want to be in, which kind of roles you want to play. You know, we think as actors we can play it all, and that's where you can go on stage maybe and stretch. But in TV and film, producers really need to think of you as a certain way, and it may seem limiting, but that's how you build the TV and film career. You know, like if you look at people like Danny Trejo, it's so funny. I don't know if you know, Danny's a character actor from Machete, and people think I'm Danny all the time, and it's hilarious because we really don't look anything alike. Maybe it's the ponytail, but you know, Danny plays those characters, and he's now like 75. That's the other thing. People think I'm Danny. I'm always like, okay, he's 75 and looks amazing. So is it, you think I'm 75 or he looks 58, but whatever. I love Danny Trejo. I would, you know, I give him full props. So, but that's what happened really. I just got blessed to get on this list of bad guys. And I'm surrounded with these other amazing character actors that we all used to show when the auditions were in person. They're not anymore. They're self-tapes. You know, that's the thing I miss most is not seeing my buddies at the audition. So supportive. The character actors are really supportive of each other.
Wow. That's something I don't hear often. I've interviewed a lot of actors, actresses, and I never hear about that support, collaboration type thing. I didn't even know it existed in that world. How did you become that blessed to experience something like that?
Well, word on the street, word has it that the leading guys are not as supportive of each other. I mean, I just hear it with my buddies, and I do these interviews all the time, and a lot of them will say all of the bad guys that they interview seem to be like some of the nicest people ever. I'm not saying that well, let me just tell you this. It's a running joke. Every set, the hair and makeup trailer has all the tea, all the shade, all the gossip on any production. And
that makes sense.
And let me tell you, some guys can be bigger divas than the women. I mean, truly.
I've heard that.
about their appearance. I mean, the great thing about playing my parts, if I look bad, I can never look as in person as I usually do on screen. So it's a blessing. Like people will say to me, "Oh, you look so much better in person." So, I don't have that vanity on camera like the leading guys have to have.
I got you. I got you. You said it before too. You have so many credits under your belt, over 100. You're in this, that, and the other. How do you pay it forward to the future actors out there that may look up to you?
Hello, my name is Jill, and I am a Christian music artist, and you are watching The Michael Finkley Show. Can't give up now,
Welcome to Father to Father. The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. You said it before too, you have so many credits under your belt, over 100. You're in this, that, and the other. How do you pay it forward to the future actors out there that may look up to you?
Well, a lot of people don't know that I'm a manager, and I've been a manager also since 2002. And I produce, but I feel part of what makes me a really good manager is because I'm still in the game as an actor. A lot of managers used to do it 20 years ago, but I'm still in it. So when I'm working with my clients, I feel like that's sort of me paying it forward because I love the management side. I generally just produce with clients, so they're also like friends of mine. But when I do take on a young actor, I do give a big. I don't have kids myself, and I often say I'm not paternal. But then people tell me, "But Jasper, you kind of are with your clients." I was a psychology major, and I often say I have an AA from a junior college. So, right, DeKalb Junior College is not even there anymore. But I love psychology and I love talking to people, which is, I think, why I like interviews. I like doing my podcast where, I have to be careful. A lot of times in interviews, I'll turn it around and start interviewing the host. So, I think that's how I try to pay it forward, is just giving my opinion, helping other actors with what I've gone through,
Understandable. That's the best type of learning, I feel, through experience. And if you love to interview me, I would love that.
Oh, I'd love to have you on my show. We'll talk about that later.
I love it.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you stay working. You stay. I was watching an interview of yours, maybe not too long ago, and you say that you classify yourself as like a white Jamaican because you always have a job.
Because I have so many jobs.
You have so many jobs. I love it.
I came to town, as I mentioned, when I came to town in '87 with my dear friend Becky. We had produced the show in Atlanta. I was 23, but we produced the show. We wrote the show. We started the show. That's kind of how I started. And then we came to LA and we did it ourselves. So I just always was wearing all these other hats. And so for me, it's always a joy when I just can show up as an actor on something, especially if I'm not producing. The walls can fall down. If it's not my production, I'm just sitting over here going, "Don't call me. I had nothing to do with it." But I'm a little bit of a control freak, I guess, and I like. It also keeps me from waiting by the phone, waiting for work. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I can't just wait for someone to give me work. So I think I try to create stuff. I like being on from the beginning of a project and watching it come together from the beginning.
Okay, I can definitely understand that. I'm the same way. Like,
yeah, you're doing your own thing.
Yeah. So many times, I wanted to do radio, and, wanted to do things in the media world, but a door was always closed in my face. So I'm like, you know what? I was going to create my own.
Create my own. You have a great voice, by the way. You have a great voice for voiceovers.
Thank you so much. That's something else I want to do. Oh my gosh. That's
well, we should talk about that. I just fell into voiceovers during COVID. I mean, I wasn't really pursuing it. It's a long story, but the great thing about voiceovers now, remember, there was a time when they wanted character voices and they wanted all these cartoons. Really now in the voiceover world, they just want people's natural voices. It's weird because on camera, I play the bad guys, but in my voiceover career, I play the nice guys. And so my voice doesn't always match my look, which helps. It helps me sometimes on camera, but it's just weird. Now in the voiceover world, I get to play like the nice guy and the father and the teacher. And so but there is a whole great world of voiceover, and it's not as closed and cliquish as it used to be. Yeah. Atlanta has a great voiceover market as well.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And you're close to there, right?
Yes, I'm like 4.5 hours away.
Well, I mean, Atlanta is South Hollywood now. I mean, it is. I have an agent there. Clients of mine have agents there. It's just weird because I left there in '87. There really wasn't work, and so I moved here. And it's still so hard for me to wrap my head around like how much work is there. When I go back to work there, it's still bizarre. I love it, but it's kind of like, oh wow, but it's kind of like I have friends that grew up in LA, and for them it's a similar thing. It's rare that you meet native LA people because everyone comes here from other places. Right. But the other day I thought, well, Jasper, it's just like Ralph, your friend. He grew up here. Hollywood's right here. He went to Beverly Hills High. He probably feels that way about LA as well. But yeah, Atlanta has really exploded.
Yeah. I'm trying to get my piece of the pie, as they say.
Well, the good thing too is you don't have to be there. You can be, as long as you're accessible to get there. I mean, now with self-tapes and stuff, you could pretty much be anywhere as long as you can get yourself where the job is.
Right.
Which is great.
We're trying our best, Jasper. Oh. We're trying our best. And did you do the class with Rolanda Watts?
I did the class with Rolanda, and I've known Rolanda outside of voiceover as well. I mean, she did my podcast. And of course, I knew Rolanda when she had her talk show in the 90s. She was positioned to be the next Oprah. She had the King World show. Rolanda knew to get on in there, stay long enough to get those coins and get on out. But she's amazing. So what happened was right at the beginning of COVID, I got cast in a dramatic audio podcast series called The Church of Mike, and I played the lead Mike. And this is like you do the series on audio without the camera. And I'm telling you, it was just like the most amazing thing ever. It just opened up, not having the camera there and just having your headphones. And so from that, my agent in Atlanta started submitting me for voiceovers. And then she was like, you really need to take a great voiceover workshop. And it's almost like, I don't believe there are any accidents in life. Right after that, Rolanda just happened to send me the next workshop was starting or something. And I said, wow, what's going on with the voiceover thing? She goes, no, Jasper, I'm telling you, you got a great voice, you need blah, blah, blah. So I took her class, and I've just been working ever since. I had 2 voiceover auditions this morning. here in LA, I go back in the closet. I have to get in the closet, put the blanket over my head, didn't think I'd be crawling back in the closet, but I have to get in there and put the blanket over my head and do the auditions. And you just send it right in.
It just shows your versatility, though, right? And what you do in this world. Like I said, you've been busy. You have been so busy.
I've been blessed.
Currently blessed. I love it. And we probably like you. But one in this season, you are doing the family business, BET's on BET. I just had Darren Whit-Hinson on last season, and he talked about his role. How
so
is that
great.
been for you? He's great. Yeah,
he's really formidable. Well, I joined the show last season in season 3. And the running joke is, I rarely survive anything. My characters usually get killed always. I mean, I have a reel of just death scenes that go on forever. So, I was amazed that they brought me back for season 4. And so season 4 dropped last week. And Corey Black, I played the head of a Pittsburgh biker gang. Ernie Hudson's character, LC, by day they own an exotic, upstanding car dealership, but really he's a drug dealer with an underground cartel. And so he has a group of other dealers that he works with, and I represent the Pittsburgh gang. And Corey's really just a horrible person, and I introduce a new drug into the scene, and it causes all kinds of chaos. Last season, it didn't go so well, and I don't think it went too well for Corey this season, but people will have to just tune in to see how it goes by butting heads with LC. I don't think Corey came out too well, but we'll see. But Darren, that whole cast is amazing. Darren, on a set, number 1 on the call sheet, that person sets the tone of the set. And Ernie Hudson is just the greatest. No drama, totally chill. Talk about an OG who's done it all. And also people don't get to see him doing a lot of drama. So that's what I loved about when I was a fan of the show before. I know the producers really well. I've worked with them. My dearest client, Denise Boutte from Meet the Browns and Why Did I Get Married? We've been together 20 years as manager and client. She's also on the family business. And so through her, I'd gotten to know all these people before. So and they really are kind of a family there. It's tough material and it's gritty and all that, but Carl Weber, who writes it, I don't know how he keeps all these storylines, because there's like 20 different storylines. And some of the characters, we never interact at all. We never cross over. So kudos to Carl, because he keeps all these balls in the air on the show. But I'm blessed to come back is the bottom line.
Well, we hope that you stay.
Well, I hope so.
We'll find out by watching this season.
I might be have another scene for that other reel I talked about, but I don't know.
We'll see. But
we'll see.
I know you have something else under your belt. What else are you working on besides this project?
Film coming out called Fall, F-A-L-L. And this was my first job during the pandemic. We started this August of 2020. No testing, no vaccines then. The whole thing was shot outside in the desert. These 2 amazing lead actresses, Virginia and Grace, they carry the whole movie. They're trapped up on this platform. Most of the movie, they're up on this big tower and they're harnessed in. And my character is down on the ground, thank God, because I don't do well with heights. But it's the kind of character, if I talk about him, it'll give it away. But you can imagine they hope I'm there to help them.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know if that went so well for them either, but I show up in a moment to hopefully help them out. And I don't know what happens, but here's the thing. We went back and shot a year later in 2021. And so this was one of those projects I thought, well, who knows if this will ever come out. Lo and behold, not only is it coming out, it's Lionsgate. It's a big summer movie in the theaters.
What is that role that you still want to pursue in your future?
Yeah, well, I kind of hinted at the TV thing with the undercover cop, but I really want to do a big comedy that's where I'm actually playing a funny role. Like I've done lots of comedies, but I'm not the funny guy, right? I mean, I'm the bad guy. So I really would like to be more comedic. I have a series coming called Kombucha Cure that's coming in September where I produced it. Yeah, and I play Theo, who's this quirky he has a pet pig and he's funny. I hope more people will see me in those kind of roles. I mean, he's still a little creepy, of course. I can't change all this, but he's lovable. He's lovable and quirky and funny. Do you remember, well, the old Newhart, the second Newhart show had those three dumb guys that were together. They were like three character actors. Theo's a little of that sort of, we would say, he's maybe not all there. Something, he ain't right in the head, as they would say. Bless his heart.
Bless his heart.
Bless Theo's heart.
There you
He
go.
means well. His mama's really sweet. Which really means he's crazy as hell. Put him on the front porch in a rocking chair and let him rock.
I always say, crazy as a bag full of cats.
What was that? Crazy as a bed bug, too. My grandmother used to say. It's like, okay. Are there smart bed bugs? I guess. I didn't know.
Are bed bugs crazy?
Who wants a bed bug anyway?
I don't want to find out.
Yeah.
I don't want to find out.
No, I don't want monkeypox or anything else.
That part.
Yeah.
It's 2022. That part.
Monkeypox, I guess, is the new bed bugs. So
I don't want to find out.
Kind of gross either way.
Y'all could be great with that. I don't want to find it out.
Yeah.
And all that you have done within these decades and growing in the craft, what have you learned about yourself in this path?
That's a great question. I think I've learned that I'm probably a lot stronger. You don't know, because it's been, like in everything, it's a crazy business, right? And there's so many ups and downs. And I think I've learned that I really do have a real strong work ethic. When you're the youngest kid in a family, we get branded a lot of times with being the spoiled baby or you know what I mean, being the one that's taken care of a lot. So my girlfriend, Becky, my friend at the time that I moved here, she always reminds me, I was 23 and I said to her one time, you know what? I want it to be as hard as it can be, because then I'll really appreciate it. And I said to her the other day, why didn't you just bust me in the mouth when I said that and be like, bitch, say you want it to be easy and fun, because I said it to the universe and it was pretty hard. There were some hard times. I think, God, I should have just thought, because see, I was that young. I want to suffer for the craft. Now I'm like, suffer. I'm not suffering. But I was dedicated.
Right.
I should have been medicated, but I was dedicated, I guess.
Well, you're still dedicated, but with a different mindset.
Oh, I'm dedicated in first class. This is a hard one for us to get to. We're exactly where we're supposed to be in life. And that's really hard sometimes, because a lot of times we think we should be here.
Much further, yeah.
And we're not ready yet. I mean, and so back to where I said, if this is where we're supposed to be, then please be in it and take all that in. But I used to be one foot here and the other foot over here, because I knew this couldn't possibly be where I was supposed to be. I know I'm good enough to be over here. So it's back to that whole thing about just enjoying the moment. Yeah.
I just had a conversation about that with one of my fraternity brothers, and he put this into perspective for me. He said, we worry about the past, right? The past is worry. The future, you're anxious, but your present brings peace.
Peace. It's true. And a lot of this, it does come with experience and age. And so, of course, a lot of things you just have to go through your 20s, right? They're just things in your 20s you have to go through. 30s, every decade has a certain thing. But I, for years, have been sort of devotee to A Course in Miracles, which is a spiritual book or whatever. But Course in Miracles says there's only love and fear in life. So in every situation, we're either looking at something, we're coming at it from love or from fear. And it's like, you're going to have to go through this situation regardless. So make a choice. Am I going to go through it with peace and love and get to the other side? Or am I just going to be a hot mess to get, you're going to have to go through it. It's not going to change. So decide in that moment, am I just going to, because I learned now things don't happen to us, they happen for us. But that it's hard sometimes when you're in it to say, wow, this is actually good for me. I don't know what that's going to look like, but later I think there's a reason for it. It's really hard in the moment though, when when you're just in it and you think, F that, how could this possibly be good? So we have to change our perception of things that are happening. And then you die. So we talk all this stuff and we work on ourselves and then you die. So tip your waitress, everyone. Try the liver. I'll be here all week. Thank you.
Jasper, tell the Think Fam how they can find you on social media.
Well, pretty much I'm at Jasper Says, SAYS on Twitter and Instagram, and I have a Facebook page. My podcast, One-on-One with Jasper Cole, has all those pages. Or just go to jaspercole.com. We keep the website really updated. So pretty much there's links to the podcast. There's links to my stuff that's coming out, and you can stalk me. I'm looking for a good stalker. So listen, you need it's good press to have a stalker, Yeah. As long as they don't ever find me. I like to be pursued, but not caught. You can stalk me on social media. That's good.
Okay.
That's fun.
You
Tell everyone
that, right? Stalk
Jasper.
Stalk
Jasper.
social media.
I'm always playing stalkers, so it's nice to be stalked. That's the moral of the day, people. It's always good to be stalked.
It's always, put that on a shirt. It's always good to be stalked. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Jasper, for being with us.
It is such a pleasure to meet you and to talk to you. I could talk to you forever, and I'm gonna reach out to you about being a guest on my show.
I would love it. Thank you again, Jasper. Thank you so much. Big Fam, don't you go away. Back in a moment.
Hey guys, I'm Otis.
And I'm Charlie.
From Put a Ring on It, and you're watching the Michael Pinkley Show.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
On the next Finkley, Chris and Jeremy are making a difference in the lives of others. With their nonprofit organization, Brothers in Healing, Jeremy and Chris are providing financial assistance towards treatment for those first responders suffering from PTSD and trauma. It's a story you don't want to miss. Next, Michael Finkley. Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you are entertained. This is a very funny interview. I love Jasper Cole. Thank you so much for being with us. And y'all, if you haven't already, catch him on this season of Carl Weber's The Family Business on BET. Y'all, you won't be disappointed, I promise you. Thank you, Jasper, for being with us and just telling us your story in your own words. We appreciate you. You got a brother for life. You're going to come back too. And I'm going to be on his show, so be on the lookout for that in the future as well. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Enable notification. We'll see an email saying, hey, new content's uploaded. Please listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Of course, y'all, we're on U42 as well, and then also on Roku TV. So check us out. Thank you so much for watching us. And guess what? See you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I know you've been missing me. Yes, the Tina Ramsey Show is back, and we are back with another amazing special guest. Yes, his name is Basil Limba, and he is a business owner with a passion. Hear this, people, with a passion for helping entrepreneurs master the art of networking. Now, some of you think you know how to network. I know you think you do. But until you meet Basil, then he's going to teach you something else. He even impressed me. So without further ado, you know it's not time for Netflix and chill. It's time for the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and we will be back in a moment with our amazing featured guest, Basil Limba. See you in a moment. You like our new song? We know you feel it. So we're going to make you feel good, feel positive, and also continuously bring on some amazing entrepreneurs, because you know the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, and life. We introduce you to standout entrepreneurs, influencers from all over the world that are here to make a positive impact in the world. And Basil Limba fits the bill to a T. He is not only, well, I was put like to here, he's international. How so? He's from Cameroon, West Africa. You know, I have people over there. I didn't tell him that, but yes, I do. And he is so amazing because he actually studied abroad and within the United States. Currently now he's living within the United States, helping us get our businesses together in regards to how to network properly and how to use networking in the right way in order to not only position yourself, but elevate others. And so that is why I love what he do. And when you hear his story, when you learn about his business, you'll understand why become so highly recommended. So without further ado, let's bring on our featured guest, Brazil Limba. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know I am animated, so come on with it. Bring
Keep it up. Keep it up, Tina.
Yes, you are amazing. Go ahead and laugh. I don't care, because when the thing is this, Brazil, so many of us are entrepreneurs.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed this a while back, but I didn't know how to master the art of networking in a way that I could teach it. I just live it, right? It's something that comes natural to me.
Right.
However, it's not natural to everyone else. And when I saw what you were doing, I was like, this is different. Oh, someone, hey, all right, we have some people coming in. Hello, I want to tell you hello. It's time she back. Yeah, I'm back. All right. So, Brazil, let's go ahead and get, because this is live. So, we're going to get some people and I engage with them. So, first of all, let's go ahead and jump into this interview. How did you start getting into networking?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having me for your show. I mean, this is very animated. You are correct, and keep it that way. So, as you mentioned, I'm originally from Cameroon, Western Africa. I left when I was 14. I went to France, lived there for 10 years, became an architect, and then moved to the US. And started in Florida. Then I arrived in Virginia, and then I started then a small business.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I hit head on with networking. Then I was like, what do I do now? And I was going to those events. I was coming out. I was not very happy. And I went to one. I spent a lot of money. I was hoping to come up with 30 to 40 contacts. I wound up with 3. So,
ooh, only 3? Ooh.
Yeah, only 3 after I paid $150 20 years ago, mind you. So then I realized there was something. Then I surveyed business people. I took what they wanted and created a breakfast event.
Mm-hmm.
So it became popular. And I was putting people together, talking to one another. And then I realized at one point, one of them did not know what to do. And I said, oh my God, they don't know how to network. I was assuming just like you that everybody knows.
Yeah.
I would see networking event all over the place. You see event, you say, what they know? But I told you where I'm coming from, so you understand that coming from there, I could never have think or thought that they didn't know. Because you say, well, I'm not from here. I don't know. So they must know.
Well, you see, we didn't. As a whole.
Literally, when that happened, I did survey business. When we run into somebody did not know, I was shocked and surprised. In fact, I surveyed people. I asked them, do you drive a car? They say, oh, yes. How do you learn how to drive? They say, oh, number 1, I went to driving school.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, somebody taught me. Mm-hmm. Number 3, all of the above. Very good. The next question was, do you network or attempt to network? The answer, oh, yes, of course. What kind of question is that? Of course, I network. How do you learn how to network? The answer was, number 1, I just walked into the room.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, somebody pushed me into the room. And that's when I realized, oh my God, they may not have not been taught really. That's what I started putting together, the networking know-how that now has become codified and we're passing it on to other people.
That's amazing, because like you, I felt that networking was something that came natural because I'm a people person by nature. And so it's not hard for me. I may get a little nervous when I walk into a room that's filled with thousands of people, but once I speak to the first person, I'm done. Like I can work the room. Right. But that is not a norm for everyone. And you automatically think if someone has a business, they're an entrepreneur, that they're used to networking. But what we are used to and what we do get training in all the time is selling.
Right.
We don't get training on how to network. So training people and networking are 2 different things. And so that is why I wanted Brazil to come on today so that we can see what the difference is. And so what we're going to do, we're going to take a small commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the difference between sales on this hand and networking.
Right.
And 9 times out of 10, most Americans and most entrepreneurs, you think you're networking, but you're really doing a pitch. You're doing a sale, and you wonder why your client base or even your collaborations are not growing. So we'll be back in a moment, and we're going to speak about sales versus networking.
Listen up, everybody. I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
And thank you so much. That's amazing, Dr. Connie Green. She also has her own podcast called Wisdom Tips. She's actually on right now. Make sure to check her out on CTR Media Network. Look for Dr. Connie. Click that logo and listen in to all her amazing wisdom tips to help you live a better life. Now let's bring back on Bazil, because before the commercial break, we were discussing sales versus networking, and he's the expert in networking, and most of us, we can say we are probably expert in what not to do in networking. so let's talk about the difference between sales and networking. So explain it to the audience. I don't think we really get it.
Very good. Yeah, we put together networking is simply as this. I mentioned driving a car. How do we drive a car? We do 3 things. 1, ignition key. 2, shifting the gears. And 3, pedal to the metal. That's what we do all the time. And every single time we do that, we get where we want to go. What we worked out is how can you do a 1, 2, 3 and get a client and make the money. So we figured it out. So the 1, 2, 3 is 1, networking, 2, promotion, and 3, sales. Sale is the 3rd step. Okay. The survey was done at the Chamber of Commerce. It was a networking event. And people were asked, who's here to sell something? All the hands went up. Who's here to buy something? All the hands went down. So basically what was going on there, don't sell me, I sell you. Don't sell me, I sell you. We say, if you have been in business more than 24 hours, you have surely heard this phrase called the elevator speech.
Yeah,
where you tell people what you do and whatever. We see that is promotion. And then you can see that everything that has been going on under the name of quote unquote networking has been either sales, covertly or overtly, or promotion. We never really graduated to networking.
That's true.
So then in putting together, we discovered that the purpose of networking is to create acceptance. So it goes like this: you create acceptance first, at which point in time the person is ready and willing to listen to you. Now you can deliver your elevator speech or tell them what you do, and then tell them how much it costs. Now, you don't even have to pressure them into buying, truly, because the name of the game is, we say the person in front of you is the tree, behind him there is a forest. You want them to take you to the forest where you have many more sales. So you create acceptance. They may or may not buy, no biggie, but they are now willing to introduce you to people who are going to buy your service.
I love it. Okay, so just like we drive a car, we do those same 3 steps over and over. Those are the same 3 steps that we do in regards to having a business, in regards to networking. And normally what we do first, which is step number 3, which you just said is sales. We usually put the sales number 1, and then we may do the other 2, but we go to we go to sales first. So one thing that I heard that you said that I thought was golden was that you said first we need to create acceptance first. And so basically that's just developing rapport. What do you have in common? What do you like? Getting to know the person authentically. And another point that I heard that I didn't want anyone to kind of not listen to is the fact that we actually have to make sure that we don't have to focus on that one person. The person that you're initiating the conversation with, you don't have to make a sale off of them. The goal, because that's the short sale. You want the long sale. So who do that person know that you can build rapport with that can actually help them and yourself both grow by you sharing your network and they sharing their network. Now, people, he has this class. He just gave y'all some golden tips. Now, this is just a little smaller smidgen of what the course is. So if you're a business owner and you're looking, because this is the time of year business owners are looking to buy courses and things of that nature, because just like children may be getting ready, they get ready to go to summer break, but they're going to go back to school. We're looking for things so that we can build our knowledge. So Brazil, this is great. Oh, let me say something. Hey, we have some people say, yeah, great solutions to business problems. Yes. Hello, Thomas from Potter's Computer System. He said, this is amazing. And I'm going to pop up Vanessa one more time. She actually has an amazing organization called Hush No More, where she is helping victims from all over the world on hush topics, empowering you. She has an amazing show as well. Oh, we have Shayna Asby in the building. She says she loved this. She is also a host of the Mother's Place, the place where all mothers can come share, talk, and grow into motherhood, into life, and into business. So thank all of you for popping on today, because y'all have your own shows. Y'all didn't have to come over here. All right, so Bazil, let's get back to it. So you just basically walked us through the purpose of networking. So what are the two, what would you say are the two cardinal rules of networking?
Well, the two cardinal rules in networking now is a science based on what we put together. And each science has its axioms or principle is based on. Networking science has two simple axioms. One, be interested. Two, always put your personal interest last.
Love it. Love it. Be interested and put yourself last. That is powerful, because when you think about others and put them first, by default, you're going to always win. By default, you're going to always win. And he said, put his contact information up again. All right, Thomas, I'm going to show you, I'll make sure you get all the information so you can connect with Brazil. He has an amazing course that he actually has about how to network properly. And I feel that all business owners, should be an investment that you invest in yourself. I mean, I have to invest in things myself in order to grow. And once you master the art of networking, there isn't any room that you cannot take over in a positive way to make an impact. And it's a skill.